I can't change the culture. I see the hate, so say what you say, cause I gotta watch for the vultures. Why I'm too nice, you see the ice, plus I'm only getting colder. You just tryna flex like you got next, really you know that it's over. Yeah, hey, I don't need no co-star, been gone like so far. Plus I'm catching all the rays from the sun, give me power like I'm solar. You cannot catch the drip, yeah, that is unless you're a coaster. And we up, yeah, way up, yeah, they gon' put this on a poster. I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things, yeah, that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I put that on me. Yeah, I put that on me. Walk tall, see the car, do another smile, I'ma be the greatest. Good luck keeping up everything I can, you know what the name is. Plus I've been through the training, straight shot how I'm aiming. Never stop, try to put me in a box, boy, you can never frame this. I am what you might be, too fast and I'm too strong. I might juke y'all like I'm lightning, spook y'all like I'm frightening. They ain't never seen it like me, got my team right beside me. High tide, I'm rising, my time that's timely. I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things, yeah, that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I put that on me. 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 I got now, don't know who got next. Just like that, better every step. Yeah, I got now, don't know who got next. Just like that, better every step. I got now, don't know who got next. Just like that, better every step. Yeah, I got now, don't know who got next. Just like that, better every step. I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things, yeah, that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me?
Scenario, win, yeah, we on a roll. Yeah, 2, 4, 6, we like 10 and 0. I should probably tell them something that they didn't know. Back then we was down with nowhere to go. Might have been down, but we didn't fold. Now we running it like some intervals. Ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who us now? What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when I come through you. Ooh, shut down. Shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who us now? What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, give me that crown. I need that now, right now. Ooh, don't make a sound. It's my time. You hear the crowd. Hey, we need that rain. Me and my team. Deja vu, this here a dream. We done all seen 100 times over back when we was just teens. Now we going dumb, told them we the one. They would count us out, now we counting up the funds. Now without a doubt, they be throwing up the ones. Like they was always rapping, now believe them if you want. Now they show love, came with a dub. It is what it is, it isn't what it was. They all love to hate when it don't work out. Tell you that they always been down when it does. Look. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who us now? What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, conquest. Came a long way. Look at the progress. I see no competition. It ain't no contest. You ain't in discussion. Not even a prospect. Yeah, you better go and get to meditating. Yeah, we coming for you, no hesitation. Might as well call the league up. Tell them put the trophy on reservation. Been going up, that's elevation. No holding back, no preservation. Treat off season like postseason. No days off, this dedication.
Game time, don't expect us to play nice. We got plans to take every record home. One thing you should know is how to.
Yeah, you better go and start meditating. Yeah, we coming for you, no hesitation. Look. Yeah, no holding back, no preservation, no off days, this dedication. Game time, get out the way, we coming through. Check the hang time, been on top, ain't nothing new. A lot of talk, whole lot of noise, but ain't cutting through. Word on roll, you got a couple L's, you'll have another soon, don't sweat. Whole lot of sacrifice, no regrets. Whole lot of dubs, but ain't done yet. Say you the one, but ain't one yet. Running the game, ain't take one step. Hold up. Yeah, all emotions aside. There's nowhere to run, there's nowhere to hide. How you gon' play when the game on the line?
Game time, don't expect us to play nice. We got plans to take every record home. One thing you should know is how to.
Yeah, you better go and start meditating. Yeah, we coming for you, no hesitation. Look. Yeah, there's nowhere to run, there's nowhere to hide. How you gon' play when the game on the line? Came for the dirt, but it ain't no shame. Had to put the work in, grind day by day. All the blood, sweat, tears, no pain, no gain. I was ready for the moment and it came my way. Where the spotlight shine, where they say my name. It's the life I chose, the price I paid. A lot of sacrifices, every day I prayed. Hope it all pays off in the end. I'll play, I wanna win. Seen a lot of things, ain't been the same since. Worked too hard for this, yeah, I'm convinced. Been on the brink, yeah, been on the fence. Now I'm this close to the win, win, win. When the chance came, now I didn't turn back. Loyal to the city, put the team on the map. Up to the floor, start running up stats. Yeah, that's facts. Yeah, you better go and start meditating. Yeah, we coming for you, no hesitation. Look. Yeah, there's nowhere to run, there's nowhere to hide. How you gon' play when it say, oh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who us now? What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down. Ooh. Say, oh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who us now? What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who us now? What you gon' do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through. Ooh, shut down. Ooh, shut down. Ooh.
Just me and my team. Just me and my. Just me and my team. team. Yeah, I know they be tryna watch the moves. Couldn't run them out in the shoes. I ain't got nothing tryna prove. Win some, I got lose. I'm an animal, but too much for a zoo. I'm the one that's usually breaking the rules. And to make everything work, I got the tools. Living on my own, just me and my team. 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 Just me and my team.
Just me and my team. You can never come between. All I got is family, and you know they got me. Whole lot of loyalty. Do you know what that means? Do you know what that means? When it going get tough, you can count on me. Trust and believe. Can't nobody else compete with me and my team.
Just me and my team. Just me and my team. Just me and my team. Just me and my team. Just me and my team. Just me and my team. Just me and my team. Just me and my team. Just me and my team. Just me and my team. Just me and my team. South. Wonder if the kid will ever make it out. And you know I'm from the block. All the odds stacked against, but it only makes it better when you win. And you know I think I got paranoia. My team win every quarter. Our Steph Cook made the order. I know Painley's the greatest. And this my supply. I had to push, I had to cry. I had to look my demons right back in the eye. Out of anything I learned, I do know one thing. I know you have to lose it all if you gon' ever gain. I know that you don't put the fight into the last frame. And if you ever make it out, remember where you came. From the block, climb to the top. Don't you see the signs? I ain't never gon' stop. From the block, climb to the top. Don't you see the signs? I ain't never gon' stop. From the block, third boy in the South. Wonder if the kid will ever make it out. And you know I'm from the block. All the odds stacked against, but it only makes it better when you win. And you know I'm from the block. Third boy in the South. Wonder if the kid will ever make it out. And you know I'm from the block. All the odds stacked against, but it only makes it better when you win. And you know I'm from the block. 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 Yeah. You know I'm climbing to the top. Ain't nobody gon' stop me. I ain't never gon' stop. Oh no, stop. As you know I'm from the block.
say, give me your best shot. Cause I'ma never quit, give it all I got. When you think about the best, see me at the top. I'ma keep it going up, I can never stop. Yeah. Piece by piece, I will fight till it's all complete. Can't you see? I'm built up. Oh yeah. I'm the realest, I'm a vibe, guaranteed to blow your mind. I'm built up. Oh yeah. So no matter what you try, you won't beat me, I'll survive. I'm built up. Oh yeah. I'm the realest, I'm a vibe, guaranteed to blow your mind. I'm built up. Oh yeah. So no matter what you try, you won't beat me, I'll survive. That's right, I'ma get right to it. They be like, she the best to ever do it. Ain't no lie, I'm the truth, that's why you see me fly like a bird in the sky. I'ma spread my wings, I'ma never fall. Don't you anything I want, I'ma get it all. I'ma shoot for the stars when I got the ball. No fear, see me standing tall, stand tall. Built up. Oh yeah, oh yeah. I'm the realest, I'm a vibe, guaranteed to blow your mind. I'm built up. Oh yeah. So no matter what you try, you won't beat me, I'll survive. I'm built up. Oh yeah. I'm the realest, I'm a vibe, guaranteed to blow your mind. I'm built up. Oh yeah. So no matter what you try, you won't beat me, I'll survive. Built tough, I am the one. I am the one. I'm the one, yeah. Built tough, I am the one. I am the one. The one, yeah. Built tough, I am the one. I am the one. The one, yeah. Built tough, I am the one. Built tough, I'm the one, yeah. I'm built tough. Built tough. Built tough. I'm built up. Oh yeah. I'm the realest, I'm a vibe, guaranteed to blow your mind. I'm built up. Oh yeah. So no matter what you try, you won't beat me, I'll survive. I'm built up. Oh yeah. I'm the realest, I'm a vibe, guaranteed to blow your mind. I'm built up. Oh yeah. So no matter what you try, you won't beat me, I'll survive.
Yeah. Yeah. Listen. No matter where you go or what you do, your position will face opposition for any and every move. But stay leery of them deadly crews, even them petty dudes. Or turn your soul to confetti, fool. They wanna test us and check us, but be strategic, we need it. We playing chess, not checkers. And I done seen the best of them get broke down. So if you wasn't woke before, you woke now. Cause even if it looks bleak, plant your hooks deep and pull yourself up on both feet. And let the whole street see what you've been through. Show them what strength do, especially when mental. Y'all can punch me, kick me, stomp me, flip me, drop me, hit me, any of these I will get up. Stab me, grab me, choke me, jab me, broke me badly down to my knees. I still get up. You never gon' keep me bound. You never gon' keep me down. I'ma always be around. And I promise I'ma see the crown. Can you see me now? Debate me or hate me, but you never will break me. You can't break steel. You can take me and take me, and I promise I'ma break free. You thinking cause you bigger and badder that you could come through and run through my crew like we really don't matter. How dare you come through our city with Anna? What's that? That's animosity, and what you doing's an atrocity. You thinking that you praying on the weak, but we ain't even weak, we just waiting on the creep. Creeping slow while we waiting for the sneak. Attack these foes and lay it to the beast. And your mans is frontin', don't stand for nothing. Don't need legs to stand for something. Feel my soul and feel me, dog. Don't matter what you cowards do to me, I will endure. Y'all can punch me, kick me, stomp me, flip me, drop me, hit me, any of these I will get up. Stab me, grab me, choke me, jab me, broke me badly down to my knees. I still get up. You never gon' keep me bound. You never gon' keep me down. I'ma always be around, and I promise I'ma see the crown. Can you see me now? Debate me or hate me, but you never will break me. You can't break steel. You can take me
chaotic. I show up, it cause a problem. They diagnose me a psycho. I'm taking off like a rocket. I know I'm bad, ain't come to play. So like a savage, a renegade. I'm so chaotic. I show up, it cause a problem. They diagnose me a psycho. I'm taking off like a rocket. Stand-up guy, they asking me who am I. They wanna know who that. I tell her give them a try. They'll soon find out and move back with eyes open up wide. I'm here, the ruler's back to take it over for life. Yeah, you know I'm major, how I run it so iconic. They all treat me like the mayor. Everything that you did, I have done it all on paper. Super like I'm Sonic, see you later, get your weight up. Yeah, applying the pressure, swear on my soul that I will not let up. I'm on a roll and I'm in control, so get a hold cause I am that fed up. Don't need a poll to decide who is better. Never will fold and never will settle. They call me a problem, but I come and solve it. I promise a novice can handle me, never, ever. I know I'm bad, ain't come to play. So like a savage, a renegade. I'm so chaotic, I show up, it cause a problem. They diagnose me a psycho, I'm taking off like a rocket. I know I'm bad, ain't come to play. So like a savage, a renegade. I'm so chaotic, I show up, it cause a problem. They diagnose me a psycho, I'm taking off like a rocket. I know I'm bad, ain't come to play. I'm so chaotic, I show up, they cause a problem. They diagnose me a psycho, I'm taking off like a rocket. I'm so alive, my enemies running high. They witness how I arrive. They all tucking their pride and cry. I'm so alive, my heart is cold as ice. I started, then I ride. They all ducking, they hide aside. Who gonna stop me? I am the man and they all a copy. Look at them stand, they licorice sloppy. I got these hands, they straight like it's Rocky. I got the plan of becoming a leader. You just a fan, so stay in your pocket. I am the plan, the man, and you watch me. People they saying I'm really chaotic, yeah. I know I'm bad, ain't come to play. So like a savage, a renegade. I'm so chaotic, I show up, it cause a problem. They diagnose me a psycho, I'm taking off like a rocket. I know I'm bad, ain't come to play. So like a savage, a renegade. I'm so chaotic, I show up, it cause a problem. They diagnose me a psycho, I'm taking off like a rocket.
Baby, como nadie, quiero respirar hasta tu aire. No quiero que te vayas de mi nave. Tú me tienes loco, ya lo sabes. Tú te mueves, baby, como nadie. Quiero respirar hasta tu aire. No quiero que te vayas de mi nave. Tú me tienes loco, ya lo sabes. Tú no me lo pones fácil. Duro voy a darte a ti. Pa' que no te olvides de mí. Pa' que no te olvides de mí. Tú no me lo pones fácil. Duro voy a darte a ti. Pa' que no te olvides de mí. Pa' que no te olvides de mí. Puede ser que la vida nos separe. Puede ser que no te guste nadie. Puede ser que estemos hechos para manos. Puede ser, puede ser, puede ser. Puede ser que la vida nos separe. Puede ser que no te guste nadie. Puede ser que estemos hechos para manos.
Okay.
Whoa. Hey, maybe I could use a little help with this.
Sorry, it's just that I got Meowkai in the Prime Gaming capsule.
You got a point. Hey, let's go! Did they pick Timo?
Already caught it into Attila's hands. promised I'd love you, but you only turn your back on me. Oh, and then you would love me, but I was over you, at least I thought. Oh, we just spent too many times discussing what's wrong, what's right, what's right. Then we'd always miss the chance, giving it a try. You hurt me so many times, but I didn't want to. But I don't know what I mean to you. We just spent too many times discussing what's wrong, what's right, what's right. That we'd always miss the chance, giving it a try, a try. I don't want someone else by my side. Want someone else by my side.
I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I am no regular citizen. Nope. Do you understand what you witnessing? You cannot tell what the difference is. I want it all and I'm winning it. I do not care about opinions. Time to make a few decisions so I can take a position. I'ma go get it, I'm punching and kicking. I keep on moving, they offer me. Just do it and stop at our talking G. I'm not expressing no modesty. I can't see nobody stopping me. If there's a problem, I gotta solve it. Straight to the top, I can't see myself falling. I gotta grab it, there's no time for stalling. Number one stunner, don't have other options. Now I'm fired up. I'm sorry, brother, your time's up. I see the top and I climb up. I came from the ashes, I rise up. Rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up. I want it now, I want it now, and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now, and I ain't never gon' back down. I gotta go for the gold. I need to switch up the mode. I'm gonna win on my own. I'm in a whole nother zone. I reached the pinnacle. I don't have time to finish you. I don't care who I just did it to. I gotta go for the gold. I need to switch up the mode. I'm gonna win on my own. I'm in a whole nother zone. I reached the pinnacle. I don't have time, this is critical. It's time to finish you. I don't care who I just did it to. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. I want it now and I ain't never gon' back down. Said I'm fired up. I'm sorry your time's up. I see the top and I climb up. Came from the ashes, I rise up. Rise up, rise up. I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up, I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up, I want it now, I gotta rise up. Rise up, I want it now, I gotta rise up.
Specjalnie dostępne, tak samo jak i dostępne jest to wombo combo ze strony Agoro. Welcome to the Amazon European Masters, coming at you live from the studios in Berlin. It's semi-finals time, baby, as we see BDS Academy and Game War facing off against each other in a full LFL series. My name is Orchid, I'm joined by Troubling and Jarmada of what supposedly is going to be a banger of a match. Trouble, how are you doing?
I don't know, I'm dressed as female Gulbok today.
Female?
So, I'm here to rep the LFL, I guess. It's very fitting. Hello, Jamada. Happy to work with you as well.
Also,
no NLC.
Yeah, it's been a very long time, though. NLC teams, it's very sad.
Also, we have you guys.
Also, though, yeah, whilst we're both here together, also resident LFL shield.
Oh.
So, yeah, give me. Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, she really did
You know,
that.
which production would just Photoshop like a flag right here with me waving?
Anyways, we currently find ourselves in the semi-final, which means only the best 4 teams are left in the tournament. Let's rewind for a bit and have a look at our quarterfinals to see how they played out, because Trouble, some of them delivered, some of them don't.
I don't know. I think whatever expectations we had for the quarterfinals were clearly crushed. The series that we expected to go all 5 games were literally swept into 3, and the series that we expected to be clean 3-0s were actually bangers all 5 games.
Yeah, I mean, forget like crushed. It was just completely flipped. Last weekend was opposite weekend, apparently. Every single series was like, yeah, this is probably going 4, probably even 5 games. It ended up being a complete stomp. And yeah, this LDLC Dusty series was the complete opposite. We thought this was going to be a 3-0. It ended up being 5 games where Dusty honestly made LDLC work for their semi-final spot, something that I think no one really had down. We saw this this draw and was like, yeah, Dusty probably going home very early on in playoffs. And I mean, honestly, they did us proud.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think when we're talking about tournament favorites, LDLC is a name that got into the equation back in spring. They only got knocked out at the finals by K-Corp, the former champions. And now coming back into summer, they're again the tournament favorites. alongside Heretics, who I think it was a little bit of a surprise that this series actually went to 5 games, because a lot of people thought that Unicorns were this very strong, calculated early game team that would beat you through very raw macro. And honestly, I feel like Heretics are the LPL of the ERLs. They will fight you in the early, they'll take skirmishes, they'll take the brawls, and once they snowball that early, they'll take the entire game.
I mean, for me, as a neutral viewer, I gotta say it, because I am the host, so I have to be neutral.
I don't know, man, you did give predictions.
I loved this series. It was very entertaining to watch, and also very unexpected once more.
Yeah, I mean, I got to cast it, and my oh my, was it so fun. I mean, I think, like you said, Heretics now kind of becoming a new favorite of their own right here in this tournament. I think they earned it with this series, to be honest with you, because most people had Unicorns down as maybe the team that would go to contest LDLC in the finals. Everyone was like, okay, Unicorns on this side of the bracket, they're probably cruising all the way. Heretics had something else to say about that, and I think right now, Heretics looking so damn strong, especially through the bottom lane, through the early games, where I'm super impressed with them at the moment.
But we will not be seeing them, unfortunately, today. Who we will be seeing today is Game Ward, and they got rid of Trouble. I hate to say it. They got rid of X7, but they literally, like, they kicked them off the rift.
Oh man, I think this was the most disappointing series as an NLC viewer, because even though X7 came in as the 2nd seed of the NOC, I think they still looked like the strongest team the NOC has to offer through spring into summer. And I think Game Ward literally switched up their game. They played for that early game, and very inconsistent mid-top coming in from X7 was very exploited, I'd like to say, Jamada.
Yeah, I feel like the fact that Tempt and Chasey very clearly came into the series off their usual form that we'd expect from them really just facilitated Game Ward to run over this game. And even though you can definitely point towards the weaknesses that the X7 laners had, I think obviously there's a lot to be spoken about, rather, with Akabane and his performance and how the rest of Game Ward really huddled around him in that series.
But stay tuned, because we're going to talk about this after.
Yeah, we have a lot to cover, because, I mean, the opponent of Game Ward tonight, BDSA, I mean, they've been looking very dominant as well, coming through in the main stage.
Yeah, absolutely. And this time I had the pleasure of casting this very quick and swift 3-0 series.
We were very experienced
from
today.
BDSA. I feel like Vitality B kind of went down without the fight. I didn't necessarily see any soul. I didn't see any signs of going back at it for BDSA. It felt like from early to late, even when things didn't work out in the first game for BDSA in the bot lane, when they did draft for that Caitlyn, they did manage to win towards the top side of the map. And for a team that's actually trying to play through bot, doesn't work, but they still get pulled out the hole, it is very dangerous.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, Vitality B, like you said, they looked pretty much lifeless. I think only really Game 3 is where they showed us something to actually, you know, say, hey, maybe they can give us something in this series. Maybe they could actually make the reverse sweep happen. But even then, BDSA was still very happy to shut down this top side draft that they ended up trying to go for, play through Segenda, which is what we expect from them, and nothing really came from it, and they got 3-0'd.
I mean, I gotta be honest, looking at all these quarterfinals, this was just a small sample of what we're going to expect from these semis, because from here on Trouble, it's only gonna get more and more hype.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to LFL Masters. We have now renamed.
Featuring LVP.
Featuring LVP.
We gotta bring some friends over, you know? But yeah, this looks very LFL dominated. It looked extremely LFL dominated over in spring, and I think if anything, even though for some people it might be boring, they're like, oh, LFL again, you know, we have to celebrate the development and the players and the teams and the play that this region brings to the table. The fact that we had full LFL finals over in spring, it means that no other region were able to rival them. And right here, they've already solidified themselves, one LFL team at least in the finals again.
And I mean, if you watch a lot of Amazon European Masters, it seemed to be the topic we always come back to. The LFL is looking strong once again, but if we think of the last 3 splits, this has always been the case. And it's still the case even with Carmine Corp missing out. And Jamada, if I say the name Carmine Corp, I have to look at you, but them not being here opens up a lot of doors for all these teams.
Yeah, it really does. And I think the fact that they didn't make it kind of just shows how strong the LFL is as a region at the moment. And like you say, it's really opened up the floodgates. Some of the lower rated teams, of course, Game Ward here today, that we're maybe even writing off, now look like they could also go the distance. Carmine Corp have kind of set the standard that we expect for a lot of these LFL teams.
I don't know, man. Carmine Corp not being here and going back to 2021, we're like, it was NOC versus LFL. It was Carmine Corp who knocked us out in spring twice with Fnatic and XL back then. And I'm like, I kind of like wiped some sweat off my forehead. I'm like, they're not here, guys. It's NOC's year where it's not going to be the case, because if K-Corp are not here, it means that there's even stronger opponents for every other region to go up against an LFL.
Now, I'm going to throw in a little curveball here, because Carmine Corp in Spring Jamada, we were all a bit questioning it, because they didn't come into main stage. They had to play, you know, fight their way into the tournament.
Yeah, I mean, they had a really shaky-looking playoffs last play as well, which I recall kind of shaking everybody's confidence in their ability to actually make the distance again, make the three-peat happen. But I feel like it's just a play-in buff or something, right? Yeah. You go through all of that lengthy tournament compared to just going from groups, and it really seemed to work for them. They just beat all of our expectations.
I mean, that's kind of the curse trouble when you come in after that dream team that was Carmine Corp. Like, they have 4 out of 5 members making it into LEC, like the split after right away.
I feel like over in 2021 spring was where the whole Carmine Corp train actually started. We had players such as Adam, Sinkrov, Seiken, Exmati, Targamas. After that split, 4 out of 5 of them, except Seiken, moved over to the LEC. Fast forward to now, and they had Cabochard and Reckless in the team instead. So it was a super team that they developed, then there was another super team that was created again for Carmine Corp, and if anything, it shows you how the LFL is, 1, developing talents, but 2, also bringing the competition over. And if teams are able to beat a team with Cabochard and Reckless and Seiken in it, it speaks for the strength of these 3 teams that we have in the quarterfinals.
So if we put this narrative in perspective, Jamada, surely NLC will win next split, right? Because they will be better than LFL?
Surely, man.
Maybe with a 4th seed, Smile? I know.
Because our third seed is not doing that well right now.
We need a fourth seed because our 3rd seed doesn't seem to make it. Or our play-in seed never seems to make out.
Anyways, let's talk about tomorrow, because it will be a 10 series. That's the last non-LFL team will have to put up a fight. Let's talk a bit about tomorrow's series already. What are you looking forward to? Because it's going to be Heretics taking on LDLC.
Ooh, okay, so in spring, we said that in the series between X7 and LDLC, whoever took each other down in the quarterfinals, that would end up being the winner. Wasn't the case. LDLC lost to Carmine Corp. I think this time it might actually be the case, though. I feel between LDLC and Heretics, whichever wins that semi-final might have their chances to go straight into this finals and take it all. I feel if anything, Heretics is that one team left that's playing that very brutal, aggressive, skirmish, heavy playstyle, whilst LDLC have seemed to not do their best when they're matched up against that style.
Yeah, and I do gotta say this as I want to look into the camera, because Heretics, listen to me, you're not playing only to stay in the tournament for the LVP. You're doing it for the entirety of Europe.
Else.
Everybody's that's not French. That's what you're doing it for.
Because as Trouble already mentioned, LDLC showed some weaknesses, but I gotta be honest, Heretics wasn't too clean either.
Yeah, I mean, it was very back and forth. I think you probably more would lean towards the strengths of Unicorns, perhaps, in that front. And, you know, Heretics kind of overcoming what we were saying as these very high bars and standards that Unicorns seem to set for themselves. I think Heretics coming into this still have a lot of strengths to talk about, specifically the bottom lane. But also, when you look towards the other side for LDLC, despite the shakiness, you could arguably say, I mean, the narrative was that X-Kick and DOS were the best bot lane in Europe, in the ERLs. So I think that's probably going to be one of the big sort of black hole sinking points of pressure that I'm going to be looking at.
I mean, if anything, these are the 2 teams that are coming into a semi-final having played 5 full games in their quarterfinals. So they have a bunch of footage for their opponents, and they have a bunch of practice in official scrims, if you will.
Now, that was only just a quick look at tomorrow's series, but now let's jump into today's series. So it will be another LFL duo, and before we start talking about that, let's have a look at what we can expect from both of these teams.
Feels like they've been so close to greatness with all these team fights.
They just can't find the cross.
Oh, here we go! The flank back is great! Echolat is dead, but the Thor ult is better! This Sivir is just too damn big, but can't go it unpinned. The Knockwatch is fantastic, just to keep Inex alive. Then Voxna does.
The whole in trade. Actually, that chunk could be meaningful with that dragon being started. Now Jack Troll in trouble. Flash is stopped from going through! What a phenomenal W for Shadow.
The Yubi, and somehow X7 are holding this fight together. Melodic flushes forwards, and down they go, one by one. X7 are crumbling.
In a 5 as well, they're teleporting in. They want this fight. Oh my God! The Emperor Divine Fatality beat from their lives. Rika with a quadra kill.
Kassim will be going down, and ace for the side of
I mean, if that doesn't get you hyped, because prepare for a banger today, as both BDSA and Game World are still unbeaten in this EU Masters main stage. Let's start our pre-analysis with Team BDS Academy, because they have improved quite a lot throughout the year, and if I only look at those fights, Trouble, I'm curious to see what's going to happen today.
Actually, I was the one who put my finger on them in my cast when they were playing versus Vitality B, and I said, BDSA were the shame of the LFL over in spring. They were the only LFL team to not make it out of groups. And actually, they were in a pretty, quote-unquote, easy group, if you will, to make it out, if not as a first seed, at least as a second one. Now, back then, of course, BDS had their superstar AD carry that they still have. They have Crownie. They were playing for Crownie. They were ganking for Crownie. It was not enough. It was very easily read. It was very easily shut down as a plan. Fast forward to now, LFL went pretty well all the way to finals. Groups undefeated. Why? They've swapped their playstyle. They were playing towards shadowing Adam, giving him a pretty good matchup and making sure that he stays safe throughout the entire game and then snowballing through him. And as you can see, 9 games played, 9 wins on the board. Fast forward to the quarterfinal series, and they switch it up again. They play towards Crownie, they gank for Crownie, and it works. This is a team that not only adapts, but also develops, because not the other tactics did not work, but because they can make every single playstyle work for them.
So, Jamal, what do you think was the main reason that they suddenly play through Crownie?
I feel like when they looked at Vitality B, they felt like, I mean, we heard it from Rico verbatim on this interview. They said, we felt like Adam could do us again, though, in lane, just 1-to-1. So we're very happy to play through the bottom side of the map. And Jessica and Jack Troll hadn't been having the best of groups. And I feel like their series all in all as well was relatively weak. But I think definitely the fact that BDSA focused them down so heavily was just a symptom of that. They felt like they had a strong top side matchup and they could very happily just funnel resources into the bottom side where Vitality B typically don't play into.
So let's start talking about that topside matchup, because looking at BDS Academy, that's where the A stands for, now you know.
BDSA Academy.
Yeah, I want to talk a bit about Adam. I mean, not me, you want to talk about Adam, because Adam seems to be... You want to talk about Adam, because Adam seems to be the ERL Slayer. I don't know how to put it, but all of a sudden, he just like stomps every top laner he comes across.
This reminds me of 2021 spring, Adam, who booked his ticket straight to the LEC with Fanatics, 640 damage per minute on something like an Aatrox for a guy who sticks to a side lane and very rarely will group up in these early game fights with his team. Is an extraordinary number to have when it comes to damage meters. And the fact that this guy does it only and mainly through that side lane means that whoever actually tries to join to either gank or shut him down, he takes them down one by one. 4 solo kills for this guy on the side lane, 4 just on Aatrox. It's absolutely absurd.
I mean, all of a sudden he also gets a pentakill on a Gnar, Jamada. I don't see that happen very often.
He was technically handed the pentakill.
I mean,
so, you know...
Listen, man, that was a brilliant Gnar right there. He deserved it.
Yeah, he did deserve the penta, to be fair. Yeah, I mean, Adam has definitely shown a whole bunch of growth very clearly, and he's still leaning into his strengths. Not only that, I feel like BDSA are very happy to lean into his strengths as well as a player, which is just dominating the 1v1. He's already been doing that for the last year and a half, and I think the fact that BDSA are giving him so much freedom just kind of facilitates BDSA as a team to continue to grow with this style.
Absolutely.
Well, BDSA came into the Amazon European Masters as one of the favorites, but there's also the LFL 4th seed Game War that looks very strong at the moment. And I asked Chekolot last week about his team's growth throughout this tournament.
Yeah, honestly, like we started handling better with the pressure. I think play-ins buff is like really broken, honestly. Like we have so many competitive games lately, and like there is a lot of teams through play-ins that won EU Masters. Like I think K-Corp last split was there.
Yeah.
And I remember LDLC maybe 1 year ago. I'm not sure, but it was with Mateo. So like playing buff is really good, I think, for the main stage.
Play-ins is just really broken trouble.
Absolutely. The fact that you can have an elongated tournament at the beginning of EU Masters, and don't get me wrong, play-ins is really rough to come through, but once you have what I call official scrims and official games under your belt, you're coming into the group stage very warmed up. There's only 6 games in the group stage. You lose 1, you lose 2, you lose 3, you're suddenly out. But if you're already warmed up and you've beaten everyone before, The buff is real. Calm and cool. We didn't have expectations for them over in spring. They did the Plains to Champions run. Big has done it as well. I think having these extra games really does help to ramp up.
And I think GameWard's AD carry, and Exa said it very well in his interview right after Plains. Like, yeah, you know, you get into the groove, the first game jitters are gone, you start to understand how the meta works on this patch. And that's something that's very important to these players, Jamada.
Yeah, it feels like attending any tournament, right? You do it once and all of a sudden you're there again and it just feels like every day. And I think especially in the context of where we're at in the metas as well, 12-13 to 12-15 was a pretty big jump for a lot of teams. And I think the fact that you get that stage experience on 12-15 in the play-ins and you're able to kind of get a bit of a sort of forward jump compared to the main stage teams, definitely, specifically this year, has probably helped GameWard a whole bunch in developing how they want to play the game.
Now, let's talk about this team, because if we look at GameWard, something I really noticed is like, they seem to be a very smart team. They really know how to read the map well, and they know what to do to get the upper hand in the game.
I feel like GameWard are one of the most calculated, well-disciplined teams coming out of the LFL. Their macro is really quick, but it's also the rotations are so done to perfection, the entire map moves in harmony together, and it's so difficult to shut them down when they play what we call clean textbook League of Legends in terms of rotations.
Yeah, they are really sort of like by the books, and I feel like their jump from groups to this playoff stage matchup against X7 was an extra step on top of that, where they were doing everything you were saying, but instead of, you know, being at Sif gear, they just knocked it up to 7, and they were very happy to just kind of blitz X7 in a way which we hadn't really seen from GameWard, because normally they're a little more passive, like you say, they're almost kind of a tactician team. Usually they'll avoid conflict, but in that X7 game, they were very happy to just pull the trigger, fight, and still achieve all of their objectives that they would normally go about without trying to look for fights anyway.
Now, skipping a bit forward, though, GameWard versus BDS Academy. What are we expecting? Are we expecting bloodbaths?
I'm definitely expecting bloodbaths, and the thing here is that I agree with Jamada, and I think one of the big factors on the fact that GameWard actually functioned the way they did had to be their jungler, Akabane. This guy was on fire start to finish. He was scene champion, he was killing champion. I think Jamada said something over in rehearsal when he was like...
He just decided to cosplay 2019 Canyon. That's basically what he decided to do.
And the other thing is like, they just literally just played mid-game because early game was already done by Akabane himself.
Yeah, if you win the early game because you just have the better jungler, then I guess you just jungle diff, I guess. Yeah, it's the most broken role in the game, and Akabane was definitely showing off that. I agree as well. I played the role. He was
weird flex, but okay.
But he was really, you know, a step above Viking in this series, and I think, you know, Shio as well on the opposite side sure had a very good series, but I think Akabane, the fact that we got to see more of a carry-orientated performance is probably the biggest differentiator, because we don't get to see that too frequently, especially this summer. It's a lot of facilitators usually.
Exactly, and I agree. I mean, think of all the champions, like the Setuanis, the Trundles that people like to say, the Poppies that people like to say. I just literally named the entire champ pool of Shio. But like Akabane goes towards the Wukong, he goes towards the Vi, and look at the numbers. For a jungle to pull 504 damage per minute is absolutely absurd. And the difference between the two junglers behind me is that Shio is a lot more utility champion-based jungler, because he has such strong solo lanes. All he has to do is shadow them, create engages, and disengage for his team. But Akabane here is the true carry. Talking about Shio facilitating.
Yeah, he's facilitating something.
I mean,
that was unfortunate.
How to become the better jungler? How to become the better jungler is just don't let the other jungler play at all.
Yeah, I mean, it's a very solid tactic, and I mean, especially in the context of this draft, you're playing against just Jarvan as the primary engage and you're on Poppy, you don't let Skeens have fun in this series. He really didn't throughout. And yeah, I think Shio, like you were saying, Trouble, I think the fact that BDSA have such strong solo laners in particular really sets you up, and I think when you sort of take a step back and look at how BDSA were prioritizing picks as well throughout that series, I think the fact that they were leaning on Azir so frequently to kind of just give themselves pretty much dedicated mid lane shove kind of gives Shio the ability to not only, like we were kind of talking about, go towards Adam, which they've loved to do, but in this series as well, go towards Crowley and Erderte. And I think just having that open map and freedom to kind of do whatever you want on these facilitators to set up your laners just makes it so easy.
Now, I do wonder how this is going to play out, because I saw only one champion from Shio, and I saw one champion being on top for Akabane. Like the matchup between the Poppy and the Vi. Yeah, from what I know from experience, you don't have a good time as a Vi.
It's fine, because you can open up with your R on the AD carry. Poppy's not always going to be there to press her W in time. But talking about the Vi, I think it's one of the most broken current champions on the patch because of how easily she can gank in that early game. She's basically the new Zinzao, just better, because she can reach that backline with the ultimate. Now, fun fact, it's not just Akabane that plays the Vi. Shio plays the Vi as well. And second fun fact, they are both 100% win rate on the champion throughout their entire career, not just the EU Masters.
It's a broken champion, and I mean, I wonder if that means now. I wonder if now that means we're going to get a whole bunch of like sort of pretty much first pick ban prior on it. And the other thing as well was Diazir, because that had a lot of prior in the BDSA series, like I was talking about earlier. I think that the fact that they've kind of shifted to that a little bit in groups, they only played it once, but then the fact that they had such high priority in it in that matchup in the quarterfinals kind of makes me wonder, are they going to try and run the same strat just to have a consistent mid-shove? Because we've definitely seen Chocolate on a lot of majors that will mostly buy space, and then occasionally his sort of handshake champions like the Silas or the Akali.
Oh, the Swain,
and, you know, Silas, rather Azir, can kind of struggle into those picks, but I think if BDSA want to, again, have that open map, then it's definitely a pick they're going to look to lean on and consistently prioritize early on.
Yeah, and I just really like the fact that if you're putting your jungler on facilitating picks, you need that priority mid lane, as you previously said, Jamada. So having that Azir there to constantly push, that means that not only you're allowed to pull ganks with your jungler or invades, but you're also uninvadable yourself. Talking about invades, a lot of priority, Kalista comes into play because it gives perma prior to that freaking bot lane. She's such a strong level 1 champion that if played correctly through that bot, through that level 1, you can dictate the entire pace of how the bot lane is going to go. Now, quick maths here, 70% plus win rate for his entire career for the set of Inex. Crownshot has not touched the champion in EU Masters or LFL. So clearly here we might see a ban thrown away towards Inex.
So we have a lot of information now. We talked about the champs, we talked about the teams, and we are almost ready for our first pick and ban. And I think it's a good time to start talking about what are we expecting from tonight. Are we expecting a full 5 game? Are we expecting a sweep with a 3-0? Tro, I'm going to start off with you. What are your expectations for tonight?
I want this to be a very close series. But
watch out what you say, what you're going to say now.
But I feel like BDSA do have the upper hand, especially how I saw them play in their particular series. I feel like their map movement is so freaking strong, and if they do manage to shut down Akabane in the early game, it's not going to look pretty for Game Ward at all. So I'm going to go for a BDSA win, but it's going to be 3-1.
Jawado, we've been spoiled, unfortunately, with your prediction. Elaborate on the BDSA pick.
Nice copy right there, Jawado.
Thank you, except I think it's going to be a 5-game series. As much as I very highly rate BDSA's ability to play the game, and I've definitely been very sold on their sort of typically solo lane and high-tempo gameplay with Shio kind of facilitating the lanes, after what I saw from Game Ward in the quarterfinals, I actually feel like they might be able to go toe-to-toe with them. But I think the outcome will be that BDSA comes out on top. I just don't think that BDSA are always going to have the answer to everything that Game Ward potentially have prepped for us, because we have to remember, we haven't really seen Game Ward be stress tested so far this tournament. Even, you know, the only time you can maybe mention it is play-ins where they went 2-1. But even then, since they've made it to main, they've gone undefeated. They took out X7 3-0, who most people thought were going to win the series in the first place.
Both these teams haven't suffered a loss yet this main stage, so it's kind of interesting to see how they will, you know, cope after a loss, because one of them is going to lose game 1.
Now, the very interesting thing is that when none of these teams has had a best-of-5 series, like Zamada said, they haven't been tested, which means there might be a bunch of champions that they have left. And, of course, when you're playing a semi-finals, you're looking towards the finals as well, and you don't want to reveal every single card that you've got in your sleeve. But if it goes to all 5 series, you bet that both teams will want to pull that card out.
And if you might be wondering why I chose Game Ward, that is basically because Chocolate said I was a clueless caster, so I don't know what I'm talking about. So we're close to the start of game number 1, so let's head it over quickly to our casters. Wow. Ox. It's Ox, Oshin, and Amira for Champ Select. I'm so sorry, Dad, for butchering your name.
I love
how to name.
Yeah, I was going to say, if anyone's name, I was going to say, we're far more intriguing.
I feel like people butcher your name when intriguing.
Yeah.
Simple. I might be simple, but intriguing.
Your literally Twitch name is Ox was taken. Done.
Well, it was.
Welcome, one and all, back to the Amazon E-Masters. We are starting up our first semi-final, first game of our semi-finals. And look, we talked about it, LFL Powerhouse. They've performed it again.
I still think there's a little bit to be proven. I think there's, BDSA, I think they definitely come in as the heavy favorites. But Game World are no spring chickens.
Yeah, because we have two teams. There's actually a lot of momentum coming into this, right? I think that BDS Academy, they were the winners of the LFL Redemption match when you had Vitality B versus BDS Academy, two teams which actually from the LFL hadn't found the successes that they wanted to. BDS Academy crushed that quarterfinals. They're coming in with a massive head of steam, but they've got to go up against Game World, which have been having their own kind of rolling momentum too. They came in from play-ins, and they continue to grow on strength and strength.
Yeah, I just think the crazy thing is that both of them came out with that 3-0. Game would have dropped one game, and with BDSA, it's none. I just feel like both of them are such on mad tears. It's going to be such a clash between them, and these two fantastic teams are getting to see it today.
And it's again just kind of adding more and more power to the LFL. It feels like they're going to have all the Infinity Stones.
Pretty good.
They're all right. You know what I mean? Well, look, I'm going to go ahead and say it. They might become the LCK of EU Masters, where they get a lot of teams to finals, maybe not win. We'll have to wait and see. But I like to keep it a little bit open for that one.
You can't miss an opportunity.
No, I always have to. It's so fun. So fun to do it. You got to get the interactions up. Anyway, going back into it, I do think that Game World have got a lot of strengths to their play. I think obviously the one that we always look towards is Shekelad in that mid lane, but the way the meta is kind of sitting right now, it does feel like it's not about what you do in lane per se, but how you use that momentum in the other stages of the game.
Yeah, and it does really give a lot of value to have multiple directions you can go. And I think actually out of the LFL teams, Game World were the most versatile in terms of going towards different sides of the map. I was chatting to Rudude, who's one of the LFL English casters, said they're the big thinkers of the LFL, and they can just look at your team comp and say, that's a loss condition. If we do this, you just lose. And they're very good at kind of like doing this great kind of mental gymnastics or, okay, not that, other mental things which kind of lead them to the victory. Strategizing. I was going to say,
that's when they lose, and in their head they're like, we won.
But they're very good at kind of looking at your team comp and seeing their path to victory. Whereas on the other side, BDS Academy, they were this team that seemed a bit more one track. They were a bit more like we play through top lane. But even then, in their quarterfinals, they showed a massive amount of development. I think the versatility from both of these teams will be on show in this best of 5.
And it'll be interesting to see what take we have on it. It'll obviously be quite dependent on draft. I think first bans, we saw pretty consistent things out of the bans from both teams. Kalista was something that was heavily prioritized by Crowny, and Caitlyn was something heavily prioritized by Crowny, and the Kalista was so frequently banned against Inax.
And I think actually with that Caitlyn, very interestingly, it was BDS Academy, if we're talking about that versatility, which they started to show in the quarterfinals. It's Crowny doesn't typically do early game as of this summer. In spring, definitely did a little bit more. They played a lot more towards that 2v2 in the first half of the year, but then coming into this bit, playing towards that Caitlyn was not something that I expected. Now, it didn't really work out in the way that we normally expect Caitlyn to in terms of crushing lane advantages, but the fact that they were going towards that in the first place was a big difference for them. If they have any of their champions in the pocket to do the same, very interesting to see them pull that out.
Yeah, interesting. Something we haven't seen in the bans is the Azir. Both teams have heavily lent on that in their quarterfinals, so it could be something the BDS Academy prioritize here and try and deny away from Shekelad. And obviously a lot of AD carry bans coming through, especially with the fact that we've seen Zeri nerfed. I mean, Civ is still open and available. We could see them go in various directions.
Yeah, that is it. Completely agree with something in the quarterfinals that we were screaming at Vitality B. Just ban it. Just get rid of it. If your team plays Azir, it should be banned against you. Rika had that insane quadra kill.
Oh, that's so good.
And honestly, I think that was the play of the tournament. It was all the eye candy, all the damage.
Play of the tournament so far.
So far. Yeah. I like how you think. But either way, looking at Shekelad now, and while he has had a versatile champion pool as well, can maybe pull out something like a Swain to try and threatened there, but I'm really wondering now what Game will do about this mid-jungle, because you tend to lose prio against that Azir. You need to have something to combat him and maybe force some kill threat.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing is obviously a lot of people talked about how the meta, especially before Zeri was nerfed, obviously we are on 12-16, we did change patch for knockouts. With Zeri nerfed, that has moved a bit away from that bot lane meta being as much of a focus, but it still is very centric towards it, and mid lane priority is so vital in leaning towards that bot lane. Having a Civ AD carry is great in terms of scaling, but if she falls behind because the enemy team has control of mid, you'll be in a rough spot.
Yeah, because when you are when you're trying to like just pile on bot side, and let's be honest, both of these AD carries have been late game insurance. They have loved to get those that ability to carry in the late game. It really was in the quarterfinals where BDS Academy showed that they played towards that bot lane themselves with stuff like the Azir prior playing out. At least now we're starting to see Game World pick in an interactive mid-jungle 2v2 that can brawl with the enemy jungle, the enemy mid lane early on.
Yeah, and it's interesting actually that we see the Sejuani come out. We often actually saw BDS Academy banning Trundle so they could pick either the Poppy or the Sejuani. They opted to go for the Wukong ban instead. They still go for the Sejuani, so obviously Trundle, a great target to ult to be able to get all those stats. Now, something I do want to note is obviously there still hasn't been an AD carry pick for the side of BDS Academy. No bot lane picks at all, so Game would expect to target away that pool and start off with that Renato.
Yeah, so got a lot of playmaking actually on both sides already right now in terms of that top side. Of course, we've lost noticed the Sejuani flex as well between jungle and top. It has just been Adam going towards that Aatrox. Actually, Adam, another player I really want to highlight as well, because in groups, he was arguably the best performing player across the entire tournament. Had some incredible plays, got a pentakill, first of their competitive career. But coming into the quarterfinals, they succeeded in a different way. It wasn't through 1v1s, huge lane advantages. It was turning up to the team fights and just mauling through them. They played stuff like the Aatrox with the Soraka as well in the support, and just allowed Adam to be more of a 5v5 menace, which is not necessarily where we'd seen him go towards before. Locking in the Aatrox again, maybe signaling again more of that team fight value.
Yeah, and I mean, they actually ban away the Yuumi, but if there's any picks like potentially the Renekton, which you don't want Game Mode to get the hands on into the Aatrox, now's the time where you can sort of look to target and ban those away. We do see supports trim pretty heavily, so Lulu actually being taken off the cards, and I think that's something to mention for Camilius. In their quarterfinals, despite the fact we've seen a big heavy lean more towards enchanters towards the end of the split, Camilius was like, no, I don't care about that. I'm playing my Amumu, I'm playing my Leona. I want to be aggressive in set of plays. And of course, he has played those enchanters as well, but I feel like that diversity in the pool is going to do so much for them.
And what that led to, because they were against X7, of course, was when you saw the enemy team lock in that Yuumi and go, oh wow, we're going to scale, you just roam across the map and you end the game before they're even relevant. So if we're looking at this game again, where we're looking at this draft and say, okay, huge tanky front line on top side, range to play around with Sejuani or Azir. If you're playing towards an enchanter there, if you lock in the engaged support last and you ruin the game early, maybe that stops BDS Academy getting off the ground.
This is an interesting one looking at the side here from Game War. They're actually going for the Akali into it. So they're quite AP heavy, kind of saying to themselves, look, we got solo lanes that can make work. We got things that can get the good matchups because they saw the solo lanes so early.
Yeah, I mean, the Akali is obviously something that we've seen Melonic lean on before in the top lane. Obviously, typically a mid lane pick, especially in things like Sylas, but can be a really potent threat onto that backline. I think ultimately that is something that Game would need to get on, especially with this Aphelios coming in. The backline DPS is so good for BDS Academy. They want to lean into those front to backs, and really for Game Wood, it's about breaking that open when it comes to those fights.
Now, I actually wonder if this is the angle for start locking in something like an engaged support on the side of BDS Academy as well, particularly if you have this quite volatile top side of the map, and you've got the Ahri and the Akali, which are very mobile but can get shut down. But instead, they're not going towards something which is more roam heavy. It is going towards that late game insurance, which they have been more typically known for. And on the other side, Camilius bring out the Amumu, which we saw so much of in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, honestly, I feel like with the Tahm Kench, especially with the lean towards enchanters, I feel like a lot of players have gone, okay, let's pick something to scale. But Camilius, as we said, has been someone who has lent into being that aggressive play, and Game would have given themselves this composition where they want to set the pace of the game. They want to be trying to aggress the enemy team, which is why the Tahm Kench makes a lot of sense, being able to shut that down and provide that safety net.
Particularly with a lot of the meta, at least within this tournament, being about find your first target, kill your first target. If you're going to put a Trundle on someone, start firing at them with the Amumu and the Akali, whatever else, piling onto the same target, the Tahm Kench can stop that in the tracks, buy space for the Aphelios, for the Azir to reset the fight and blow it open.
Both teams locked and loaded now coming into the Game 1 rift of Game 1. And I think if you're looking at both teams, they've kind of gotten what they want. They've gone with what they've worked out is working for them so far this tournament. And neither side is going to really be unhappy. I think you've got big carries for both sides in the solo lanes. And again, big hard engage coming out from the big guys you always look towards, being, of course, Camilius and, of course, the Sejuani on the side for BDS.
Yeah, and I really think those solo laners, which you're pointing out there on BDS Academy, they had such a good quarterfinals that they are the ones to watch for me on that side. On the other side, I'm looking at jungle support. I'm looking at this Trundle and the Amumu. I think they should be able to leverage their early matchups and start shutting down those solo laners before they do what they did, of course, in this quarterfinals. They wrecked house.
Yeah, and I feel like if we get to the late stage of the game and we don't see Game Wood having pushed the pace forwards, if we don't see the successful plays from the jungle and the support, that's where things start to get problematic, right? Because you're diving in, the Aatrox and the Azir can have so much value in those scenarios. Aphelios is a fantastic anti-dive champion if you can stay alive. And if you go behind, it's going to be so difficult as you are so short-ranged.
And that's something that Vitality B tried to do and failed versus BDS Academy.
Quite spectacularly.
Because they were a team, we thought that would be a 5-game series. Thought it was going to be Vitality B just skill checking all the time, playing through aggressive mid jungles, which of course we have another one here. Got Trundle and Ahri, love to fight early. If you don't do that again here, Game World are going to be in trouble. We've already seen that on paper versus their team they're pulling it out against.
Yeah, I think the big thing now is, again, like you said, it comes down to execution. It's about how you end up using those tools that you have built for yourselves. The Amumu, fantastic early engage, really powerful CC that can do so much alongside the Trundle, but we'll see if they're able to kind of catch themselves out. But we are jumping onto the Rift for game number 1, but before we can get into the action, do not forget to claim your August/September League of Legends monthly capsule for all of the Prime shoppers out there for your chance to get RP, Mythic Essence skins, and more.
And more.
There's more.
Wow.
I don't know what more, but there's more.
Maybe you too could know more if you're a primer. Maybe no.
But there's no Prime League here. This is all LFL. This is all LFL.
So funny thing you mentioned that. That is brutal. However, something that Dino was saying on the quarterfinals, really credit to him for coming out with this one, is that it kind of feels like Game Ward are actually kind of like a Prime League super team from an alternate timeline. Actually, every single member of Game Ward used to be on a Prime League team. You had Akabane and Melnick that were on Berlin International Gaming. You had a couple of them Mouse Sports as well. They might be taking down a first kill.
Yeah, Dote, he's not going to bother flashing. He knows he's dead. And he's just going to fall down. The Amumu will get a second bandage stops between Reeker's probably going to lose his one. Never mind. Oh. And this is the Game Ward, the support and jungle you were just talking about.
Exactly. You have to get these early leads in a way that Vitality B couldn't do versus BDS Academy. Quarterfinals, just a minute and a half into Game Ward of the semis. Game Ward strike hard and they strike fast.
And I'm going to be real. Trundle plus Amumu, so good in their level 1 invades, but that one wasn't just Game Ward setting up a good play. Edote walked into that. The fact that you have the guaranteed Fog of War bandage toss, Edote's dead for sure, but the fact that Rika also goes down is an absolute disaster. And I think now he's going to have to burn TP to get to lane. He did. Yeah, going to be at such a deficit from minute 1. This is exactly what Game Ward needed.
Yeah, and though you have lost your flash on the Trundle, I don't think you give monkeys about that. You've got now an Ahri that can very much threaten Rika in that mid lane. Especially with getting the early control in the first level, particularly between Ahri and Azir in that matchup. You are looking to see what damage can be put down by the Azir at that level 1. The first couple of trades in that lane can start controlling the tone of that lane.
Yeah, and I feel like if you destabilize mid lane for BDSA, like picking the Azir, you want to have that permanent prio where possible, you want to have the control and stop Shekelad from moving. Anything that upsets that gives more play-making potential over to the side of Game Ward, gives them more opportunities to set things up and find favor.
And actually, I think that goes into a larger conversation about stability, actually, because BDS Academy, everything was very stable and under their control in the quarterfinals. It was only really Game 3 where things got a little bit awkward when there was the Skander's Renekton game, where it got very difficult through that top side of the map. Outside of that, it was absolutely breezy for them. They've managed to control that early game, particularly through their solo lanes, having good priority, outlaning, and then, of course, Shio having an incredible series, too. But he is on the Sejuani, waiting to really scale up to a point where he can go a little bit further and a bit more aggressively. And Game Ward have not been giving them the option to so far.
Akabane just kind of putting himself now behind the turret. This is a dive option. Again, not a lot to do here for Crowny and Erdote, but the red gun keeping him at arm's length. They are going to lose a significant wave now coming into bot side.
And it's one of the big things since Tom Kench got that rework where the Devour went onto his ultimate. Pre-6, you don't actually do that much for your AD carrier to aggress on. Like, if you can land a W, sure, you can find a way to defensively peel, but you have to be so cautious about aggressive plays like that. They don't miss out on too much. They do have the power to ward them off, and Shekelad wasn't in a position to roam, but I like the continued pressure coming out from Game Ward.
Yeah, and it's just, again, just making sure that BDS Academy can't get any easy leads through this bot lane. Of course, we do know that Crowny is an incredible late-game AD carry, especially during summer and spring. He was a little bit more focused on the early game, but for summer, BDS Academy found great success in just saying, all right, we're going to play through the top side of the map. That's where we're going to find our advantages. And then Crowny will be there later into the game.
It was a little close there. They wanted to try and put a ward down. They
felt the breeze on the back.
Yeah, I was going to say, they definitely felt the wind whisk past their butt cheeks as that one there. As we can see, the Shekelad lands a charm there onto Reeker, so this should just be a little bit of harassment from Shio and towards the mid lane. And it's actually interesting as well, because yes, we are seeing the trade-off on the top side of the map. It's very much a vertical jungling coming in right now, but it is about the difference in pressure that's coming out here from Game Ward. Game Ward are getting multiple ganks off, while the side of BDSA are just not really doing anything else. They're just getting the camps.
And it's exactly the right mindset as well. You can see that Shekelad back for Darksteel in the first back as well, which is something I'm a big advocate of, because if you're trying to snowball through a snowbally top side of the map, looking for the fights, using a higher target access to start getting kills early, then you want to make sure you double down on that, particularly in this composition. As we're talking about, stability is the name of the game for BDS Academy. Game Ward are the ones with the onus on them to really do something. So again, right mindset being shown through by Game Ward.
And I'm going to say, though, despite the fact that we've seen a lot of attention put towards the bot lane, Crowny's doing fine in terms of farm. Crowny hasn't died again. They still have all summoners. And I think there is going to be a window when Shekelad hits 6 before Edote has his 6 that you can potentially look to try and set up a slow stack into a dive bot lane. I would love to see them capitalize on that window, because I feel like, you know, despite the good effort from Game Ward, outside the initial invade, they haven't achieved too much. And BDS are probably fine with this, especially when you see how the top lane matchup is going up. Adam has really been bullying out Melonic with this comment on the Aatrox.
It's not like Emilius has managed to get out on the map either, is the Amumu. Amumu. We saw that a lot in their quarterfinals versus Vitality B, just showing their head mid, seeing if they can blow a flash, see if they can get the kill there. It's not really happened. So now we have just about even farm in that mid lane. Of course, Adam doing his thing and just being an incredible individual laner as well. Got a significant CS lead in isolation towards that top side. And I am really looking to see what Camilius can do. Finally, Phantom Stealth onto the map, hanging around this mid lane, but Rika has flash and all. It's hard to find anything here.
Need a flash charm, you would imagine, to make something work. Speaking of flashes, Adam, very aggressive on that top side. Actually loses his summoner, but just gains a little bit of harassment, trying to use that World Ender advantage over Melonic, just not quite making it stick.
Yeah, I mean, trying to get that third Q to finish him off. He has so much pressure in this lane, but does overstep a bit, and it burns a lot of cooldowns to try and find it. Ultimately, I don't think much punish is going to come out. The fact he has a Hex Drink means that Melonic, even with his level 6, doesn't have too much kill pressure. And right now, Akabane is behind because he spent so much time in the bot lane, still level 4. So Adam has the freedom to go for aggressive plays like this.
I think you see Melonic without teleport and just like, okay, let's see if we can take a good enough trade to make sure they can't stand the turret. I think at that point, Adam is realizing that the play is probably not going to be happening around topside for a little while. Of course, now he won't have flash for something like a Herald fight, should it come to it. But still, trying to find those micro advantages to get the most out of this laning phase. Again, just taking the HP advantage.
Yeah, and I think another place where I see the HP advantage is in mid lane. Shekalad not having a fun time right now. He has hit level 6. He does have that ultimate ability, but you're not getting a window to move. Rika has regained control of the lane and is applying so much pressure.
Now that is, I mean, I know you guys, the LPL guys, but remember when he played Victor, would just ult the wave to get prio? That's the Azir version of that. Just literally saying, you don't have teleport, get out of my lane, lose a cannon wave to tower. And Shekalad is now trapped in lane, but Game Water going bot side instead.
Yeah, they're going bot side. Dote's dead. There's nothing he can do, and Crowny's going to be next to follow. He's got a cleanse, he's got a flash, but why would you burn any of them? Double kill to Inax, and Game Ward have monopolized the bot side.
Yeah, such a good play from Game Ward. When everything felt it was spiraling out of control, mid was in a rough spot, top was in a good, rough spot, they find the window, the pocket of vision to lean through, and they get 2 kills for the Sivir of all champions.
Yeah, and I think looking at that play, you see Rika, massive control over mid. Shekalad is not going to be part of that play. Ari needs to reset unless they lose a huge cannon wave under that tower. But they just kind of lose control of the rest of the map and they're like, okay, so we've got this one lane sorted, and they forget about what's happening on the bot side. They don't have total information, full prey to Game Ward's aggressive plays.
Again, so far it has been BDSA kind of playing, again, both teams playing to the script we kind of saw from them right there. BDSA, we have strong solo lanes. We know we're going to have priority with the Aatrox and of course with the Azir as well, but on the other side of this, it's been the support in jungle. It's been the Trundle with this Amumu trying to just make moves, and they're still making moves because they don't want to give up this Herald for free. They're moving around now, and yeah, you can't fight this right now, Shio and Ardote. You have to try and back this one away. You do not have the priority in mid. Bandage Shot does come out, but maybe they're trying to go towards top lane. There is a tie on top, and that is going to be Adam picking up a kill. Almost a solo one. Didn't use, need the moves, but he hasn't got ultimate. He used it to clear the wave. Now Akabane's caught between a rock and a hard place. He's in the middle of the pit and nowhere to go. 2 quick kills. BDSA just using their priority better.
And Game Ward, they shift their focus from the bot side of the map to the top side of the map for the first time. And at that point, you realize, hang on, what's happening with this top lane? Adam is already so strong on this top side of the map. Completely flips the play on its head by taking Akali out of the equation and forcing Game Ward to respond.
Yeah, and I think a big thing as well was the decision making, because they actually send the Shekalad towards the bot lane. They don't want to give free plates over to the Aphelios. But the problem is, by doing that, you're down a member here, and especially with Adam completely outplaying Melonic on this one. Right, so you've already got your Ahri committed to the bot lane. The Akali has just died as well. Game Ward really in a rough spot after this one.
And they're trying to make more of it. You can see there the Ahri, who was in bot side, using that Spirit Rush to see if they can get something. They got a plate for Inax and Camilius, but outside of that, nothing really to be done. Spell Shield there, the Tongue Lash, but again, just not really finding the same kind of purchase. And despite the kill lead, we're looking at an even goal game.
Yeah, and I'm actually really looking forward to this, because I'm looking at both these teams, both coming in with a lot of momentum on kind of like a larger macro sense, how they've done in the tournament, how they've done in the split. Now in this game, these two forces heading towards each other have some of their strongest parts of their rosters now ahead. Adam, one of the best individual laners at the tournament, has an individual advantage on a champion that can really affect these team fights. On the other side, Inax, the guy that pentakilled Karmine Core to stop them getting to EU Masters, has their own lead. Both of them now have to outplay the other to try and run away with this game.
Heal there by Chocolate. He's really not enjoying this lane event. I will give him his due, fairness, its dues where they're due, but it is about keeping yourself. Yeah, I know, right? But it is about keeping up with the CS. We are going to see Shelly now drop down at the mid lane as Adam does join the rest of the party. It's a 3v3, so I don't think they're going to be able to get the full ward just yet. They really would love that Curse of Stat Mummy for Camilius. There's the Glacial Prison coming out to maybe try force something, but with the rest of Game Ward all corralling in, no one from BDSA wants that, but again, just kind of a overforce in the mid lane, but they still get the plates.
Yeah, but just the build up of pressure, right? The fact that Rika's had that lane advantage, the tower's already low, the Herald puts it to one plate, and Adam, something he's been known for from when he was in the LEC was fine. Oh, Engage comes in.
Engage comes in, and he is just locked down. Where are you supposed to go? It's a nice shuffle, but it ain't gonna do much for you. The Emperor has fallen, and Game Ward not to be done out in the solo lanes.
Okay, so Rika taken down. That's going to open up a Dragon for Game Ward. So again, while that mid play worked out very well, topside going poorly.
Oh, flash in. Adam looking for those sweet spots. You can see the perfect execution for Melonic. Can he get himself away? He cannot. Adam with the solo bolo.
Yeah, and Melonic is really struggling in this matchup. Wasn't even close to having kill pressure. Still the Hex Trinket in inventory for Adam. Just gets wiped off the map. Actually, Game Ward do get that Dragon. Definitely a solid one, but they are bleeding out in the top lane.
And that is a matchup they bought into. They knew this was the matchup. You know the player you're against. You know how well he's doing at this tournament. Melonic, who has so often been this role player for the team, really struggling. Luckily enough for him, this jungle support manages to go towards that mid lane, take down Rika. It gets them victories on the other side of the map, but this is starting to be a real problem point, especially with the power that Aatrox will have later into the game.
And this is kind of something because we saw BDSA being a top-side focused team. In the quarterfinals, they lent towards bot, and something they said in the interviews was, we felt like Adam could just handle his opponent, and it feels like this is a similar essence what we're seeing here.
Manhandling his opponent.
Absolutely. Adam feels so comfortable in this matchup, so they don't even need to invest too much attention there. They can focus on putting resources on the rest of the map, ensure that they know, Adam's coming out now 2-0 on the Aatrox, 20 CS lead, and has that Eclipse already finished. That aim does so much damage.
Yeah, it only gets worse from here. At that point, like, you sat at that, it's like, okay, the quick trades become actually half health trades, and that makes it very hard to have extended laning phases. You need someone covering for you. You need someone who's there to back you up. I'm expecting that this tower's going to go down with the next wave, the next two waves. Melonic really doesn't have much they can say about it.
It's a level and a half difference right now as Melonic looks to try
didn't do much.
Yeah, didn't do a lot. Well, he's got the Hex Drinker as well, so even in some surprise, he takes a couple of turret shots, everything that he still has that extra AP shield, so it's just going to be that little bit harder there for Melonic to really kind of bring this one back, but this is where you start to see the shot calling, shall we say, from Game Ward come into play. Do you try to dig out your top lane, or do you do what I think is what they're trying to do right now and just full in on bot side?
I think if you double down on top lane, things go from bad to worse. Aatrox is a notorious 1vx champion when they do get ahead, and they are very much ahead. Almost 3,000 gold up in the individual advantage. I think what Game Ward needs to do for a little while now is just make the game not about the Aatrox. You have a strong Sivir. You can force plays with the Sivir, and you've got Flash on your Amumi, plenty of ways to go out around the map. You have vision on the bot side of the map. There are ways you can start making plays, but you've got to make sure the Aatrox isn't influencing the game more than you are.
I just think the difficulty is, something I was trying to bring up before, is Adam, something he was so known for in the LEC days, is when he gets priority in his top lane, he will take any opportunity to move in, find roam angles, find ways to influence the rest of the map, and that's kind of what happens, right? He shoves the wave into Melonic, and then he moves down. He's with the team, trying to look for proactive plays, and this Aatrox Sejuani combo is so potent. If you can connect, stack up the passive, you're just going to get deleted.
And I mean, this is the big thing right now, as you were talking there, Nymera. It's about influencing the rest of the map. Not only do they get the turret, but they also get the Spirit Rush out of Chocolate. It shouldn't mean too much of a difference. They will have a Rift Herald maybe to fight now in 50 seconds, but about whether or not you want to fight it, that's a different story right now, because it does feel like BDSA, they've woken up, and Game Ward aren't happy about it. So they're going to try and force down this bot side. They're trying to jump in. Dote will use a Devour, but he hasn't been able to get fully away. He does still have Flash, but he got stopped by the pillar. He flashes away finally, but they've already taken down a kill. Another 3-man ultimate from Reeker, but Inax is untouched, and Inax is just moving forward. There's the Moonlight Vigil. There's the Akali trying to make this one work. Perfect execution, and Crown flashes away. Now Adam trying to see if he can bring this one right back. Get over here, and Adam gets a consolation prize.
All that craziness, there's only 3 people go down. Game Ward do find the advantage. They do find a window, but they don't have enough follow through, and Adam is there to shut any play down.
Exactly. This play is going great up until the Aatrox arrives. You need to make sure you finish off the play before Adam comes up to the party as well. That's the point where like your heads-up display changes. This is current mission, survive. BDS Academy trying to run out with this one, and it is a good cancel. They keep Erdodi in there, and as soon as you start stacking up the lethal tempo, you start getting loads of attack speed on Inax. This is a very winnable fight up until you chase into raid boss Adam.
Yeah, I mean, that's where it gets scary. They could have just taken the kills they got, but they overstep a bit too much. Akabane walking into the Aatrox just gets absolutely deleted. But I think it kind of shows what Game would want in their fights, right? When they're more spread out, when they're more chaotic, when you don't have the defensive wall for the backline of BDSA, that's where they can start to find favor, especially because Melonic joining the fight late on this Akali. Tom Kenchel already being down was able to just pick them apart, but still going to be struggling when Adam joins the fight.
And I mean, it's nearly a 3,000 gold lead, but that is just Adam right now. That is literally the Aatrox, nothing more. Because if you look at the way the gold distribution is on the bottom half of the map, you've got
Adam has a bigger lead than his team.
I was going to say, yeah. Adam has a bigger lead than anyone else combined but on his team, but like it is just kind of about getting this Sivir up to 3-4 items, and it is kind of moving towards that point for Game Ward. They just need to make sure, as you mentioned, stay away from the Aatrox.
It's like in a Pokemon game where you have a really over-leveled starter, and it's like, we should go do this battle. It's like, no, we're going here, but I'm meant to be the Pokemon trainer. You are nothing.
He decides where and when, but that's the big thing now. It's got to be on Game Ward to be creative, to find these moments where they can maybe get a fight, or where it's on their terms, away from Adam, who doesn't have teleport. They now know he's coming in towards this Baron pit with Shelly, so they're going to back themselves away immediately. Like we just said, you do not want to mess with this guy at all.
Yeah, but you see, so BDSA are trying to force him away from the Herald while Shio solos out the Dragon. So BDSA are posturing aggressively, but they don't have the numbers to actually fight this. Adam's really trying to do a lot of work, and Erdodi is there if he does get caught by a charm to pull him out, and that is enough to force the reset in the Herald. So now Dragon will be picked up by BDSA, and the Herald is being stalled.
Yeah, but like, look at these items already. You've got double MR coming out of Adam on the Aatrox. You sat there and one charm lands, you're like, okay, so I'm walking towards you a little slower now. There's no real damage that comes after that point, and it allows BDS Academy to position so aggressively at this point. Even with the Trundle ult thrown down, Adam will survive long enough. Now, they have managed to stay on the top side of the map and trade well enough to keep on this Herald. BDS Academy not ready to let it go.
Yeah, they're moving over to Collapse here. The Herald will be taken, but the big thing here is that you see the mid-wave being pushed in. If they force Game Ward to move up to the top side of the map, they're looking for more.
Yeah, Melonic just kind of bit off more than he could chew, and he's on a one-way mission right now. They're already covering off his escape path right now, kind of saying, look, you're going to go somewhere, and it ain't back towards your base. He's going to try and be as much of a disruption as he possibly can, take out as many minions as he possibly can, and most importantly, I was going to say not give over a kill to a carry, but Reeker does pick it up.
Wait, Crowdy used ult for that.
Yeah, he wanted the kill.
He didn't get it.
He still wanted the kill. I don't care if he got it or not. He wanted the kill. Yeah, again, like, God loves a trier.
I will say, though, I feel like for BDSA, you could have just pushed up mid there, right? You had them completely routed. That tier 2 mid could have been taken instead, which I think would have been more valuable. Maybe tunnel vision a bit on the kill, but they still get it, so definitely not a negative for them. But the Herald is now in the pocket of Game Ward, and I think especially when you're up against Nazir, who is so hard to move from when he's defending towers, getting onto that mid lane tier 1, taking it down would do so much for them.
Yeah, and they had, you know, BDS Academy still have priority, right? As much as they can run across the map and get these free kills, they have the luxury to do that because you're never losing push in that Aatrox lane. Nazir is very happy to be sat there with someone hovering in the lane, so Game would have very limited opportunities to put this Herald down in a good situation. Now, if they find a fight first, maybe they can snowball it.
They can look for it. It's a bit of a 4v3 at the moment. Erdodi has nowhere to go. TP coming in. That's going to be the Aatrox trying to make
Double
something
TPs.
work. It's a double TP. Reeker's here first, and now Adam's on the backside. He's going to be huge, and they can get on top of him. They try and stun him down, but he's just got so much magic resistance. He's got so much damage. Inax has nowhere to go. The Akali picks up one. That's the Aphelios traded back.
He's so low.
Look at Adam. So low. Finally goes down, and Melonic has joined the fight. He's continuously trying to make this Akali work. It ends up being a 3-for-3 as both teams end up throwing everything at it.
I cannot believe that was an even fight in terms of kill. I mean, the term raid boss, very, very applicable there. But Inax doing so much, no flash. He was dead. Everyone watching knew he was dead, and he still tried to get every little bit of damage out that he could.
And honestly, I was getting flashbacks to the quarterfinals. Remember that quadra kill comes in from one of these great double teleport plays. BDS Academy, they managed to just buy enough time with the tankier members on the bot side to corral Game Ward into the right spot, but even with that, you still got this Sivir doing big damage. And then Inax manages to get just enough done to make this into an even DPS race.
I feel like this situation, look at him. In melee range of Aatrox and Sejuani, but still, he comes out, getting as much damage as possible.
Roll, by the way.
And puts him down to enough health, gets him low. And the big thing to think about is this was an even fight in terms of kills. But Game World were down in gold, so it does favor them. And also, they burnt those double teleports. Inax still has his flash because it wasn't available in that fight. So Game World feeling pretty happy with the outcome of that one.
Still got to be very, very careful. I will give massive props to Melonic, who was suffering, shall we say, in that top side. Picked up a good few kills. Is definitely not keeping it going, as we're going to see now Akabane having to flash away, or Dote trying to use them from the depths to make something work there, as Shelly gets to bop her head into that mid tower.
So actually, what we're seeing here with the Herald is going back to what we were saying before that last big fight, was actually saying, actually, Game World don't have great options to put the Herald down. They're likely going to be pushed in on multiple lanes. But I like what they did there, because they look for the fight, even if it's down in gold, even if it's a little bit off kilter. But they do that just to try and secure the map, at the hopes of having a big power play. I think, again, it's the right mindset, particularly now that they're starting to fall behind in this game. But make no mistake, they're still falling behind in this game.
Yeah, it's BDSA with their solo laners having a significant lead. Pretty much, if you look at the way the gold difference is, it's literally about 1,000 in mid, 500 in jungle, nearly 3,000 in the top side. But the longer the game goes on, the more this Sivir becomes relevant. The more that this Sivir will just start. Because again, yes, you have a massive amount of damage and magic resistance on Adam. You have no armor. You have absolutely none. So you will be shredded by a 3-item Sivir.
Yeah, he's going towards that. And obviously, a big thing for the Sivir is like 4 items. 4 items when you have your Infinity Edge and your LDR complete is where you start to really shred through things. So Inax at that point can absolutely massacre, but it comes down to him being able to position these team fights against the strength of BDSA. And right now, both teams are posturing for this dragon. BDSA have control of the wave in mid, and Game World, they have to respond, so they'll be pulled out the river towards there.
And it is, again, one of those more emotive points, right, where you have Adam on with this lead player that really wants to reprove himself. This ex-LEC player who's at the heights of Europe, and then Inax on the other side, who strived so hard this year. It might come down to this fight, Aatrox versus Sivir. Round 3 fight.
Here comes a new challengers. We'll see what they want to go for. Again, this is only second dragon for both Game World or BDSAs, but they're going to go for it.
Yeah, TP coming on the flank. They're trying to find the angle, but Shekelat's caught.
Shekelat is caught. He's knocked up. He's CC'd down and killed. Adam, though, has been completely isolated, and now Reeker's been caught as well. He has to get devoured, so he doesn't go down. Crowny tries to get some damage, but it's equaled out by a little bit of honey fruit. You gotta love the fruits of the forest, as we can see there, with the Gravitum using so much, trying to flash in. Crown shot looking for something there. Crowny not quite able to go down, but they are going to lose Camilius on the side of Game Ward. So, Game Ward still looking to try and kite this one back. Inax trying to see if he can keep himself alive. They can't get onto the backside, and Inax all alone in the world. He flashes away. He's trying to outplay this. He is outplaying this, and he trades back Reeker. Really well played there by Inax, but he's all alone. He's going to try and make this one work. It's 2 tanks for the moment, but yeah, here comes Crown Shot, and there is the 8 coming in for BDSA.
So while we had this Sivir versus Aatrox, yeah, you've got some late game insurance in there too. Reeker and Crowny survived through the majority of that fight, and Game World, while they do try and outplay the range discrepancy, while they try and close that distance, BDS Academy, they close ranks, outplay the fight just about.
Oh, but what a heroic effort, because you got to think, if Inax had died sooner, if he hadn't taken out Reeker, Baron is up and available. It is a very fast Baron with an Azir and a Felios if they were still alive. So yes, BDSA get the dragon, they get the fight won, but Game World keep themselves in this game, and Inax is doing everything he can to try and make this go in their favor.
And this was the Sivir that felled Carmine Corp. Need we remind you, pentakill back in the LFL playoffs to secure their spot at EU Masters over the multiple time winning roster. And in this game, a lot of hopes now rest on this yet again. And it is only game 1. They've got a long way to go.
I was going to say, it's game 1 of a best of 5, but we are seeing massive performances so far from Inax, and even on the side of BDSA. Adam really coming to the forefront. His most picked champion in all of EU Masters Summer 2022. It has been such a powerhouse for him that you can see why. He's level 14. He's absolutely massive. He's 5 levels ahead of Camilius. As we can see now, Shio, he's got out here. He's going to be stunned up, taking a lot of harassment, but he's going to turn this one back around. I'm not caught.
Oh.
You are, and they're going to make this one kill work for them there as Adam flashes over the wall.
to try and make this one work for him. Reeker gets himself a shuffle, and Game Ward look like they have nowhere else to go. They've lost their bot lane. They don't have a defense.
And Inax doing everything he can, dodges away from the Emperor's Divide, but there was nowhere to position safely. Ends up in the middle of a bunch of BDSA walls, and they take him down. And now looking towards the Baron. Akabane does not have Flash, so it's going to be a bit tricky to get into the pit, but I feel like no, he's backing away, they're giving it up, so big advantage gain for BDSA. Without the Sivir, they don't have the teamfight power.
Trying to make your way through this BDSA comp is so difficult, and we haven't even had to see that from Game Ward. They've been the ones on the back foot.
Oh, Chocolate.
To that point, Chocolate very much on the back foot up here.
Yeah, he's on the back foot, and honestly, 1 foot in the grave, because he ain't going to be surviving that one there. Another kill to Adam, 5, 2, and 4. And the quiet carry, I gotta say, is Shiho, 2, 0, and 12. Been huge on this Sejuani.
Yeah, and I mean here, I feel like Game Ward were kind of testing the water here. Like, sure, we can throw some things at the Sejuani, see what we find, but instantly, BDSA pull the trigger. They call the TP in, they go for the aggressive play, and Inax here kites away from the Aatrox, but suddenly there's an Azir behind you, nowhere to go, and he just goes down.
Yeah, and the only reason you can see these solo laners making these big plays is because of this facilitating from Shio, and he's at it again.
Yeah, he's at it again, indeed. He's going to see Game Ward. They're just trying to run away. Honestly, they're just trying to get out alive with some kind of health bar. They won't go down just yet, and BDSA, they're just feeling comfortable. This feels like the game is all of a sudden gone from 2,000, 3,000 gold lead to a 7,000 gold lead now.
That's the thing, is we saw the gold lead kind of stagnate for a lot of the mid game, but here they've blown it open, and now with the Baron still in hand, they can start to try and take some structures and really extend it, start to put the pressure on a Game Ward.
And I really look at this game as a whole, and the level 1 was great from Game Ward, and we did see them try to rock the stability of BDSA's comp, but they managed to see it through those stormier waters, the BDS Academy, and they came out to a wonderful mid game. There really just isn't the scaling parity from Game Ward to deal with this team that's ahead.
It's a very deep TP, but I don't think you're going to be able to do anything because this fight's already started. Adam, solo, finally goes down. The Moonlight Vigil is good, but Camilius does not fall. Akabane uses the Subjugate to keep himself alive, and now they're onto the back side of this. You can see Melodic wants to try and get onto Crownie. He wants to get onto Reeker, who gets charged, and they're going to have so much more damage. Reeker goes down, but with the Shurima's legacy, they're just keeping everyone away. But BDSA, you've nowhere to go.
There's no exit here. They're trapped under the tower. They're going to try and brute force through Melodic, but Inax is hovering at the side. Buying time, trying to look for this one. Adote still has the gobble to play safety, so it would make it difficult to get onto Crownie.
It's so hard. It's a 3v3, but you don't really have the health bars to go for it. Chocolat, he has got him stunned down, but Crownie's got cleanse, so it's not going to work. And all of a sudden, with these baroned up minions, it's working against them.
Oh, they tried shooting their way out, change things up a little. Might not have an easy escape plan, but they get away with it just by pure firepower.
I mean, such a huge moment there for Game Ward. You could almost feel like it was going so well, considering Melodic TP'd so deep and the fight was still going in their favor. But they're just, BDSA are just so much late game insurance. It doesn't matter if you take down the right boss.
Yeah, I mean, they're doing such a good job of re-establishing themselves, grouping up around their carries, defending them, and the tower from Rika got so much value in that encounter.
And I'm looking actually between this series and this one game, and then what happened in the quarterfinals as well. BDS Academy have been so comfortable when they've managed to group up, when they managed to have these compositions, play through a range advantage, play through their carries, and bring it up against another LFL team in Game Ward. They are so comfortable with what's happened in the playoffs.
Akabane now going to find himself underneath the tower with a giant Poro running him down. As you can see, the wave was already prepped in. They're going to jump straight in on top of him. He's going to get the Subjugate down, so he's keeping himself alive just about. But Adam, being the Darkin of war that he is, shall bring him to a swift end. Chocolate now running in to plenty of interference. Inax having to use the On the Hunt as well, and Chocolate has to use the final little rush to get himself over the wall. It feels desperate. It feels like BDSA are just in total control. They're just picking off everyone as they try and just take away their jungle.
And it just feels like there's so much damage throughout, right? We've now seen Crownie pick up the Infinity Edge Rabadons for Rika, and Adam never stopped doing damage. He was doing tons of damage the whole game, so if anyone does end up out of position, even the tankier members, even Akabane, when he uses his ult on the Sejuani, goes down in just a moment.
Now you've got a soul point for BDS Academy. I'm not going to lie, I feel like the game could very much be over before the next dragon as well. Cloud Soul as it is, the most powerful soul in the game, so I've heard. Don't let Jamada hear that.
But hey, he'd be happy if you're saying that, right?
I was going to say, what do you mean? He'd love that.
That's the problem, because now I know that the next break is just going to be Jamada talking about the old Cloud Soul. But either way,
he'll look at this and go, look, the reason BDSA won is because they got Cloud Soul.
Okay. Do they get Cloud Soul? That's the questions we come into it. But yeah, I mean, right now, it does feel like for Game Ward, it's not just about killing the Aatrox or... Oh, Chocolate, my boy, my sweet summer boy. There's nowhere for you to go. There's nowhere for you to hide. You shall fall in the same state. But, oh, actually, whoa! Aphelios died, so I don't know how Crowny got caught, so that's actually a trade for 1-for-1.
Okay, so this is actually something we saw a little bit earlier into the game. Game Ward finally managed to find a little bit of a split fight. They group it up again, though.
Adam looking for more. Chameleon's forced to flash away. They've used the Subjugate as well. And it looks like they've already used so much, they couldn't really work that fight.
Yeah, I feel like it's just so difficult because, sure, you can hit Adam, and Inax does shred him at this point, but if you're hitting Adam, it's not just the fact that Adam can hit you, but Rika can also hit you. The short range of Game Ward kind of biting them in the back there, and even with the Aphelios down, even with Crowny, who was 8-2-5 prior to that death, down, it's still not enough.
Yeah, but again, we can kind of see the good and the bad of what's happening in the interactions between these two teams. Game Ward need the split fight, so you're not actually dealing with this range disparity. If they're not there, they don't get to use their range. That's great. Pick people off and use your better mobility. We saw that very briefly at the start, and then right after, you saw him group up, say, okay, this is how the fight doesn't want to go. But of course, managed to just about get away with it this time.
He was on vision. Chameleons was on vision. They knew he was there. That's just Crowny just not looking at the map, sadly, for himself, and does get punished for it.
We've all had the moment when you click the map and you're like, you know, there's a fight going top lane. I can't look at my character.
I play locked camera. And that's wise. You know what's going on. But yeah, look, it happens. It does delay a little bit of a push from BDSA, but they have total control around this Baron pit now. It's going to be so difficult for the side of Game Ward to really get some kind of a contest.
I think especially because Akabane, again, doesn't have Flash here. He can't get in the pit, right? That's why they're willing to go for this Baron. They have the DPS. They know they can't be a contest. Boom, it's done. Wasn't even anything Game Ward can do, and now it's an 11,000 goal lead. Another Baron where they can really start cracking open the base.
Inax is going to be a little bit caught out, though, for the moment. You can see Reeker moving his way now towards it. They've got Milana covering the mid lane, so it's a 5v4 for the moment, but you've already lost the on the hunt. So Inax is going to be relying on just his own Ghost to make sure he can get himself repositioned. Speaking of repositioning, Erdote going to be forced into a little bit of a fight right now. That's a great Moonlight visual, and now Adam moves forward and says, I do not care. Inax flashing away, trying to keep himself as healthy as he possibly can, because without the Sivir, you have no wave clear. There's a bit of a 1v1 happening in the jungle, but Inax gets jumped upon, and Inax gets taken down. Akabane tries to keep himself alive. Chocolate shall have no such luck as he's weighted by the Emperor of BDSA. Reeker kicks up that kill and ends up being a 32-minute game. No Cloud Soul, but BDSA looking super comfortable.
Yeah, and now they're just going to be able to end it and once again continue their undefeated streak. BDSA still yet to drop a single game in the Summit EU Masters.
And look, Game Ward came in with a plan. They had a level 1. They got a fantastic level 1. But it just wasn't enough. Adam and Reeker are just too good. They're just too strong.
And they also had the tools for the job, the right tools for the job, because if you're playing this Game Ward composition, you have to blow open early. And they got about half of the way there. They got that level 1. They didn't quite manage to just put the nails into that coffin. I wonder if we'll start seeing them trying to match scaling a little bit more. Maybe ban the Azir. I would really like them to ban the Azir. I don't think you can let that go through P1. Lots of things to be addressed. It is one game. They get to adapt. And they will have to show their adaptation, which they've shown in LFL.
Yeah, I think we all saw the solo lanes be an issue, the Azir being a problem, but the Aatrox, the Akali didn't work as an answer. Like, yeah, there was moments for Milonic where in fights when he joins lane, he could be relevant, but that lane matchup was not pretty.
No, it really, really wasn't. It really felt like it just was BDSA having stronger solo lanes at the end of it, despite showing all their hands at the start. But they stay unbeaten in this tournament and lead the series 1-0. We got a very entertaining game 1, so you should stay tuned for more after a short break.
Forever, I'm about to go down. Make money, money, make money, money, money. 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 Hustle, 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 hustle. You should already know. You should already know. Hustle, 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 hustle. Yeah. There's more money to blow. There's more money I gotta hustle, 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 hustle. Till I get that gold. Till I get that gold. Hustle, 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 hustle. Yeah. I make money, money, make money, money, money.
We ain't come to play, we don't run away. We gon' elevate, watch us elevate. We on a mission, yeah. We on a mission, yeah. We ain't come to play, we don't run away. We gon' elevate, watch us elevate. We on a mission, yeah. We on a mission, yeah. We on a mission. Crushing every bit of competition. We on a mission. Know that there's no competition. We on a mission. Crushing every bit of competition. We on a mission. Know that there's no competition. We on a mission. We ain't come to play, we don't run away. We gon' elevate, watch us elevate. We on a mission, yeah. We on a mission, yeah. We ain't come to play, we don't run away. We gon' elevate, watch us elevate. We on a mission, yeah. We on a mission, yeah. We on a mission. Crushing every bit of competition. We on a mission. Know that there's no competition.
Welcome back to the Amazon European Masters, where BDS Academy takes the lead after what was a very bloody first game in the best of 5 against Game Ward. Game Ward had a strategy prepared for this game, but it didn't work out for them, did it, Trouble?
Well, do I have to bring the bad news first, like always? I feel like we mentioned how Akabane is like this gear that gets Game Ward rolling, and especially in that level 1 invade where Game Ward get 2 kills, I'm like, it's over. Because Trundle can get bot quadrant of Sejuani, sprint it over to his red buff, and then not allow a single second quadrant to the Sejuani at all, especially since they had that mid lane prior, as we see the replay of what happened level 1 again.
Yeah,
and I'm a little bit disappointed. He just didn't push his advantage at all in the early game.
Yeah, it felt like, especially once you see this, right? It's like we kind of spoke about in the pre-show how we kind of expected Akabane to be that same kind of high tempo, like impact on the lane 24/7. And sure, like stuff like this is great. You deny away the way from Crowny and Erdote, but again, I think also trying to also shut down Shio at the same time, you can still do a lot of that. Crowny and Erdote are always going to be in the disadvantage in the 2v2, and it was still nice at the very least to see Game Ward continually pressure the bottom side after that. but I felt like the way that they went about it didn't always yield them the best results, albeit we did see a pretty big lead for Inax eventually.
Yeah, and I get it. I see it. Getting your Sivir ahead is always really good, but you've drafted for a very powerful mid-jungle duo. You've got Trundle, who beats every single jungle 1v1 right now, and then you've got Ari, a really nice dueler in the sense of having a mage with you. You also have a Kali top lane after level 6. You can try and snowball her. So yes, you play through your Sivir, but then your other lanes that can spike at that level 6 got left behind in matchups that were not favorable at all to them.
Yeah. Sorry to cut you. It just felt really like they were in two minds with what they wanted to do with the game plan and the draft specifically, which we'll talk about later on, but more like they have two 2v2 solo lanes and then the bot lane, which sure they want to give resources to, which they did, but again, the solo lane suffered really heavily for it.
Then something you touched upon in the pre-show, Trouble, is I have to say Demon God, because Adam gets his Aatrox, and again...
Another solo kill.
Another solo kill, another dominating performance from the French top lane.
Okay, let's be honest. This one was not a solo kill because Shio comes in with the point-blank Sejuani ult, but he did get one later on. And again, Adam on Aatrox, so freaking good at the champion, and the fact that you put him into a lane versus an Akali and you give no attention towards the top side of the map. This is what we said that BDSA played towards Adam. They got him in a favorable matchup, a champion that he's very comfortable in. They kept the vision around him, they kept him safe for ganks, and he's able to snowball his own advantages. And mind you, whilst Crowny and Erdote were losing that bot lane, this guy kept the early game alive.
Yeah, I just kind of find it funny because you say they put BDSA, put Adam in this matchup. Oh god, he got picked into this.
Yeah, Melodic did this to himself.
Melodic did this to himself. And look at the stats. The stats kind of just speak for themselves.
I just want to remind everyone that his average damage on Aatrox was 640 damage per minute. This game alone was 775, 135 more damage if I'm good at math.
Yeah,
2.6k up at 14 minutes. And I agree with you. The fact that Sakali was picked into it, I feel like it put Adam in a pretty good matchup.
I mean, and this is what we talked about in the pre-show as well. Is like it's either top lane's going to be bot lane, mid lane's just going to do its thing, just scale up, just do Azir things in this case. Something we talked deliberately about as well. Now, seeing the adaptability on the other side, Crowny took a beating, in my opinion, Jamala.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of it had to do with things like the level 1. It's kind of harsh to be like, yo, Crowny didn't play the game particularly well.
He wasn't allowed.
He wasn't allowed to play the early game at all. So I think that's more credit to Game Ward. I think I find it more impressive actually that Crowny didn't actually end up getting shut down in the grand scheme of things, right? I think the freedom that he was actually allowed in the team fights, more so because of Adam just kind of being an unkillable demon god in the front line, kind of just meant, hey, he's playing Aphelios into basically a full team of champions, which he can almost always hit.
Yeah, and I think a lot of this game particularly reminded me of BDS versus Vitality B game 1, where Crowny picks that Caitlyn, the lane doesn't go well, he keeps dying, but the top side of the map, getting ahead yet again, stabilizes the map until he's fed enough to rejoin the fights. And I think it's the same story with Aphelios. Yes, they did get shut down in the early game, but an Aphelios is always an Aphelios. You get one good Moonlight Vigil on 2 to 3 items, you're still gonna spike these damage meters, and the damage speaks for itself. Somebody who got shut down so heavily still pulled out more than 800 damage per minute.
Yeah, I think there was a lot of fighting going on. I think most of these stats actually come forward from those fights. As we dive a bit deeper in there, as you mentioned, it's Aphelios. If he gets his ult down, Jamada, he'll be able to take a fight into his favor.
Yeah, it's just kind of the flexibility of Aphelios. It's like when we used to have the Jinx Aphelios meta. I always kind of favored the Aphelios because of the flexibility it gave, whereas Jinx is a little more damage. And I think you kind of saw that in a lot of team fights. I don't think this was necessarily one of them in the end. But even, you can kind of see without items, he half-helps Melanie with very little sort of right-clicking.
I think this particular fight is funny because it's Inax versus Adam, the two carries from the two different sides of the map. And as you'll see here, it is again that Aphelios coming online, having the right guns, having the graviton to slow people down, especially champions like Akali, who really thrive on having that extra flexibility with all the mobility. Slowing them down, being able to pin them into place and DPS them down is so important.
I think there's someone we also really mentioned here, and it's someone I've seen place down this ultimates that actually take over the entire team fight. I'm talking about Shio on the Sejuani. He feels, and you mentioned this, Trouble, he's like this He's there, but you don't see him.
This man is a demon. He did as much damage as the opposing Ari in the team. 100% almost kill participation while not dying at all. And I feel like Shio is the glue to BDSA. The fact that he plays these champions that will complement the game that BDSA want to play. You want engage, he'll bring it. You want disengage, he'll bring it. You want anything else, shielding, anything. Utility, he will bring it. He doesn't have to be the explosive in-your-face player, but the fact that he gets his engaged and enables his team is enough to get this team shining.
Yeah, I mean, Chio just continues to have a very strong knockout stage. And you know what? I really like that you brought up the fact that he dealt as much damage as Ari, because I'm not sure whether or not I want to see that again from Game War.
He's been playing a lot of Ari throughout this entire tournament now.
Yeah, I mean, I think to me, it's more about, I think the matchup of Ari into Azir doesn't really provide you too much unless you've got setup from other places as well. And I feel like Trundle, for example, Trundle Pillar is just going to get EQ'd over, and you kind of needed to bring Camilius up, which when it happened, you saw Rika died. But I feel like if you're trying to actually play out from a very early stage, the mid 2v2, and try and continually force that after you get this bot lane priority and pressure so you can continue to just bring the map pressure down, Trundle is maybe not the pick. Ari as well, I just feel like it's such a bait because it just gets a bit outscaled for me.
Now, let's have a look at this pick and ban, because I think this pick and ban actually tells a very interesting story. There were a lot of picks mentioned prior to the first pick and ban trouble, and all of them mostly got banned.
Yeah, but I want to follow up from Jamada's point as well about the Akali. The fact that both Melonic and Chocolate can actually play the Akali. I feel like right here you see the Azir matchup. Akali brings so much level 6 kill potential onto that Azir, and you also have the chance to flex it around if you don't like it in the end going mid lane. So I will agree that willingly picking the Ari matchup into the Azir whilst not playing the mid-jungle duo that you have actually drafted for is very painful for your solo laners. And as for the bans, I think they were very telltale. Crownie had two pretty good Caitlyn performances. That gets banned out, was buffed in 12.16 as well. Patch. Kalista is not played by Crown, and it's really hard to deal with. Inax has really high win rate on as well. Akabane dictated the entire pace of the game with champions like Wukong and Vi. And also Akabane is that one player that I want to see what he's going to bring in the next game, because I was quite disappointed with the very low aggression in the early game. The fact that he didn't punish Shio enough. After that, Sejuani got put behind.
Well, I think we can agree that Game Ward has to strike back now, as it will be very hard to come back from a 0-2 against such a strong team as BDS Academy. So let's see if they can with Ox, and this time I'm saying it correctly, Oshin, and not Jamada, but Nymera after a short video.
They just can't find the cross.
Oh, here we go. The flank back is great. Chocolate is dead, but the Power ult is better. This Sivir is just 2 down, but can't go on this. The Knockwatch is fantastic. Just to keep it alive. Then Voxner does.
The hole in trade. Actually, that chunk could be meaningful with that dragon being started. Now Jack Troll in trouble. Flash is stopped from going through. What a phenomenal W from Shayna.
By the Yubi, and somehow X7 are holding this fight together. Melonic flushes forwards, and down they go, one by one. X7 are crumbling.
In a 5 as well, they're teleporting in. They want this fight. Oh my God! The Emperor Divine Fatality beam from their lives. Rika with a quadra kill.
Kassim will be going down, an ace for the side of Game War.
We're back. You're now Jamada. That's how this goes.
I'm really glad that Nymera's having a really good day on the desk. You know, I'm glad to see them.
You're a little biased, let's be real. But welcome back, one and all, to the Amazon EU Masters. We're coming into game number 2, as I am joined by Nymera and Ox coming into this particular game. And look, it came down to top and mid diff. It really did feel like the solo lanes came into it. What do you want to see different now from Game Ward? You tried off your first game plan. It didn't work.
So better top lane matchup. I think the Akali into the Aatrox went horrifically. Didn't really pay off at all. And also the mid lane matchup, right? They weren't able to really destabilize the Azir enough. Obviously, if they switch sides, if they go on a blue side, then it's something in the series where they could prioritize it. But if you're staying on red, ban away the Azir. It's too problematic.
Yeah, I think even with that, you know, at the end of the day, if that's the draft you've got, you have to play towards the tools that you got in the early game. And I don't think they quite played through that enough. I think that level 1, ironically, we were saying that that game could have been very different. If the Azir lives long enough to flash over the wall, even if you don't kill that champion, being able to return to that lane would have been another way for them to get under the skin of BDS Academy in the early game. They could manage to do that, and I would love to see them go towards more late game in this draft.
What's kind of crazy is the fact that Game Ward, despite losing Game 1, it was BDS Academy who had choice aside. Game Ward opted again to go for the red side, and something to notice is obviously they've still gone for the Lucian Poppy, but the Caitlyn hasn't been banned yet. So do they ban the Azir instead here and leave the Caitlyn open? That is the adaptation they go for.
And honestly, I don't think the Caitlyn was a problem in the quarterfinals. Yeah, it meant that BDS Academy, I think it was in Game 3, they had a better bot lane performance, but in the earlier games in the series when they were picking that champion, the Caitlyn didn't decide that game. It was, once again, the solo laners just doing monstrous work in the team fights later on into that game. I don't think the Caitlyn was a big problem. We have seen a number of first picks of that champion in the quarterfinals, but this has been much more of a strong champion leading into the tournament. The Sejuani has been a powerhouse the entirety of summer.
I feel like here, Game Mode, you can't just take the Trundle into Sejuani. I mean, as much as obviously the game didn't overall completely go in favor, I think the matchup is completely fine. The question is, do they want to deny away that Aatrox from Adam, or do they feel like they have a better answer than the Akali?
So if you lock in the Aatrox here, I'm wondering if you do actually get to the point where BDS Academy are wondering about going towards a Trundle response themselves, if Game World don't pick that up. And at that point, you really have to start wondering what's going to happen with this mid lane matchup. Swain already locked in. I was wondering where Silas was going to be hovering around this draft, but Shacklout, of course, a notorious player of this champion.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Swain kind of reduces the want to go towards the Ahri, right? A lot of people favor the Swain in that matchup, but you could just go to Silas, steal away the ult, have a melee mid laner, you go for a melee top laner as well, something like the Aatrox, and syncs really well with the Sejuani, so Game World do have to be cautious about that. Looks like they are going to deny away that Aatrox on the enemy side, though, and we'll see what BDS Academy go for. Obviously, I feel like
Darius pick.
Yeah,
not bad,
I think it has a place, so you have the damage to cut through that Swain.
I mean, either way, just looking at Adam's like specialty champions, shall we say. Of course, we've got a number of Darius players in the ERL, so it's not necessarily individual to him, but he is such a notorious one. The amount of drain tank on the side of Game Ward is just ridiculous with this Swain and the Aatrox, where Darius walks up to you, gets into melee range, and doesn't care how much you're healing, because he has enough damage to out-damage that at that point. Having the Civet to give them target access beyond that, BDS Academy already have another dangerous draft to enable Adam.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of tools to allow him, and I think with picks like the Aatrox, like the Swain, if you have an execute that can thin through them, it's about having that DPS available. Like Civet is also something that offers that. And now, but you see Aphelios answered, so seeing us trade off a decent amount during EU Masters, and we'll go into the second rotation. I think ultimately here for Game Mode, I would be thinking Silas is a completely fine ban to take away to trim away that mid pool at this point of the game.
Especially since I think on the on their side, they probably want to Trundle at this point. You've got the ability to maybe do a little bit of soft disengage, use that against the Sejuani and the Darius, and just stopping the stolen Trundle coming through. If they wanted to pick that, would be very, very huge for them. Just Silas also very, very strong in the number of the ultimates in the game right now in the current meta. So, wondering about the jungle matchup of BDS Academy. A little bit worried about Akabane's Xin Zhao has played that a number of times in this tournament and has been the early game powerhouse when going towards those picks.
Yeah, and I feel like the other ban should be the Trundle. I think it makes a lot of sense in this situation. I was thinking maybe they could throw some bans towards the support, because that's one thing that Game Ward can lean into, that counter pick support, which can have a lot of advantages. If BDS Academy go for something a bit too safe, you can go for something heavily scaling to match. If they go for something aggressive, then you can go for a pick that kind of mitigates that pressure. Game Mode do end up banning away the Talia away from BDS Academy.
And this is really great, looking at the second round of bans against Rika, the Victor, and then the Talia. This is like two sides of Rika that he's shown in summer. At the start of the split, Rika was playing a lot more of the, I guess it was Corki at that point, but stuff like the Victor too. The BDS Academy struggled playing that. They moved towards the Talia, they moved towards more roaming mids, but now he's come back towards those scaling mages once more. And you can see that actually, at this point in time, this mid laner on BDS Academy has grown to the point where both deserve a ban.
See what they want to go for here. Looks like they're looking to just kind of hide their pick for the moment. Of course, we do have the Aphelios locked in. If the Zaya picked in, I would be very surprised.
Wow.
No, Lee Sin. So, something that is kind of just in the wheelhouse of every single jungler has definitely fallen out of favor, but with the amount of bans going up towards that jungle side, you got to feel like it's something you can lean back onto.
But I remember when Akabane was on Berlin International Gaming last year, and he was an absolute menace on the Lee Sin. It's something which he's historically been very powerful at, coming back out to maybe give a bit more early game oomph again.
Yeah, so obviously that early power, but I feel like, you know, even the LPL or the another region where you really have to push Lee Sin out the meta for them to stop playing it, and they haven't really been playing it recently. So Akabane going very much for comfort in this situation. On the other side, BDS Academy really just solidifying their backline once again, right? A control mage is not the Azir, but giving a lot of power protection as well to the likes of Crowny in this one. And now will be a blind support pick in this situation, but I feel like you have plenty of options. Expectation is Chameleos we've seen go for these aggressive picks like the Amumu, things like the Leona, the Nautilus. But with the Sivir, has safety against a lot of those. Paired up with something like Renata, and suddenly is very hard for Game Ward short-range composition to get on top of this backline.
I mean, you look at this entire comp build up here from Game Ward, the Swain, the Aatrox, even the Lee Sin. Hell, the Aphelios without the Calibrum is a very short-range AD carry, so everyone's just running at you. Everyone's just trying to be up in your business. You know what's fantastic at stopping that? A Renata R. Get the hostile takeover, friends turn to enemies. It's just not a fun time for Game Ward.
Or the original teamfight turnaround tool, that Shockwave, does exactly the same thing, and you have both of them. It means that you have to be keeping your eyes on absolutely everyone on the map.
And I like this adaptation that we saw because they were hovering the Lulu for a while. And sure, Lulu would give a lot of power to your Aphelios in the later stages of the game, but the Karma not only just give that AoE movement speed, which will benefit the likes of that Aatrox, of that Swain, but more importantly, it's a good lane matchup early, right? This is a game where Game Ward, once again, I want to see that early pressure. Sure, in team fights, they have power, but if the Lee Sin doesn't get momentum, it's going to fall off, right? If you aren't leading in the bot lane, Sivir will eventually outvalue you. So I feel like Game Ward, once again, need to hit the ground running.
So once again, the opponents of BDS Academy had themselves a bit of a necessity to do something early. If it goes late game, they have a few more tools to fight than game one in this particular instance, but it's still against them. I look at the amount of ability for BDS Academy to play through the late game team fight, and it is scary if you're Game Ward.
I mean, that's what we're going to say. Like, you guys wanted to kind of see maybe an adaptation from that first game from the side of Game Ward. We got it, but it's the same result. It's a different journey, but we're getting to the same point of what they need to do, which is you need to work out early. You need to get explosively ahead. Yes, you have some better answers towards the late game, but you're against a Sivir, an Orianna. Like, these things will just exceptionally grow into those late game massive team fighters.
That's the thing, is that there were definitely problems in game one, right? The Azir was a big issue. That's now gone, right? The top lane matchup, that has been changed. I feel like for the side of Game Ward, sometimes you don't need a complete overhaul of your strategy, especially just after one game in a best of 5. So some tweaks, some adjustments, a bit more scaling power, a bit better matchups, and suddenly this could be something Game Ward can work with.
I think the Overway had a little bit of a glitch there. Akabane came up with completing Azanias, and I was like, we are 30 seconds into the game. Is that the level?
Akabane has loaded into practice tool and clicked the gold button.
Literally, it's just like, give me the gold, give me the Lasagnas, let me see if this new scaling works.
I would love to see one time in a pro game, because obviously we have this great new overlay that we've used for the LEC and the EU Masters this year as well. I'd love to see it break 10k just to see if it could like fit it in that small little gap. Just like, because when you click into the training goal,
you need to go to LPL, mate. LPL, we get you those numbers. Those are easy, rookie numbers. We get those punched up every week.
The actual player rookie as well. Crazy. It went to so many levels.
More Jackie Love numbers as we now think about it. But coming back into this one here, of course, we talked about Game Ward. They need to be explosive. They need to get this Lee Sin going. I love what Adam's doing here on the top side. You can see him just hiding off in division because he knows if he can catch Melenak off, even on a defensive route, he's going to be able to screw him.
Yeah, and he might actually be able to catch him on the way back to lane. Of course, Darius at level 1 just needs time to run it. You get an auto reset with a W start level 1. You stack up the passive so quick, and that extra slow gives you an extra auto attack, gives you the extra ability to run down.
And the fact is Adam has Ghost as well, which is pretty common on Darius, because obviously in team fights really valuable. But it just means that if Melenak did run into him, not only can you, do a load of damage, but you can run him down, force his flash. Now, we do see Akabane move over, but look at the aggression bot lane already.
Wow, Ignite goes down. They really want to try and make the most of this Karma right now. And again, it's about kind of getting that explosive bot lane. As we can already see, Adam doesn't mind taking a couple of sweet spots because he knows once he gets that bleed down, stacked up to 5, he's just going to win the trade.
I'm sure this is the bane of many top laners who played it Sin from Silver, the Challenger. The extra auto attack just means the bleed takes that extra bit longer, which means you actually have a much worse trade in the long run.
I do want to say, though, I would love to see Akabane put some attention towards top, because the fact it's a TP-less top laner with this Darius, if you kill him when the wave's in a bad spot, you can really punish it. I'm going to say, something I saw in the quarterfinals from BDSA, particularly from Adam, is he'd often put himself in situations where his wave was really punishable. It didn't get punished, but if you find the opportunity, you could really shut him out of the game.
Well, that's the double-edged sword of Adam. We've known him as a player to do this in the LEC, in the LFL, EU Masters as well. Adam has typically been this player that will take these annoying, strong 1v1 matchups in the top lane, he sometimes is leaving himself open to exploitation on that top side at the same time. And Xiao and the Sejuani, not the best ability to impact this top lane early on, but at the same time, much like Game 1 focusing much more towards his bot side, forcing Crowny and Odote under tower.
I think that's a big thing. If you are wanting to take this Karma right in the bot lane, pressure the lane, Akabane feels like he needs to be around his bot lane. He doesn't want to give an angle for Shio to get in, set up a gank, and kind of destabilize what's happening in the bot lane. For the time being, Crowny and Odote are really struggling.
So, Adam actually getting the freedom on top side to take that Scuttle solo. Does mean that Xiao is not going to get either Scuttle on either side of the map. It's secured on top side, not going to have access to their bot side. Already lost their Krugs as well. So Akabane at least getting an individual advantage on the Lee Sin. See if that actually amounts to anything though, because we know, of course, when it gets to a certain point of you grouping up, they don't really care about an individual advantage on the Lee Sin, especially against the likes of Sejuani.
Now we see Akabane trying to use that explosive nature on the Lee Sin. We talked about it, but Shio is here. They're going to get the slow to not land. Vision of Empires doesn't hit, neither does the Sonic Wave. And you know what? Sometimes you just gotta throw it out, just in case.
I love that line. They're gonna get the slow to not land.
Yeah.
Nice switch. Caved it.
We're professionals on this desk, all right? We've learned the tricks of the trade and how not to get caught out. But speaking of getting caught out, Chocolate needs to be very careful with taking this trade right now because he does not know that there's a Sejuani sitting in the side wings.
Yeah, I feel like in one of those moments, you have to respect your opponent and think, okay, Rika isn't walking right into melee range of me because he's bad. It's because the jungler might be here, so
but what if?
needs to play it careful.
Well, he needed to flash because he got hit by the second part of the Frozen Thrall, so sadly for him, he's not going to have a flash now for the next 5 minutes.
Yeah, tried to finesse it a little bit, blows the flash instead, and now, once again, you have Rika taking control of this mid lane matchup. It's not the same matchup as the Azir and the Ahri. The Swain has more ability to twin up in the 2v2 with the Lee Sin against this champion, but still, good things starting from the mid jungle for BDS Academy once again.
Look at this, like, CS lead now happening in topside. That was with a wave crashing into Adam as well. So this is just showing just how much of a, honestly, top diff it is between himself and Melonic. He's just doing well.
And compare this game to the Aatrox counter from last game. Well, it wasn't really a counter. It was the chosen matchup of the Akali against the Aatrox, and it was absolutely getting monstered. Now you're looking at this early on into this game, Darius taking control of that top side, giving BDS Academy a lot of ability to just look at that one side of the map and say, it's fine.
And the thing is, Adam is so confident, he pulled the wave out to freeze him for the tower. Now Melonic is overextended. Akabane isn't coming down to help. If we see Shio get in, he is going to get spotted on the ward, so Melonic should be okay. But I was going to say, like, if Adam gets on you, the passive is so easy to stack with the auto reset, and you're just dead, so...
Oh, there we go. Apprehend with the flash in. They're going to be able to get the CC down. Melonic's going to try his very best, but you are being mauled and manhandled first blood.
And that was on a ward. That was on a ward. It was just flash in, use your summoners, and Melonic goes down. Now they are going to be able to teleport back to that lane, but Adam has already spilled blood in that top side. And we've seen a number of games in this tournament where one mistake in your wave state top side, one bad trade on top side can pretty much end your top laner's game at that point. We saw it from Scarface on Unicorns of Love Sexy Edition in the group stage, end the game versus Giants by one mistake in that Renekton versus Sejuani matchup. And in this similar one, a strong early game matchup, Adam looks at Melonic and just outplays.
Ooh, flash has to be used there by Ardote, doesn't get hit by the Sonic Wave. They are trying to make stuff work here from Game Ward on the bot side. And again, they're trying to work to their strength. They know that this, kind of support jungle combination, we saw it in Game 1, it works very well, but it's not really where your win conditions lie. I feel like having, like you mentioned earlier, Ox, having that Aatrox get ahead of the Darius was just far more valuable because of that lack of some TP on Adam.
But at the end of the day, you've chosen your course of action, and you should commit to it, right? You've got a significant lead in the bot lane. He's got ult, though.
He's got ult. They do have a shockwave available should they want to go first, so Shio actually backs himself away. They don't know exactly where it is. Down on the bot side, though. Camillus did flash in and get himself a kill, so Crowny underneath the tower just has to back himself away, and it looks like Game Ward said, cool, thank you very much, we'll take that trade.
Game Ward are really, really forcing onto bot side.
Stolen! Shio gets it. Shio even gets a kill over to his mid laner, and will he be able to get out? That's the big question. Oh my lord, he is. He's going to be able to get away with highway robbery. Inex trying his very best to turn something back, but it's just not going to be able to work. And Crowny popping the spell shield, but just a little bit too late to stop the first activation and a little bit too early for the second.
And it's honestly a disaster, because when your bot lane is this far ahead, you should be securing the dragon, but the fact that Akabane goes down and it's stolen away, this is so painful for Game Ward.
And Game Ward have put so much emphasis on putting this bot lane behind. In game one, every bit of jungle attention really went towards bot side for the majority of the game. In this game as well, they've been putting pressure down there. Akabane very early into that bot side, setting up the Karma of Aphelios for success. But when they're in lane here, they're not here for this dragon. Remember, dragons, hard to kill, do more damage in the early game. That was one of the big changes from the buffs which dragons got. And the 5 HP is sadly not 0.
Yeah.
And they don't even get out with a kill.
It's always a rough one, and even just mentally as well when you're thinking about it. Junglers always want to try and win those smite fights to get that mental edge, not going to get it. But now you get to play on the side of BDSA to your strong side of the map. You get to turn around and go, cool, we're going to play around the Herald, because guess who's on top side? Darius.
Yeah, and I mean, he is pretty scary, but I will say, despite everything, Malonic has managed to sort of stabilize the lane a decent amount, right? Only 7 CS down now, still at a deficit, but now they're looking to contest here.
This is rough. Chocolate is here, though, and they've got Camellias coming in as well, so it is going to be a trade of a trade, so Game Ward able to leverage themselves a little bit more around the map.
And that's the thing, right? We had the changes to Herald where I was like, okay, we'll buff Herald, that'll help top laners. No, the big thing with Herald, it's not about top lane, it's about which bot lane moves first, and Camellias was there. 4v3, BDSA have to back away. Herald secured for Game Ward, so sure, they didn't get the dragon, but they still got a good objective.
Yeah, there are a couple of champions which just love fighting around Herald for the sake of it as well. Stuff like the Swain actually very good. Wukong's another champion that's very good around that.
Anyone with big AoE ultimates, I tend to find love.
Love
yeah,
and you
love those
chase
moments.
down with them too. So Game Ward still have some power around that top side, especially around those ultimates. So even with the Darius becoming a little bit of a scary fellow up there, it's still enough to dissuade BDS Academy from taking down that second neutral objective.
And we wait to see where this laning phase kind of takes us right now. It is only a couple of 100 gold either side, actually not even, to be perfectly honest. There's advantages to the top side for BDSA, there's advantages bot lane for the side of Game Ward. They did trade back the Herald, so Game Ward have got the next push, if you will, with that Herald. They can choose which side of the map they want to put it into, maybe in 2 minutes time when that Herald or that Dragon spawns there. Dote, this is the thing, yes, the Renata is an exceptionally powerful champion. You are so squishy right now. If you get down to execute range, you're going to die.
And a big thing is, often we saw a really strong duo was the Calista Renata, right? The safety net available isn't present here, and Dote is just being capitalized on now. Bit of a contest, and
he didn't have smite.
He didn't have smite.
He didn't have
but
smite.
It's still painful to lose. Obviously, it's not as big as the dragon, but lose something again.
It's not a smite fight, though.
Yeah.
And that's all that matters for Akabane. He didn't lose it. He chose not to commit fully to it. But speaking of committing fully to it, Game Ward now know that Crownie doesn't have a spell shield, and they're going to get a kick back right into the waiting arms. But there's going to be the Berserker going in. They're going to try and catch Heckle and Akabane to move around their team. Reeker TP's bot side. Has got the shockwave in hand, but not going to fully commit to it. Akabane trying to be sneaky with the flash kick, but at the end of it all, they just burn a lot of ultimates.
Yeah, but fantastic job from BDSA to manage to defend against that play, because if that went successfully for Game Ward, Herald gets slammed down, tower would get taken. We even actually see Adam taking the moment to roam down towards mid and push the wave in, so really, it's just BDSA covering all the boxes, making sure everything is going smoothly.
Rika just pumping up the DPS numbers, goes, yeah, it's not going to be a fight for a minute or two.
I liked how Inax and Camellias were just like, does it kill us? And then like walk back from it, it's like, no. It's like, all right, we're fine to soak this then, it's all good. It's that little moment of just like, wait, what minute of the game are we in right now? Are we going to die? So they back themselves back into lane so they can push that in and get themselves a nice reset as they come back into lane. So now we start to see where BDSA want to try and put this thing. Because again, you know, looking at Adam on this very, very powerful Darius, can he make anything happen with Geo? Because you have a Sejuani, you have the double melees to activate this passive of the Sejuani. So will you be able to make it work is the big question. Another smite fight goes over in favor in the side of BDSA Geo, but he's not loving this fight right now. He's overextended a little bit, and Akabane gets some revenge.
Oh, third time you steal away something, right? That's where Akabane really gets annoyed now.
Adam!
Oh, another get over here. Adam flash and goes in. And Reeker is the one who reaps the rewards.
It's an Adam classic. Get an advantage in your lane. Just turn up somewhere else and see if you can flip a play. It happens to be in the right place, the right time, shadowing that lane. And just as Game Ward find themselves a skirmish around this Lee Sin, which they've struggled to do so far, they lose out on the back end of the play.
And I feel like that thing with right place, right time, he is so frequently moving down towards mid that eventually it's going to be right place, right time.
At all the time.
Yeah, he's just permanently finding the moments, but that is just the fact that he has that control in the top lane. Now, what you see here, Geo a little bit overextended, uses that Q for the aftershock, but obviously means you don't have the dash away, get some support from Rika, but it isn't quite enough. But then in this extended play, Camille is feeling overconfident, but Adam shows up when the time is right.
Yeah, just right there. And oh, that feels so bad. He just gets caught with the last little moment of it. But again, great from Adam to recognize, look, as soon as he sees me, he's going to flash. So I'm going to flash after him. But again, Game Ward trying to make something work in this bot side here. They've put Inax on his own, so he's got 20 CS ahead of himself, but he's a little bit of a level advantage as well, as Crowny takes a fair chunk of damage there. They don't quite have a moment to go for something. Maybe if that Moonlight Vigil had done some significant damage to Crowny, they could have dove, but they still have the push in this bot side.
Yeah, Inax using the Calibrum ult does actually get the proc afterwards. I think what happens with the Sivir ult interaction is that it blocks the initial pop of it, but it doesn't stop the auto attack coming afterwards. Yeah. So it's just like you lose out on half of that damage. Still means that Crowny is stuck on a turret, is under a 3rd HP, can't fight for the 2nd dragon, and the Shear's in the area. Not sure this is going to be a steal
Surely
this
not
time.
a 4th time.
Surely not.
Hey, fool me twice, 3 times shame on you, 4 times shame on me, all right? So Akabane making sure that he gets that particular objective for his team, as we do start to see Mythics being completed now across the board. For BDSA, it's the Triforce for Adam. I was very, very curious to see which way he would go for it, see if he wants to go for the Stride Breaker. No, he wants to go for full lane and 1v1 dominance. They're going to say, look, whoever I find, I'm going to kill. And of course, you've got the Iceborne Gauntlet and the Leandri's Torment. On the other side, though, you've got the Gorge Rinker and you have the Gale Force for Inax. So Inax is on that little bit of an assassination mode, the little power spike for the Aphelios.
Because what happens with the Aphelios is that once you hit level 6, while you may lose out in range or in wave shove to some AD carries, you get to control lanes by sheer kill threat. That's what happened in the Aphelios Jinx matchup in spring. You hit level 6, you're like, right, okay, 1 item, let's start killing some folks. Now, Inax doesn't have the ultimate right now, but there is a lot of pressure now on Game Ward to start finding some plays to get this Aphelios into a point of real relevancy, because I'm getting scared of this Darius, getting scared of what this Sejuani can do to force fights.
Yeah, and even as much as the Sivir is a little bit behind compared to the Aphelios, it's not too much of a goal differential, and eventually we've seen plenty of times what a Sivir can do in the late stage of the game, especially when you have buffs from the Orianna, buffs from the Renata. So extending the pace of the game, pushing forwards, and securing these dragons is all going to be the aim for Game Ward going forwards.
And you would have loved to have been 2 dragons up here as Game Ward. Sadly not to be. Shockwave hit on the Checo Lad, but Shio can't fully commit to that, but they will get Demonic Ascension coming out, as we do have, you see on the top side of your map there, Adam moving in towards to try and maybe hard force something here, because this tower, half HP, but very difficult to really make this one stick onto the tower when you have got so much wave clear.
But what I'll say is that Shekelad is again really struggling in this mid lane matchup, right? Game 1, the Azir and the Ahri, not the most favorable matchup if you don't get that jungle pressure coming in, but here with the Swain, you know, a pick he's been so confident on, gets his ult forced by Rika, was 2 levels down before he got that level up in, and is actually down 25 CS.
And compare that to the quarterfinals against Tempt from X7. Now, Tempt has been one of the better mid laners in the ERLs, had a very good reputation of him, and Shekelad just put that just to bed in quarterfinals. Really wasn't contested. Massively outplayed in the 1v1. Now seeing that completely flipped around in the semifinals, you can see how much it's affected how Game Ward can approach these fights. They don't have control of that mid lane, which gives them extra ability to look into the enemy jungle, to give them this extra ability to find different angles. Game Ward are being really pushed across all lanes.
Well, not in bot lane.
Okay,
they are pushing in bot lane right now. And that's going to take a second one. I mean, they could maybe look to try and make this, because no one's really just here yet. Finally, Adam will show up. They're going to flash in to look for the handshake. And you can see there, the handshake was to hand-deliver Adam a kill right there. But this tower is still taking significant damage, and they could look for a fight. Erdote is dead. There's nowhere for you to go. And you can just see Inax is fine, because he's got the Gravitum. There's no way Adam can get on top of him. And they're still looking to try and take this tower. It's going to be difficult. No minions, but they finally get it down. Chekalad looking to try and catch out Adam. There's going to be the Moonlight Vigil, and they're going to be able to take him out. Inax picks up the kill, and BDSA, they're just asleep at the wheel.
Yeah, I mean, we actually saw Rika teleport into the top lane and try and make something happen. Oh, Melonic.
Oh, he looked to try and take down Shiho, but Rika actually took the tower aggro, so he's very low now as well. So very difficult to make this dive work. Yes, you got the tower, but you lost so many kills and so many towers on bot side.
Yeah, Shiho ran out of mana, and Rika has Leandri, so you are always going to be taking aggro if you start poking in, dip back into tower range. Melonic just about survives, does lose the tower either way, but I still consider this an absolute win for Game Ward on the bot side. They managed to take down that Darius, they managed to take down multiple towers, and we were asking for a larger lead from the Aphelios. We now have that larger lead from Aphelios.
Yeah, and I think this is one of those situations where you don't feel good about letting your tier 2 go down, but The end result is you give over 2 kills on top of that, right? You commit the Orianna to the top side instead of trying to defend here, and you just don't have the numbers. Instead of committing to a strong side, you end up trying to play both sides of the map, and it bites you in the back.
Yeah, one of the things I look for on Aphelios as well is weapon management. I think that's one of the things which is most important to get right on this champion. And for that, has the grab done to stop Darius running in to support the first person that goes down? Has it to chase them down afterwards? Having the utility weapons at that point, perfect for the play and game board. Find that window of opportunity and get Inex a lot of spoils for that as well.
The big thing as well, as you saw on the minimap there, Crownie moved from pushing in mid lane to then move down bot lane. So yes, he still got the tower in the end, but it's those little moments that can maybe kind of have a bit of a difference. Melonic forced to go into the world ender because his world might be ending there. It's the Demacia, or the Demacia, the Noxus guillotine coming in here, and they're going to be able to kill off that kill. So they get themselves a tower, they get themselves a kill, but Game Ward maybe looking for an extra fight. 25 seconds to the next dragon spawns.
Yeah, so want to be in position to try and get this one, because honestly, if Game Ward deny this, it really can just cause issues, right? Stacking those up, definitely a win con for a team who doesn't want to go to the later stages. Now, they're posturing, potentially looking for an opportunity, but it's 15 seconds till Monarch is up. He does have TP, so they can play for that.
Yeah, Inex has really bad weapons for this fight, though. Full ammo on that grabs him, not able to get that ready, but that's utility.
He's got cut off by the ultimate there, the Moonlight Vigil. You're going to have Checkalad who gets stunned up here. He tries to flash in to slow down Reeker. They really want to take out the backside. They're even TPing in here with the Aatrox, but they're not quite able to get him. Never mind, Reeker has the bailout, but he's going straight back home. Karma picks up that kill there. Now BDSA are without their mid laner.
Yeah, so now they have the numbers advantage. You're going to try and push the mid wave in one more time, then move over. Despite the numbers advantage, they don't have the ult from Checkalad, and he's pretty low, so not necessarily in a position of power. We'll see if BDSA want to move over and try and contest this one. Adam still feels so confident his ult is up in 8.
They're going to look for a steal again.
Not a 4 time.
4 times maybe, but they might go for the fight instead because they don't know where Shio is. They're saying, look, we're going to go for a Crownie. Flashes away after getting the spell shield out, but now Akabane has to kick away Adam, who's now been put into the backside of this one here. He's got the bailout, so he's still very healthy, but there's no one close. You traded your jungler for your top laner, though, which means that Game Ward can't take this.
Yeah, that's a big thing. You deny the smite, so at the end of the day, Game would have to back away, and BDSA will slide in and go for the dragon, so sure, Game Ward definitely had some advantages in that passage of play, but the end result, the dragon goes to BDSA.
And honestly, halfway through that fight, I was going to praise Game Ward for finding their item spikes, finding the points of power, because they're starting to use the Aphelios. Level 11, the ability to add a bit more utility than other AD carries, but they just about overextend in the fight once again, seeing that a lot in game 1, of course, but this second game, Checkalad finally able to really have a big impact. And the kill after this point, pinpoint precision from that.
Very nicely done there from the never move, just to make sure you can bring him back. But then, like you said, like they try to go for the fight afterwards around the dragon, and they do lose their jungler, so it just takes too long.
This is really unfortunate what happens, because Akabane goes for this initial kick play, and it actually looks like it's going to be a good one, but the flash comes in. And that's what counters on the Crownie, because he goes in on the Q, goes for the ward hop, but the flash means he doesn't get it. He even got the spell shield. So instead, he kicks Adam, goes for the Sonic Wave, but Adam gets bumped away, so he doesn't connect it, doesn't get to follow up, and as a result, it's trading kills, and he doesn't get what he wanted. My heart bleeds for Akabane on that play.
When the alley-oop goes wrong. So now after that, we have extra dragon over to BDS Academy. That's an extra Infernal Dragon. Of course, remember, a couple of patches ago, all dragons now give an extra 50% bonus compared to what they used to as individual stacks. So that's now, I believe...
Except the broken one, Cloud, is 100% more.
Crazy, but the... Oh my god. But the Infernal is going to give you a lot of bonus stats. The Hextech Dragon, which BDS Academy also has, is a really good individual stack compared to the Ocean Dragon, which in terms of that individual one, it's not quite as valuable. So got to factor that into the extra gold, which is very even right now. Game Ward playing this out a lot closer. They have more abilities to team fight in this game, but BDS Academy still have a lot to show.
Be careful as well as Crownie. You are still very short range coming into this one here, so I am curious to see what Game Ward can actually do here. Looks like BDSA are happy to maybe look for a bit of a flank here. Good Gale Force away means that you're trading a Gale Force cooldown for a Shockwave. Shockwave will be up slightly sooner, but it's not that big of a deal. You don't lose any major summoners.
But I like that BDSA are looking for these opportunities, because they have so many tools in which they can use their movement speed to run people down, use their engage options between like the Sejuani, even just a moment like that, if someone walks up too far, you go for the Shockwave, whereas for the side of Game Ward, I mean, they don't have as many. It's a lot more finicky to try and make like a Lee Sin engage work, especially when so many champions of BDSA can shut you down.
But what we just saw in that mid lane is something that we've seen from multiple LFL teams do really, really well. particularly against Dusty. They fell prey to this a number of times versus Game Ward in the group stage and then LDLC in their quarterfinals. You're just looking for this pick in this mid lane. Seeing this AD carry starting to wave clear, particularly one with less ability to escape, like an Aphelios, compared to ones with higher move speed or mobility. BDSA just fishing for it. Something of an LFL specialty in this tournament.
Interesting enough, actually, we're not seeing the Checo lads Imperial Mandate alongside the Rylai's Crystal Scepter, actually going for the Leandri's Torment. So recognizing that he needs maybe a little bit more damage to try and take down these tanks. And again, just kind of giving them more damage threats throughout their team.
Yeah, I think Leandri's makes complete sense here. When you're into tanky champions, you're the only AP threat in your team. Mandate was very popular when Swain first came in the meta, particularly in the LPL, but I feel like you want to be a consistent damage force for your team, especially when like both teams have so much AoE damage to be layering down.
And particularly when you are dealing like for like in terms of champions, it's a bit of a damage race. Inex forced to flash very early into this fight.
He dropped down the Crescendum and realized he was definitely not in the position to be able to use that. Another flash has been burned there, that time by Akabanis, who's not going to have a flash kick again. And all it cost was a little bit of posturing and just the ultimate there from Shio. So they're coming out trumps.
And the thing is, there's a dragon in a minute 30, right? You've just been Lee Sin's flash, one of the best tools for finding access onto this backline. And Inax, this Aphelios' flash, which is one of the best defensive tools for Game Ward. So a big penalty to pay, and now it puts Game Ward in this position where maybe they aren't as comfortable to take this dragon fight.
This loops into a point you were making earlier about how committed do you have to be to an engage. BDS Academy, they have more tools to do this. It's harder to land the engage. From Game Ward, you need to throw Lee Sin into the fray. Now seeing a bit of power.
There we go. They're going to apprehend Inax, and he's already taken out. They're going to be able to try and cut off some of the escapes there with the ultimate from the Renata, but another good shockwave means that a double kill goes over to Crowny, and those small little moments lead up to massive advantages for BDSA.
Remove the defensive tools, punish in the aftermath after that point. BDS Academy, very decisive about that play.
And the big thing as well is they didn't actually burn that much in terms of summoners. Still not available for the dragon fight, but ultimate cooldowns have dropped, so that is something to take into account because it's 30 seconds till the dragon, right? This is too early to capitalize, and the health bars were too low to turn it into a Baron. So yeah, it's a good fight, but the objectives that come after will be the big question mark. But here, Inax, even with the Gale Force, the fact that Adam gets onto him, just delete it immediately.
Yeah. And actually that Aphelios was a big part of the lead for Game Ward for a little while. Actually, if we go back into live after this, you'll see that Aphelios is no longer in the lead. Aphelios has been punished. Aphelios has been held to account. And now, you're looking at BDS Academy who don't need to worry about this Aphelios nearly as much, especially when they can take
Oh my god.
fourth time.
Fourth time there. Shio now actually no longer got his smite to keep himself healthy, so they might try and just burn him out, but they don't really have the damage here just yet. Shio trying to make sure he can get over with the Arctic Assault, but they flash in front of him. The dragon's been put in, but Crowny's just untouched in the backside of this, and then the rest of BDSA are hungry, hunting for blood, apprehended, taken away from their families and forced into just absolute terror right now by Adam. Adam is just moving forward with Shio saying, you cannot touch us.
Shio actually might be low. He's gone down. Can he get the execute?
Yes, he can.
Gets the reset, and they will be able to pick up that dragon. I mean, Game Ward making the wrong choice with the target. The BDSA are there to sweep it up.
Yeah, you can see how difficult it is to capitalize on these moments from Game Ward. They're not insanely far ahead on something like the Lee Sin. You can actually be a damage threat as well as a setup champion in his own right. BDS Academy, they are surviving long enough to commit to the fights afterwards.
Yeah, and I'm going to be real. In this situation, committing onto the Sejuani, this feels desperate from Game Ward, right? They need to try and find an advantage in the fight because they're at a deficit, but they commit so much. Committing its flashing to block the Arctic Assault just means you're now going to get shredded by Crowny, and if you get stuck in a pit against all these AoE tools from BDSA, you'll get shredded, and we kind of saw that happen here.
It's a bit of a hallmark of modern League of Legends, though, in terms of you got to kill the smite, got to kill the jungler. It's a very juicy target to see a jungler separated from their team. Particularly, you do have the ability to skirmish to set up, but you are not far enough ahead enough to go for these plays and for them to not be responded to.
I want to call out very quickly. Erdote, really nicely done, flashing in last second to pop down the bailout to make sure they don't lose their jungler, even after all that. It's a team player. It's a team move, and I respect it. I want to make sure supports get their dues.
Yeah, and I think seeing plays like that, seeing plays actually from across the entire team of BDS Academy, you got to remember, all of these players are looking to not just prove themselves, but kind of almost redeem themselves, kind of reprove themselves.
Oh, Checolad.
Again, big play.
Yeah, Checolad does get apprehended, which is going to force back the Dragon's Rage kick.
Crowny will take a bit of a shock here, but again, Akabane, great, you hit the shockwave or the sonic wave, but you're not going to be able to hit back because you just use your ultimate.
Yeah, I mean, there's no way you're going in that regardless. It just feels like they're in such a rough position because right now, BDSA, they can wait 3.5 minutes for the Dragon, but they can also just keep threatening these plays, and if anyone messes up, Game Ward will pay. Now, I do like that ward they placed outside the pit. BDSA haven't spotted it, so information is there for Game Ward. And they're going to try and move over and stop this Baron from happening. BDSA shouldn't flip this. They don't need to. At any point, they can back off, but if they see an engage, they will turn. But the TP comes in, they got what they wanted.
Moonlight Vigil misses, but you still do have Calibrum Crescendum, the rifle turrets. You have larger range on your fellows. Going into that is very dangerous. So BDSA, point of power they need to avoid.
Chekala gets comprehended again. They will miss the ultimate there from the Sejuani, so an immediate Zanya is going to have to be used by Chekala to try and keep himself alive, but only for a little bit longer. The shockwave is good to bring back Malonic and Akabane back into Adam's waiting hands as here comes the guillotine. He's just knocking them down. He's speeding them up. He's very fast, but not fast enough to catch up with everybody. He does pick up 3 kills for his team, and this game feels all but done.
I mean, I feel like the Darius with the Renata W charging at you just feels so terrifying.
What is the shield from the Orianna?
Yeah, all the movement speed they have, the Ghost as well, the Deadmans, there's just no real option in return. And I mean, look at the confidence Adam has here, right? Into a Swain, you're stepping up in melee range, the ult from Shio misses, they don't care, they know they are strong enough to take this fight.
And I really do like the way that BDS Academy just split the fight at that point. Again, running directly at the FLS when you have this weapon combo can be very difficult, but actually, the turrets don't get much work done. They get to isolate, turn and burn on these targets, get the passive stacked up on Darius, and once that's stacked, you have to just say it's lights out.
It's not lights out just yet for the side of Game Ward, but it's going to take a monumentous effort. You're 2 minutes away from Dragon Soul now. That's the Infernal Soul. So you're thinking about a Sivir, an Orianna, a Darius. Specifically, the Darius getting that extra little burst damage is just absolutely crazy to try and go up against. And again, we talked about it in draft. You're just so short range. You needed to get super far ahead, and it just never happened.
Yeah, I mean, the Lee Sin is pretty irrelevant at this point. Aatrox just gets massacred if he goes up close. And we see the items coming out, right? Rabadons for the Orianna. We've nearly got 4 items on Crowny as well on the Sivir. I just feel like there's no one on Game Mode who can really stand up, and especially when you have a champion like Swain, he will tread this line where, you know, you want to be able to soak damage up and heal through it. He just dies too quick to really get value.
Yeah, well, the tower goes down too quickly. Like this, yeah, you get no value out of that. And that means that the Swain shall be doing nothing more in this particular fight. Inax trying to flash away. Shio is just unafraid. He's got everyone at his back. There's a hostile takeover to make sure they kill absolutely everyone. And BDSA, they don't want to lose any game at the Amazonia Masters.
No, this is zero mercy, zero holds barred. BDS Academy continuing on their momentous run.
They should be able to finish this one up very nicely. We'll lose Crowny to a fountain dive, but 2-0 on the day. They are just peppering up the damage numbers. They are making sure they have the whole party. Come on, Baron minions, get in the picture. We want you here for the party. And that was convincing, if nothing else.
Yeah, I feel like at this point, I mean, BDSA looked fantastic. We knew coming into this, it looked fantastic. We knew coming out of the LFL season, despite the fact they didn't win, it was close. And we expected them to look fantastic. But Game Ward in this series, I feel like Game 1, you know, they had a plan that we didn't feel like the draft really set them up for. Game 2, it just felt like it was a similar plan with some tweaks. And again, it's not working. I feel like you need a full overhaul at this point. But you lose one more game and you're out.
Yeah, and I was fairly confident coming out of the quarterfinals, the winner of BDS Academy versus Vitality B would probably inherit the title of favorite of the tournament, particularly when LDLC showed some flaws which maybe some people weren't expecting of them. Now, there was a bit of contention in that, but you look at these games, you look at how dominant that quarterfinals is, you can very much understand why that is starting to become a bit of a prevailing theory at this point. Now, we haven't seen teams really contest them on that scaling. I think there should be a ability to really just kind of change up that game plan. But if that doesn't happen, they're just going to keep going on like this.
Yeah, I mean, it's just kind of, they refuse to lose. They just refuse to lose. Sorry, we locked eyes.
You just were staring at me.
This is the thing. You two cast each other so much.
I know.
I just feel like there's something happening.
You were talking, I was listening, and then all of a sudden I was just like, wait, we're locked.
And he just nodded at me, and I'm like, okay.
I was like, how are you getting on? Anyway, what a showing so far from the side of BDSA. They are still remain unbeaten as it gets really complicated today for Game Ward. Coming up now is a small break. Stay tuned, and he might get some eye contact.
Whoa.
He's a desist!
Hey, let's go! Did they pick Timo?
Yeah, I can't change the culture. I see the hate, so say what you say, cause I gotta watch for the vultures. Boy, I'm too nice, you see the ice, plus I'm only getting colder. You just tryna flex like you got next, really you know that it's over. Yeah, hey, I don't need no co-star, been gone like so far. Plus I'm catching all the rays from the sun, give me power like I'm solar. You cannot catch the drip, yeah, that is unless you're a coaster. And we up, yeah, way up, yeah, they gon' put this on a poster. I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things, yeah, that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I put that on me. Yeah, I put that on me. Walk tall, see the car, do another smile, I'ma be the greatest. Good luck, keeping up everything I can, you know what the name is. Plus I've been through the training, straight shot how I'm aiming. Never stop, try to put me in a box, boy, you can never frame this. I am what you might be, too fast and I'm too strong. I might juke y'all like I'm lightning, spook y'all like I'm frightening. They ain't never seen it like me, got my team right beside me. High tide, I'm rising, my time, that's timely. I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things, yeah, that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I put that on me. 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 I got now, don't know who got next. Just like that, better every step. Yeah, I got now, don't know who got next. Just like that, better every step. I got now, don't know who got next. Just like that, better every step. Yeah, I got now, don't know who got next. Just like that, better every step. I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things, yeah, that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Yeah, I got many dreams, I got plenty things that I wanna see. Will I put that on me? Here we go, back again, same scenario. Win, yeah, we on a roll. Yeah, 2, 4, 6, we like 10 and 0. I should probably tell them something that they didn't know. Back then we was down with nowhere to go. Shit, might have been down, but we didn't fall. Now we running it like some intervals. Ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gonna do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when I come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, what now? Tell me who you see when you look straight up. Like, wait, who? Us now. What you gonna do when we pull up on you? Like, ooh, touchdown. You already know what it is when we come through you. Ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, shut down. Say, ooh, give me that crown. I need that now, right now.
fantasy, a dream. We done all seen 100 times over back when we was just teens. Now we going dumb, told them we the one. They would count us out, now we counting up the funds. Now without a doubt, they be throwing other ones. Like they was always rapping, yeah, believe them if you want. Now they show love, came with a dub. It is what it is, it isn't what it was. They all love to hate.
Welcome back to the Amazon European Masters semifinals live from our studio in Berlin. It is still quite early, but this series might already end with the next game if Game Ward does not come up with something new to take down this extremely strong BDS Academy.
Yeah, it felt like they kind of had the same idea going into Game 2 of the whole kind of deny Crownie from playing League of Legends thing, except it felt like they had a trio that didn't really stick as strongly this time around. And also, I feel like the rest of the map kind of fell apart a little bit faster than perhaps they're anticipating. Top side of the map, Adam getting that gank from jungler so early on to kind of sway that Darius matchup where he took over individually. Again, it feels like a bit of a soft repeat with slightly different events going on in the game.
I feel like if the game between BDSA and Vitality B Game 1 was not enough to prove to you that if Crownie falls behind, the rest of the map will stabilize enough until he's back into the game. I think Game 1 of this series should have sung the same song over to Game War, that no matter how hard you put this guy down, we have such strong core solo laners on the other side of the map that will do the deal until this guy can come back and deal damage on picks like Aphelios and Sivir. And I feel like Game Ward need to shake up that early game, because I feel like they keep doing the same move over and over again, and even though it does put a bunch of kills and experience lead and gold lead into Inex, it's just not enough.
I mean, same moves. It was 3 times the same move, because I think Akabana went for 3 ganks before 14 minutes, but it was actually Crownie and Ardota who actually, you know, they handle very well the pressure.
And that was a very weird pathing that we saw from Akabane. He went red to golems, to chickens, to all the way down bot lane because that wave was building up. And Inex, the bot lane in general from the side of Game Board have been doing the same thing, where they will build up that first wave and try to crush it underneath the tower. And by the time that happens, the jungler is there. They try to pull up a dive. Even if it doesn't work, they'll deprive the bot lane of experience and gold, and they'll get their AD carry ahead. And this is all good and dandy to get your AD carry ahead. But what do you do when the rest of your map is rotten?
Yeah, you know, my biggest worry here at the moment, now that I think about it, is that we kind of see a repeat of the quarterfinals matchup for BDSA, where Game Over gonna be like, okay, we played 2 games, we're playing to bot, didn't work out.
Let's do it again.
Let's go. No, actually worse. Let's go to play towards the top side. Except, sure, we get a lead, but then it's kind of just a reverse. You're doing the exact same thing. You get a lead from the top side, but then you don't actually do anything on the rest of the map. And that's kind of what Vitality B ended up doing, where they got a lead for Segenda, and then even though Adam was quite far behind, actually what ended up in that game a little bit more specifically was Crown Shot and Erdote went untouched. So they kind of just took over the game a bit in their own right. And then Adam was still on one of these, you know, really irritating to deal with space-buying bulky bruisers that just take over team fights regardless.
So what you're saying is we actually need 2 junglers for Game 1.
Yes.
We need 1 for bot lane and 1 for top lane. That's basically what we need.
I feel like this says a lot. The fact that we need 1 jungler for top side and 1 jungler for bot side, it feels like there is just not a single plan coming together into this game. You're playing for your top side of the map, yet you know you're going to be camping bot side of the map, but then the rest of your map is constantly losing pressure the entire time. And I don't know if this falls down to the players or the draft, because at this point you're like, if we're going to first pick a Swain, you technically need to hold onto your own in the mid lane. If we're going to give you the Akali into the Aatrox, you need to hold on to your own, because we know we're going to camp towards the bot side of the map. I think as a team, they need to come up with a very sound plan.
Now, looking at the other side of the jungle, because, I mean, the jungle matchup in particular has been a very vocal point in this series. Now, Shio, I mean, you're a big Shio fan, it seems like, Trouble, because you keep talking about this man.
I think this guy's LEC speed running any percentage right now. The way he's playing the map, the way he can figure out where the enemy jungler is no matter what, the way he can min-max situations when he's been pushed to the limit, when he's being invaded, when he's being attacked. The way that he can find ways back into the game has been absolutely stellar, alongside the fact that he will fill in the gaps to whatever his team desires him to do.
Yeah, I feel like also this guy just needs to be taken off Sejuani this series. I feel like he's just been too strong in it. It was the same idea in the cores, and I feel like right now in the semis, he's just kind of, well, allowed freedom in the early game to hit a point where once you hit level 6, you just become even more oppressive, not just around the melee lanes this time, but with more ranged engage. And sometimes you can just throw the ult out there, not commit, and if it lands, you just see everybody jump on top of it. Look at his stats.
Oh my lord!
Just this series, he's died once. He is a 36 KD at the moment.
Some quick
KDA
math.
rather.
That's some quick math.
That is ridiculous. 4 plus 32, Colin. Come on now. Anyway.
But he has one death.
He has one death as well. So like it just, yeah. I think the fact that he's been so pivotal in like setting up not just the early games for BDSA in the areas where they need to actually just kind of come back or stabilize the entire map state. I think the fact that he's been, again, now continue to re-area at this point, allowed so much freedom on the Sejuani pick post that early game in the mid game. I think it's a pick that at this point maybe just needs to be denied, but I feel the issue is not BDSA rather, Game World feel a little bit choked out on the bans in general at the moment, right? I think the fact that they only swapped over to the Poppy ban after game 1 is kind of a bit of a big tell at the moment as to how they're feeling.
And I love this. The fact that we came into the stage and said Akabane is going to have to play a big role for Game Ward. If he doesn't do it, Game Ward can't do it. He is the aggressor, he is the brawler, he is the skirmisher, he is the one that almost single-handedly took down X7 in that 3-0 sweep that Game Ward had versus them in the quarterfinals.
Yeah.
And I feel like so far, BDSA have been so clever to choke out and take away his main 2 champions that he can wreak havoc on the Rift with, which is the Vi and the Wukong. You take these 2 away. We were talking about in the green room, we're like, how about a Xin Zhao, maybe a Javan? They take these 2 away as well. And especially when you have Sejuani, you're like, okay, but why are they banning Javans and they're banning Xin Zhaos without banning the Trundles? Because they're not scared of Akabane's Trundle because they know that this is not the type of jungler he wants to play. Yes, Trundle is really strong into the Sejuani, but he cannot do what he wants to do when he's putting 3rd, 4th, 5th picks off of his S tier.
And we know we can do it, as you already mentioned, but you see that if Akabane doesn't put in the throttle, as we mentioned, the Akabane sports mode, as we like to put it, yeah, these fights look terrible for Game Worn.
Yeah, it's, what is it in F1? I think it's DRS, is it? When they
DRS.
DRS mode right now for Akabane, they need to find it because it just seems like Game Ward, for lack of a better way of putting it, are kind of just sat on their hands a little bit after the first couple of plays don't go well, and the BDSA are just taking over the game. Look at the damage stats, man.
You need less on your karma, man, and your karma support.
Yeah, something needs to change here. I think it can definitely start with the jungle.
That's not an Adam Aatrox, by the way.
Yeah, like so. I don't want it to sound like I'm really hitting on Akabane here, but I feel like because he is kind of the engine for his team, he has to be in good shape first before the rest of the map can actually take shape.
I feel like the listen was probably him reaching really deep into his pool because back when he was playing in big, his listen was a champion that was very feared, for. And right here, he actually had, if not 100% kill participation, very close to. It's just so difficult to play Lee Sin, man, into Renata, Oriana, Sejuani, Darius. Like, who do you kick into your team? The Darius? The Sejuani? Like, it's so difficult. And then Sivir has a spell shield. Crowny was so good at actually spell shielding on the spot the kicks that Akabane was throwing his way. So, yes, he was his champion. Yes, he did pretty well. If we look at KDA and if we look at how his skill participation went into this game, but it was just so difficult to play the champion because he had to reach so deep into the pool.
If we take a closer look at this post-game breakdown, I do feel like it was a completely different game than Game 2. Because Game 1 was kind of like, yeah, this is a BDS show, and now it went pretty even. And then all of a sudden they accelerate, and it all comes down and back to the fact that Akabane isn't really putting that much pressure, as you mentioned, Trouble. Now, moving forward to Game 3, potentially the last game, honestly, I didn't expect it to be a 3-0. I mean, possibly a 3-0.
See, he's seen the script.
Yeah, I see the script, I'm sorry.
I did, but you leaked the script. No. I kind of did, but I was like, you know what? Maybe BDSA will just misstep. Maybe Crowny will not be able to come back in one of these games. The same thing that happened in their LFL finals versus LDOC. But now that I'm looking at it, it feels like Game World do not have a solid plan. I think maybe going over to the blue side, either take away the Sejuani or the Vi for yourself. We know Akabane plays both the Sejuani and the Vi try to go over to the blue side, take away key champions, because so far, this is what BDSA came in doing from the side of Shio. They're banning the Vi, they're banning the Wukong, and then they're like, you can play whatever the heck you want. You can play the Trundle to the Sejuani. We're not scared of it.
Is that the answer? I mean, I never thought I would say this, but Sejuani first pick, is that the answer here?
BDSA have done it. And it's working for them.
G2 did it as well
G2
in
have done
playoffs.
it. Like, I feel like, especially when you're on blue side, well, it's definitely a little more flexible on red side, but I think on blue side, you can get away with then kind of just holding your top lane pick for a little while longer. And I feel like, as you can kind of see from the pick order here, it doesn't say it, but that is obviously Game World on red and BDSA on blue. They've been kind of picking top relatively early. They did it in game 1, obviously, after they saw Adam's pick, but I think right now, going for that Sejuani first pick and then potentially having the opportunity to just kind of send it top. Sure, you might have to deal with one of Adam's champion pools, but then it kind of splits the ban focus potentially to just kind of have BDSA go, we don't know if this is going top, we don't know if it's going jungle. Yeah. Maybe we have to kind of split bans, and you still then have Akbane's champion pool available to him.
So if BDS Academy wins this, they will be undefeated up until the final.
The finals. Oof, that brings me LDLC vibes, though.
Exactly,
and they
that's
lose
what I was
the
going for. This is a repeat of spring.
That's not a good omen to bring up for BDSA.
I had to put it out there. Everything is set up for Game 3 as Team BDS Academy will look to end it here and advance to the final. They seem unbeatable right now, but are they? What do you think, Ox, Nymera, and Oshin?
Yes. Moving on. Anyway, coming back into this one, welcome back one and all to the Amazon EU Masters. We are going to be casting what could potentially be our final game. Eye contact. You broke it. You ruined it. Anyway, moving into this one here, we've seen 2 compositions here from Game Ward where they just needed to have explosive early games. It didn't happen. And I thought Trouble made a fantastic point on the desk as well about it doesn't matter how far behind you put Crown Shot. Crown Shot's not the issue.
Yeah, the rest of the map is going to stabilize to the point where Crownie is going to be relevant again. And that's been the problem. And as Trouble was saying, we saw that from the very first game that BDS Academy had in playoffs. If you haven't figured that out by now, that's a problem.
Yeah, I feel like it's just the fact that BDSA have so many lanes that they can carry through. And it feels like you can't shut them all down. You have to lean into one so heavily that you're able to get enough of a lead that you can take over the game. But it feels like even when we see Game Ward find advantages, there's still mistakes, there's still issues, there's still problems. That last game, we saw them playing through bot heavily, but then Akbane ended up making that misplay around Dragon, lost the Dragon as well, that offsets the soul, and obviously put a bit more of an advantage towards the side of BDSA. I feel like, you know, not only do they need to find a lane they can play through effectively, but they need to be so much cleaner on it.
And coming into this tournament, actually, I was speaking to Millicott and Rudud from an LFL English, and they were saying actually Game World were the versatile team in the LFL. They were the team that could play through multiple lanes. Maybe less so Melanik, he was the least likely person to do that, apart from his Gangplank. Of course, that's less so in meta right now. But looking at BDS Academy, they are out-punching pound for pound across the map, and that is really difficult because you know that Game World have been typically a very adaptable, very intelligent team, but they're not even getting to the start line in these games right now because they're being outclassed across their lanes.
Yeah, I think it just comes down to how do Game Ward change this? What do they need to come out with? Because right now it does feel like the side selection's not working for them. They're giving up the Sejuani twice in a row. I feel like they need to swap over, get something different, try something new, because if you lose the same thing 3 times, you don't really learn much from that.
I mean, look, I feel like they should have switched to blue side after on game 2.
Yeah.
But this always happens. If you lose 2 games in a row on the same side, game 3, almost every pro team goes, okay, we're switching. We're going to try the different approach because this side isn't working. But blue side has been so strong this entire year.
Dusty made it. They did it. We flipped the script. How do we stop BDS from winning the Amazon EU Masters? We take them out of the game.
You must be truly desperate if you come to the NLC for answers. Of course, we do, however, see Game Ward on that blue side. So this changes some priorities. We are seeing the Caitlyn ban on the blue side. We have known, of course, typically in drafting, red side is where you get a lot of your power picks put into that ban phase. You don't want to be first picked. You get to put a bit more flavor into your bans when you're on blue side, and that Caitlyn has been one of those against Crownie.
Yeah, I think one of the reasons Game Ward has been so afraid of letting BDS Academy be on red is because of the fact that giving counter pick to Adam is so threatening, but they've said, you know, we're just gonna have to deal with it. We'll have to do the best we can possible, have a bit more directed bans, but also that first pick can be so huge because now BDS Academy, do they have to ban the Azir, right? Which we've seen both these teams heavily contesting. Yes, so it's taking away a ban from BDS and giving one to Game Ward with this side swap.
Dusty's gone. It's BDS Academy again. I thought we flipped the script. I thought, you know what? We're just going to throw everything out the window and just try something different.
It would be fairly crazy to sub out
an entire roster.
An entire roster which has gone undefeated at the tournament and also is looking like tournament favorites right now.
Yeah, but are they going to Worlds? That's the question, you know. I gotta question this thing. But we have now seen the Sejuani take off, so it looks like for the side of Game Ward, they don't even want it themselves. They want a different matchup in that jungle.
Something interesting though is we often see BDS Academy would pick the Sejuani or the Poppy and ban Trundle. They haven't even been doing that, but like Game Ward have realized that Trundle isn't enough of an answer to these champions. Too much pressure is applied by them by Shio. He's so good at playing for his team, and so as a result, they heavily banned out the jungle pool and now can prioritize first pick. Something to note is a Lucian left open and available, and they'll take that.
But I think this is still leaving a problem on this top side of the map, because one of the things that BDS Academy fell prey to within particularly the finals was that Ragnar on LDLC would just lock in the Sejuani and say, I'm going to nullify lane. And that is something which gave Adam a lot of problems. Now, if you're choosing not to pick that in and you still don't have a lane nullifying pick in that top side, I don't think that problem is going to get any better for you. You've tried versatile bots, you tried volatile bots. It's not really worked out for you. You have to have another area of the map which is stabilized at the very least, so the map isn't going to fall apart.
And I love what we're seeing here from the side of BDS and saying, look, we don't... Yeah, I was going to say do it. But it's like, they don't care about the Lucian matchup. They're saying, look, we have faith in the FLLs. Crownie has been exceptional on the pick throughout. And the thing I was just about to say was that when you first pick the Lucian, you means you leave open another pick to be taken away. The Vi is so easy now for them to pick up. And they talked about it on the pre-game today between Mata and Trouble. This thing is just insane in either of these junglers' hands, and BDS Academy got it.
Yeah, I mean, they were banning this entire series, and now they have it. Good answer to Lucian. If he ever steps up trying to go aggressive, trying to pick, you have that point-and-click stun. And now the expectations are going to have the Nami come in. The question is, what will they take in the jungle?
Ooh.
Looks like the Wukong, they were hovering that Morgana. We have seen that counter pick. Kanavi has brought it out. We saw it originally in the LCK, though. Pyosik? How do you pronounce it? Pyosik. And I think Canyon have brought it out as well. But here, they will end up taking the Wukong into the Vi, which has been a pretty frequent matchup to split. And we end up getting the Lulu, which generally speaking does a decent job in a Lucian Nami at mitigating some of that burst.
But I want to go back to this Wukong, because this has been mysteriously absent from this series so far, and it was a huge pick in the quarterfinals. You saw LELC Dusty. Effectively, whoever had the Wukong won that game. It gives you early power. It gives you the ability to fight around stuff like the Herald with your big team fight ultimate. Now, maybe it gives you this kind of bridge from not just being an early game champion like the Lee Sin or something like that, but also giving you that power in the team fights, which Game World have been lacking so far.
Well, we got the final few picks coming in. Next few bans going to be the next setup here. And this thing now for BDS Academy, this is what we were probably what Game World were so afraid of now, is that you're now into the second round of rotation of bans and picks. You can ban away mid laners, first pick whichever one you want, and leave that counter pick for top.
Yeah, and I feel like for Game World, yes, there are mid laners you'd love to ban against Rika, but there is no way you're throwing mid lane bans here, and that's just something super egregious. Top lane has been such a problem. They're taking away the Aatrox. Do they ban the Darius? Potentially could be something they don't want to deal with as well, especially as Adam having counter pick is so hard to match up into.
Yeah, I think particularly with that Darius, maybe you have to leave it up, I feel like, because at least you have the Nami tidal wave. You have some ways to zone out of the team fight. You've got the Lucian, which can play with the culling at range 2. It's a harder game in some ways for the Darius to play around, even though it has been played in this game. But still, Adam, I think the problem is now that he's always going to have another pick. In fact, I was speaking with SK Prime's coach a little bit, and he was just saying, like, man, he just always has another pick. It's super annoying to draft against. And now you just leave him to the last pick, and what does he do here? I mean, yeah, you banned away some choice champions. He's going to have more.
Yeah, we see the Victor come out, something we have seen banned against Rika in second rotation a few times in the last game in particular. And now, I mean, I feel like you want to have power in the mid jungle for Game World, so if you have a pick available for Shekelab that can give you that, that'd obviously be paying dividends. But it looks like for Melonic, they're just like, look, we need you to be as stable as possible. Darius is gone, Aatrox is gone. Can you handle with an Ornn pick?
Can you survive whatever might come into this one here? So Ornn locked and loaded for Melonic, which again, played the Collie in game 1, had a decent mid game, very shaky in the early game, but just couldn't make it stick towards the later stages. Game number 2, picked up the Aatrox against the Darius of Adam, just couldn't have the same level of presence. Now he's on something that is just a big team fighter, something that can kind of move forward. However, with Adam having counter pick, there's plenty on the board here for him to go for. I do think they need a little bit more engaged on the side of BDS Academy, so we'll be looking towards maybe the more tankier versions of those top laners that we know and love.
Now, Game World have picked an awful lot of range there. They have backline access, they have some disengage, they have ways to split the fight, but I'm still kind of worried because, yeah, you got a Corki, you got the Lucian. If I ever tags you, it's still going to be really rough, and Game World have not quite had the early game proficiency to really shut out BDS from finding their own entrances into team fights as well, put them behind to the point where those engages are difficult to make. I look at Shea on this Vi, and I think even though you have range, even though you have the ability to play through strong lanes like your bot side, I'm worried about those team fights yet again.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the fact as well that Game World have 2 carries, right? You know, you have a tank at the top lane who can obviously do work with disruption, but like if Vi ults either the Corki or the Lucian, takes them out the fight, it's down to the other to really carry through. And with things like the Polymorph that can shut down targets, with the Gnar who can be such a pertinent threat,
I think it might be a struggle. And a big thing for me is you're playing this Lucian army. You obviously want to try and pull out ahead in terms of lane, get your one-item spike and take over the map. But you have a Corki and a Victor. We've seen that matchup countless times in spring, and Corki has received nerfs since then, right? To some of his scaling with like the AP that he has on his ultimate. Victor's going to have pressure on that lane. Victor's going to have pressure on that lane. I've seen time and time again where Victor can even find kill opportunities, so you are not getting bailed out by your mid lane this game. It is all down to Game Ward's bot lane to make this happen, and the jungler to help out.
Yeah, I think the big thing now is that this is it for Game Ward. There are no best of fives. This is now a best of 1 3 times in a row, basically, if you want to try and come out to this one, because you are 2-0 down. BDS Academy just stomping through the Amazon EU Masters Summer 2022, yet to see their Nexus explode all tournament. And now we jump onto the Rift, what could be the third and final time as Game Ward need to have an explosive game to make them sure they don't drop here.
Yeah, and what a knockouts run it has been from BDS Academy so far. I mean, this was the team that dropped out of groups in spring. Couldn't even get through into that knockout stage. And there's an LFL team, you hold yourself to high standards. You have to. The prestige of this region is really unprecedented within the ERL scene. And for them, as this group of individuals as well, that all really want to prove themselves, redeem themselves, this is a heck of a way to do it.
All right, we're going to look at the junglers, because again, the Shio and Akabane matchup has been pretty damn pivotal so far in this series, but Shio actually going with a single pot and a ward first in his first kind of inventory. So he wants information off, he wants to know where his enemy is going to maybe either just counter or just straight up, you know, have that information for the rest of his lanes.
Yeah, at the end of the day, you don't always need both fillable stacks to a lot of junglers. You should just be able to clear healthy enough, and the one pot will do the job, and then having that information can make all the difference. I feel like Shio has done such a fantastic job of supporting his lanes when they've had advantages. And we get a repeat, right? Adam, with the Gnar into the Ornn, is going to have the pressure advantage in that top lane matchup. He's going to scale into a monster in the side lane. Rika's going to have the advantage mid, and sure, you know, there's windows for Lucian Nami to pressure at level 3, but level 1, level 2, Crowny and Adote can apply pressure in return. Lulu, a pretty hard champion to deal with just with that picks damage on her autos.
And actually, when you have lanes in the 2v2 with the Lucian Nami where you are kind of losing at level 1, level 2, you can just go towards the first strike. It means that you have less ability to really burst out at that level. But when it comes to mid-game, you have more ability to run people down in the mid lane, tag them with a W with the Gale Force, and chase them down with the Culling. So, see that Game Ward likely going to have to buy into the 2-item spike of the Lucian a little bit more, because they're not going to find as easy inroads in the lane.
And like you said, you know, getting the first strike builds you up towards the 2-item side, but you get the extra bit of cash. If you can proc it enough, it will get you closer to that 2 items, like you mentioned, a little bit quicker. And we have to kind of see where these junglers end up kind of focusing their efforts, because Akabane has been almost exclusively going bot side, whereas Shio has been a bit more flexible. He's been a bit more willing to go with the flow of the game and to see what's the best for his team.
Well, that's when we return back to this control ward in inventory for Shio. I actually feel like in this game, if Wukong falls behind, you have such a torrid time, because you have less ability to disengage than the rest of your team, and Wukong doesn't really have the choice of kind of running out here. Getting vision onto Akabane early, potentially putting him behind, is a very promising prospect from BDS Academy. If Akabane falls behind, that's a very difficult thing for Game Ward to rectify.
Yeah, he's not going to get bailed out by any of his lanes with how they've been going currently, so it does give Shio free reign really to try and challenge. For now though, we'll be able to clear up his Raptors pretty comfortably, but bot lane is where we're starting to see the issue. Crowny and Adote have built up that wave, harassing them quite heavily. There's already a 10 CS deficit, and sure, level 3 has been hit, but you know, it's not started off well for Inax and Camilius.
Yeah, and this is something which BDS Academy haven't typically done in summer. They haven't played early game through Crowny. He has been there as late game insurance. Now we started to see a little bit more. This team has started to evolve. Some of the things that we thought we knew about this team have been a little different, especially the way that Rika's been playing. He's been going off of those roaming picks again, back onto the mages, which he started some with, to less success. BDS, they're starting to become a more complete package throughout this Amazon EU Masters run.
See if they can keep that complete package completely undeterred, as we are going to have the bubble miss, sadly for them, as Inax just get polymorphed. They're going to flash in, not going to quite get the auto attack down. Inax just about stays alive, and first blood goes over to Game Ward.
So close there, but Akabane coming in is enough to turn it in favor of Game Ward. You see the upfront burst, disgusting from Lucian Nami at level 3 with that combo, but the extended trade, that's where it starts to get a little bit messy, right? Lucian with no cooldowns isn't really offering much, but the jungler is there, the kill is secured, and the lane is in a bit of a better position than it was before.
So where have we seen this before? This bot lane getting a little bit far behind from BDS Academy, getting punished early. Now, of course, they did have that CS advantage, but what's typically happened after this point is that, yes, the jungle will go down bot side, but then the rest of the map starts just tearing up their laning phase, allowing Sheo to just be on the top side of the map. BDS Academy now waiting for that counterpunch to see where Sheo can strike first.
We have a look at the replay here as well, because again, it's good from Crownie and from Inax to kind of bait Crownie in to kind of say, look, we know we can take this fight because we have our jungler in the wings.
Yeah, and I mean, it is close in the end. Crownie really trying to find that final kill, but
so close.
Ends up getting baited in, but just a good job, good read from Akabane, and kind of a decent bait from Inax. Yes, it was close, but it ends up working out in favor. You really need to be starting getting momentum on that Lucian if you want to be driving forwards, because I think a big part of how this composition is going to play in the mid game is going to be around Inax leading the charge, looking for picks, looking for poke, and that's when Shekelad can start to come in with the Corki as well. Straight 5v5s, there may be some problems, but if you chunk out BDSA, they'll struggle to really deal with you.
But still, managed to stack up that wave. Akabane is now down here again, seeing this huge amount of minions starting to rack up. Lucian can clear through these pretty effectively with early levels of Piercing Light. You have a much better wave clear with your basic abilities than many other AD carries. They can probably trim this wave, hold it in front of this tower. Now, Crownie and Adote actually in a little bit of a difficult spot. Sheo's having to be called down to respond to it. Might be setting up for a 3v3 brawl.
Looking for it. There's still a big wave, so Inax won't want to be tanking that one up for too long. Adote puts Sheo into the bot side, unseen for the moment. And again, like you said, just called in to make sure they can get this wave to crash. And I don't mind the play coming out from Game Ward, but BDSA, they're kind of wise to the tricks right now. Again, they're 2-0 up. They don't need to take crazy risks into this bot lane. So they're kind of saying, look, we have a feeling your bot lane's here, so we're not going to try and overforce it.
And you've still got dominant top lane. Naz going to be pushing in, potentially hitting that turret, because you can't really stop the Naz from doing that. Mid lane's at parity, and I think you're okay at that. At least Shekelad at the start of game is finally kind of able to survive one of these laning phases. But BDS Academy, I think they're happy if nothing is really happening. I think it favors them in the rest of the map if you have to call down resources to bot lane like this.
Well, nothing happens. A lot of people down that bot side, but nothing ends up kind of coming to fruition for the moment. BDSA, again, like I said, is happy to let this kind of laning phase continue because they have the winning matchups in both top and bot.
This is where things get a bit more interesting though in the bot lane, because now with a minute until the Herald, you start to think, okay, can we find prio? Can we find an angle where we can reset, move towards the Herald and start to set up for that? Or are we going to keep each other trapped in the lane and then leave it down to a 3v3 on the other side? One of the big changes that took Corki out of the meta is your initial package is at 10 minutes, not 8 minutes. You don't have it available for those first Heralds. For Game Mode, you're happy to kind of stall out the Herald until 10 minutes, whereas BDSA, if you want to get it without dealing with that big threat from the Corki, it's kind of this window you need.
And then also the respawn on packages, the other thing that was really affected, right? It's not every 5 minutes, every 6 minutes. You're not always going to get it for every dragon fight, especially if they're being taken on spawn. Big fight on the bot side.
Yeah, Adote does take a huge chunk of health bar, but he trades it back up to Inax, who does blow the cleanse, and this is kind of coming down to, again, just having that laning phase come into you, as we can see Akabane now up towards this top side. Oh, they don't get the knock-up, they get the flash away, but he's eventually going to be taken out. You would imagine Adam has nowhere to go. They give that one over to Milana because he had got the Ignite from the Summoner Spellbook.
Yeah, find a beautiful route. He actually saw BDSA opening up, trying to look for this angle, this Herald getting scuttle, but because Akabane managed to sneak in towards the top lane, punish Adam, it means they can't really go for that right now.
Oh, okay.
Well,
pictures on both sides of the map. There we go.
Guess that just happened.
I mean, that is how Nami Lucian do. That is just why it's such a terrifying bot lane, why we've seen it consistently banned. It can just blow you up.
But this is a lot more what we've wanted to be seeing from Game War for most of the series. We've wanted to see them put these lanes behind, get Akabane really onto the map in a way that he has defined his team's performance at this competition and in the LFL as well. And suddenly Adam has been punished for overshoving. Even though he has the dominant 1v1, he can be left in a lurch when he's been left in his own pushing on a little bit. So we've known from him even back in the LEC, and then Crownie just not safe in that 1v1, and it's actually too brutal.
Spoiler, he died after that, yeah.
No, he's just gone upstate to the
he's on the farm.
Crownie farm.
Yeah, the Crownie farm.
He recalled, went back to base, and
he
everything
loves farming. He loves farming. That's just how it works. But we're going to jump back into see that the Rift Herald was taken by BDSA, so they will have first push on that. I am curious to see if Shiho will go towards the Chemtech Chainsword as his first item. We do see it as kind of a generic stats stick for them on the side of any real Vi player. Just gives you a very good setup for it, but This is going to be interesting now to see where BDSA kind of come back to this. For the first time, we're seeing Game War come out the blocks very, very fast, very willing to kind of go for those plays. And honestly, for the first time, you know, since Game 2, honestly, or Game 1 first play, Akabane feels like he's back. Yeah,
and I feel like, especially if BDSA have this Herald in pocket, want to get some momentum, getting Face Dragon can be so big because, of course, we don't get to sync the packages as easy with the Dragon, but Dragon's become a much bigger concern later in the game. You know, if Game would manage to get the first couple, it's so hard to start denying them when that package can be available. So I want to see BDSA look for a window to use the Herald, but also capitalize on the fact that your bot lane has, for the most part, had pressure and lean into that Dragon. We'd see Shio doing that now.
But the thing about the Dragon, then also about stacking them later into the game, is actually BDS Academy have been very decisive when they wanted to find fights. They've not ended up half-hearting it much. They've found the right angles. And if you do that against a Corki, that does have the longer cooldown on the package now, you can catch Game Ward sleeping, but Adam caught again.
I mean, caught sleeping is one way to put it. Adam just not given any space right now. He's going to try and get himself away from it, but he has got the hyper proc, so he knows with the fleet footwork he's going to be fine. But while this is all happening, BDSA are getting their objectives. They're getting towards that Dragon.
Guys, we said to Melonic he had to survive the top lane matchup.
He's thriving.
He's absolutely doing fantastic right now. Adam really being caught off guard by that knock-up, and obviously he just survived, just managed to back away, but Melonic doing far better this game than he has this series.
I am really surprised that Chocolate has picked up that package now, because, yeah, I know you want to use it at some point, but this is 5 minutes till the next Dragon. It's not going to be up for the next Herald, and what we were just talking about in terms of the timing of these packages are very important. You need to make a power play now. If BDS Academy have been the decisive team in this semi-final, Game On need to find some now.
Yeah, they need to go for it. They're going to try and jump on the crown. He's got a huge shield on top of him, but with the tidal wave coming in, the Wild Growth is not enough, and that's going to be Inax picking himself up another one. Chocolate looking to try and put the icing on the cake. And Chocolate will try and just kind of keep this wave here. They haven't crashed it just yet, and they have got Shio coming in, so you got to be very careful. He doesn't quite get the knockback where he wanted it to. He's trying to use it again. Erdote survives. Chocolate flashes. One more auto attack, but the Lulu strikes back.
Now with the package, yes, you got to be decisive. That's something else, though. It goes in straight to the 1-for-1. Sure, more gold for Corki, I guess.
You have to type in all chat. You say wait. Wait, right? There's nothing else you can say in that situation. And actually, Camillus was even tanking the tower for him. Otherwise, Chocolate would have just immediately pretty much died. But yeah, not the most optimal package play we've seen, I will definitely say, but something now.
Akabane. Okay, gets the Chaos Storm out of Reeker. Reeker on this Victor with a first strike is pretty big.
Yeah, he's pretty strong, but someone who really is starting to thrive is Inax and Camillus, right? Mandate complete for the Nami, Gale Force for the Lucian. This is where you get into like true one-shot territory, so Crownie has to be pretty careful here because he might be getting collapsed on. Or
Shio's hit,
it's the other way.
It's the other way around.
It is the other way around. They're going to be able to turn onto him, though. The culling is fantastic, and they might be able to turn this back one onto the Vi. See Shio just using the Lulu to get himself back, but this is the power of the Lucian.
So there you go. We did say, oh, you know, kind of hard at level 1, level 2, but the mid-game's going to be really cool. Well, it turns out mid-games happen at about 12 minutes and 30 seconds. They've absolutely slammed Crownie into the dirt.
Well, they're going to see Reeker. Doesn't have the Chaos Storm just yet, but now Shio in this mid lane. They're not quite able to take out Akabane just yet, but yeah, you're nowhere for you to go, and Adam will eat you up. Oh, nummy, 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 nummy. Should not be able to survive from that. As I say that, there is a blast cone, so nope, never mind to keep himself safe, but now we're going to have a engage in the mid lane. Melonic trying to get on top of Reeker, who flashes away. Game Ward not to be outdone, but despite the kill lead, they're only 500 gold ahead, and you can see that they're trying so very hard, Nightmare, but it's just not giving them far enough.
No, and I kind of get that you want to be playing around your point of power right now, but when you don't have your Lucian at the fight, what are you going to do? Because this is what happens when the Lucian is at the fight. This stuff happens. People start just evaporating.
Yeah, doing quite a bit of damage, I think it's safe to say, at this point, and just a bit of an overstep on this side of the map from the Wukong, but I mean, fair play is the fact that despite how badly this kind of went for Game Ward, because BDSA committed so many resources to the top side, they actually ended up not being able to capitalize on the Herald, so sure, we do see the Wukong go down, but no Herald charge. It's
cunning plan.
All planned, all thought out ahead, and ultimately I think Game Ward pretty happy with that passage of play.
That's a good point, actually. You know, Herald not even going to be able to take down that mid lane outer turret to the point where actually one wave would end up being enough to kill that tower with some champions nearby. And when you have two very high wavelet compositions between the mid laners and the AD carries, that becomes relevant. Particularly second Herald becomes this mid lane killing thing.
It's a zoning ult.
Yeah, he just wanted to try and get it, but then he didn't want to go fully into it.
I believe Shox calls that one the dulling.
The dolly. I like that, actually. That's
like
really
that
good.
It's that one and the Super Mega Meth Rocket are my favorites.
Well, what's no laughing matter is Reeker actually turning around this fight in the mid lane. Akabane thought he might have been able to get something going with the Cyclone, but again, very difficult to make this one stick. Adam getting to be able to kind of harass Melonic, and Adam's just having a field day right now. Apart from that one gank on top side, he's just having a fine time to keep the Ornn in the lane.
And this is what is going to eventually happen is there'll come a point where Adam will be such a pertinent threat in the side lane, Ornn won't be able to handle him easily and will just be kind of like, okay, I'm going to wave clear, but please can we start a fight now? Otherwise I'm just going to start losing structures.
Yeah, and that's going to be something which I'm looking at in terms of how BDS Academy look to start fights on their own. They can win through side lanes, obviously. I think when you have the ability for Gnar to do pretty well in both of these side lane matchups, Steven. I think that Corki can struggle at some points, ends up wave clearing, but if Corki is called to a side lane, that's a big enough problem in its own right. But one thing that we were talking about right from draft is, okay, you've got the range, you've got damage, but there are ways onto your carries, and though you have some disengage, if I ever find the right target, things get very, very rough. And I don't think I've seen enough from Game Ward right now to say that their carries are going to be safe in the fights when we start erupting in the next kind of couple of item spikes.
And the big thing I'm looking at right now is that yes, Game Ward are getting the Rift Arrow, but you now down 2 dragons against BDSA. So BDSA are the ones getting the first turret. They're also the ones getting the pressure in the mid lane and the top side. So this is Game Ward kind of saying, look, what can you use this Herald for?
Yeah, and what dragons to get as well, right? A Mountain and Infernal, the percentage armor and the percentage MR and also percentage aggressive stats as well means BDSA should be in a pretty comfortable spot. And now Game Ward are looking towards this top side to try and make something happen, but even if they get this tower, I still feel like BDSA pretty happy with how this sort of early game has panned out so far.
So you see that Inax is now being kind of moved around the map as a wrecking ball, and he kind of needs to be, right? Because anywhere where Adam is, you are losing HP on structures. Maybe the Lucian Nami can still hold that to account. Chakalat, you do not have safe information for this.
No, he does not. He's going to try and get over the wall and use the stopwatch, but you can see they actually try to get Crowny in there with the Gale Force. They did not realize the literal rest of Game Ward were up on this top side. You can see that Shio using that mobility on the fight to get himself up. But look at the bot side. Look at Reeker. He's PvE. He's just constantly pushing in the bot side saying, look, I'm going to call your bluff because I don't think you're going to get more than just one tower.
He's putting time pressure on them, so now they're looking towards his mid lane tower, but the ult comes down from Crowny. They'll get the tower, but they won't get anything more from it. And ultimately, again, BDSA, like I saw Shio get collapsed on by 5 members. I thought he was gone, manages to make it out.
I mean, getting that mid lane out of turret is still relevant, particularly when you have, again, these compositions with lots of wave clear to be parked in the mid lane.
Chakalat uses the package, gets the Chaos Storm out, but I gotta call it out because Chakalat has not been exceptional with these massive power spikes and really finds himself in a bad situation now. Adam lands a spaceship right into him. They are thematically the same. And at the end of the day, a big old space monster's gonna win.
Look, I'm gonna be real, it is more difficult to sync up your package with dragons. That is no excuse for this, right? There should be at least some semblance of we're trying to make sure we have a package for a dragon at some point in the game.
Yeah, especially that first dragon, I was like, the first package rather, I'm like, hang on, what are you doing this for? I've seen a second one now, and like, Corki at the start of the year was fairly easy to play around it. There was a great interview with Yamato Cannon on Fnatic back in spring of times. Like, yeah, it just makes these timings easy to play around. The whole team knows what's going to happen. It's less easy than that nowadays.
Akabane
is just, giving a chance.
He's going to try it though, but you still have Inax and you still have Camilius in here to get the wild growth down. The tidal wave is good, but all the way back down. Shut down. Shio gets himself a kill. Akabane now ignited, slowed in, flashes away. They're trying to just fully retreat here as Melonic
tower shot.
Not quite able to get himself and his jungler out. He might be able to continue his own retreat, but this is all starting to unravel so quickly right now because top, we're having a bit of a 1v1. It's a flash in. It's an overwall. Adam! Are you joking me right now, you little yordle man?
Man manages to get the kill, and you see Chakalat trying to answer, but at the end of the day, you're not doing that much damage on the Corki with your autos. Both of them flashing to try and find the outplay, but Adam comes out ahead. BDSA coming out far ahead in this game.
Oh, Chakalat has had such a rough game so far. Really struggled to land the early playmaking tools now in the side lane being exploited by Adam once again. Adam in the side lane on an individual 1v1 matchup, which he's running away with.
And look, we've had a recurring theme. Once again, Inax!
Inax, he's taking so much damage, and there is no respite in your own jungle. Without those 2 towers, you don't have vision control.
I think we've all seen what a Victor can do to a Lucian. There is a very famous play where we all remember, and I mean, Rika just absolutely annihilates him, but now you're starting to lose pressure, right? Inax falling down, your point of power struggling, mid tower going down, and Unreal, once again, they've set Crownie very far behind 0-4. It just doesn't seem to matter. BDSA have regained control of this game.
You're trying to say that, like, you know, Game World are losing pressure. They're losing the game. This game is unraveling before our eyes.
They're losing
right
the series.
Yeah, they're also losing the series as we go right the way back, because this Game World just try and overforce this right now. So Inax and Camille is hard forced, but again, you have a Lulu. It's so difficult to get that damage to stick.
Yeah, I think at the start of that play, you could see a little bit of what we were worried about in terms of actually Wukong can struggle on the engage. You don't have the non-committal nature of the Ornn ultimate or the Culling, which can play at range. And Akabani is effectively not able to affect this play after the start of that. Lucian has to do some heavy lifting, and then, of course, left in a side lane, Nara is very happy to take this. And
just auto attacks. He's just bigger.
Yeah.
Oh, so nicely done.
If Adam flashes to dodge a rocket,
no, we're going to have to stop you right there because Akabani's been found. He has not been killed just yet. Never mind, he's going to be killed just now. Never mind, he goes in. They get a nice big ultimate there from Melonic and a good bubble that stops the Gnar from getting anything. A bit of a turnaround right there. Chocolate trying to move forward, but you do not have a lot more in the tank. You got to be so careful here. Game Ward, they smell it. This is their one opportunity.
I feel like that play only makes sense if Game Ward have Revenant. I don't get how this Wukong survived, but they're looking for more.
They're looking for more. Melonic refuses to go quietly out of this game, out of this series, and he is trying to drag his kicking and screaming team by the scruff to a victory. They back away, everyone away from this dragon, but now you can see Chio. He's trying to see if he can maybe work something here onto the Corky Chekolad, just playing bouncer, and Game Ward survive. Game Ward not out of this just yet.
They managed to just about out-muscle BDS Academy out of their own bot side jungle. And at the start of this, again, I was wondering, like, okay, it's another difficult Wukong moment. This is kind of awkward, but he just about gets away with it. Miraculously, I think you're right there, Orcs. Actually, yeah, if you have something like a Renata, you can buy enough space, you can get those resets. The Nami Tidal Wave does a pretty okay job in its stead, though, by just enough time.
I'm amazed he actually managed to live that. Like, they all went the wrong way, but, like, I was so certain he was dead. I was like, yeah, this is just a free pick, but the answer comes in, and the Melonic, again, Rika, this is the thing with the Victors, flashless. You get caught by CC and you're gonna get punished.
And again, it's still an Ornn. This is what we talked about in draft. You're on Ornn duty, but at the same time, you're still powerful.
He's on Ornn duty.
It's not you're on Ornn duty. You're on Ornn duty. You have the privilege of it. And it does feel like right now, like a couple of comedy of errors, I think, for BDSA in that last passage of play. Adam didn't land the ultimate. That didn't really do anything at all. The perfect corridor for a tidal wave and an Ornn horn to hit everyone on the backside as well. So little things like that have to go their ways. You just get 2 kills on a dragon, it's still an uphill battle.
Yeah, it's still going to be fairly difficult for Game Ward. You've now got a Hullbreaker second on the Gnar, so Adam's happy to sit on the side lane and has already been winning those side lanes. At this point, you're going to be in real danger of Adam taking 1v2s, which he potentially might find himself in on the spot side. A lot of members from Game Ward able to respond towards it, but the BDS Academy more than happy to rely on Adam to do the heavy lifting for them when the game gets tough.
I think a big point that we can hone in on, because, you know, we talked about the Lucian being a pretty significant spike at this point in the game. The Corky level...
Should be fine.
Level 16 for Corky is such a massive spike because the AD ratio on your rockets goes up. At 16, it goes to 75% on a small one, 150% on a big one.
They're going to force the tidal wave out, so now they have to concede a Game Ward. They really didn't want to have to use that big key ultimate. You know how powerful it can be in a team fight, and they've already wasted it just to try and keep Chocolate alive. So Chocolate not having the best of series right now. Crownie goes in onto Inax, who's forced to cleanse after using the Gale Force defensively, but we're going to have the buy going in straight away. The Chaos Storm is good. The Moonlight Vigil goes completely whiffing as Reeker now left all on its own. So Melonic is TP'd in, and he wants a little bit more of this fight. They're going to get Shiho, and yes, you're losing on bot side, but your Gnar is in there. You can turn for Baron.
And this time it's the Victor flashing in and dying. Thinks they have the burst, think they've got the ultimate, but they overestimate. The disengage does come in even without the tidal wave. Game Ward, they take the fight that's presented to them. They're going to walk away with the Baron. They're losing in this bot lane on the side lane, though. Adam doing work.
Oh, TP.
Where's that to? They're going for the fight here.
There's very low health bars right now, and you've just used all your ultimates, so Adam is huge, and Adam does have flash should he find an opportunity. He's going to try and 1v5 this right now, and he finds the back line! Adam shall not be denied! Adam will make sure BDSA do not lose a game at the Amazon EU Masters!
And just when Game Ward think they have found their route back into the series, they set up on the Baron. Adam comes in clutch, slams him into the wall, and delivers the Baron on a plate to his team.
This guy, this top laner, gets a pentakill in the group stage. Insane laning stats, insane damage per minute. And after this series, after the quarterfinals, you really got to start asking these questions. Is this guy the tournament MVP? He has taken this entire team onto his back at the end of that play.
And this is a great fight from Game Ward. It's exactly what they need. It's an overextension. You don't have the Gnar here. But they just take too much because they're just that bit far behind that by the time they get to the Baron, you can see already the health bars, they're just not there, Ox.
Yeah, and I mean, the fact that he TP's in with the Mega Gnar as well. Melodic tries to play Bruce, but look, they stop hitting the Baron because they don't want to be in the pit. But the flash from Adam connecting onto that bot lane, both of them caught in. Just beautiful play, but beautiful game sense to read that you can make this happen for your team.
It's just perfect timing, right? Because you can understand that, oh, maybe you don't teleport in because you just accept that you've lost the fight. But to say, actually, no, Baron's not going down. We've got a chance to play this out. And having the time to make that big play, it's very heads-up play. It's very intelligent play. BDS Academy, they are looking very, very sharp in this game.
I mean, Adam has just been a tier of his own. I know there's all this talk about top fives in different tournaments in different regions, but in this tournament, it's just Adam and the rest. There's, it just doesn't feel like anyone else has really come close to the guy on the top side. And it just, right now, you need something here. You need something to work for you right now, but with a Lucian, a Lulu, there's so little you can do to make this damage stick, and you have to be putting yourself in harm's way.
And you start to see Inax is falling off the curve, right? Before able to one-shot people, burst them out. Now, Adote, lowest level in the game, one of the squishiest champions, isn't really able to do much still. You can see a lot of rocket damage from Shekalad, but you have to be so cautious. You overstep once, that Vi is coming for you, and Shio with 3k HP does not care if there's towers in the way. He will take you down.
Get the bot lane tier 3. And leave the inhibitor there. They're going to back themselves up. Dragon is available. Put themselves on the soul point right now.
Adam is 3 levels above Melodic, by the way. He's level 17. Inax, who was obviously pretty fed earlier, is level 12. That is such a disparity.
I was going to say, yes, he's 3 levels ahead of Melodic. That is correct. He's 3 levels ahead of everybody who could even come close to him. No one else is even there past level 14. So Adam is his own force of nature.
And also, particularly for Mini-Gnar, a lot of people don't know this, because I didn't know this until someone said this on Twitter a couple of months ago. Mini-Gnar actually scales the basic attack range with level. Now you're up here at level 17, you're actually a pretty long-range character, and with Hullbreaker, with the Wit's End, the ability to chase down, get those additional autos, it can really take you by surprise. And when they get to split the map like this as well, threaten across the map, whenever a fight starts, you have to ask yourself, what is Adam getting done on the map?
And I love what Shio's doing right now. He's just roaming around trying to find someone to hurt because he's got a Warmog. So even if he just has to get out, and then he's able to heal up again. Ardorte does not have that same luxury, so he still needs to be very careful.
I feel like one of the things with the Gnar as well, when you're ahead, and this is one of the issues with the durability change, is that Mini-Gnar became so bulky, you have the percentage HP on your W, but still, you just do so much damage. Even if Adam isn't in Mega, if he just runs at Inax, he will solo him. He will just beat him in the 1v1. He is that strong right now, so obviously a big cause for concern.
They actually just gave the Grom to Adote to give him the heal so he can stay out on the map. I have never seen anyone give a Grom to a support to do that before.
Play right there.
That's
that
great.
Is team play. But look, Adam, Shekalad, what are you going to do?
Good luck with this.
Round 2, he's going to try and get a 1v1, but you're not going to be able to survive. Gets the GA. Adam wins that round, regardless of Melodic coming into it or not. Now they've used the exhaust from Melodic as well. Reeker's killed off Akabane on the top side of the map, as the rest of BDS are just taking over the game. Flash forward from Reeker as he wants to kill off Inax, who cleanses, who flashes, but Adam is behind you like the monster under your bed. He gets you when you least expect it.
Finds the kill again with the aggression. We've seen Rika on this Victor, this mage you expect to be playing the backline, going so aggressive, and it is paying dividends. They're leaning towards the top side to try and see if they can find some more, but I think they will back. Oh, actually, TP coming in. They're going for more right now.
Look at the map. Look at the map. The Vi is
chasing the Nami. As well. Rika's going to TP in as well.
The Nami's not here. You don't have Camilius to be able to help out your team, to dissuade anyone from going in, to heal up your players. So
BDSA are saying, cool, you're not even just one man down, you're several men down.
just assist pinged.
Yeah. Well, he's dead, and he knows he's dead. They're just keeping him here. 1, 2, doesn't even throw the punch. That's how powerful it was. The thought of it was enough.
I just want to say we don't condone bullying on the E-Masters stream.
But what style BDS are closing out this game, closing out this series. It was a redemption arc in the quarters. They're carrying it forward to Chapter 2 in the semis, potentially bringing it through to another chapter to close it.
I mean, this is it. You've got the package. You've got an opportunity, Reeker, with no flash, but no really way for Inex to get on top of this. Adam flashes forward and says, like you guys were mentioning, I'm mini, but I'm still absolutely huge. He's trying to move up towards Mega before he can get on top of Akabane, who can't really run away. He has to flash back onto his own fountain, and Adam versus the world, 1v4, and he might still be able to get out alive. He's going to be very close to going down, but the Lulu helps him out, because Adam does not care. Adam does not mind, neither does Shio as he goes on top of the fountain. BDSA remain undefeated in the Amazon EU Masters Summer 2022.
And I'm going to be real, they beat them game 1, they beat them game 2, but game 3 they styled on them.
It was rough for Game Ward. Like, there was 1 or 2 opportunities. You're like, oh, maybe the Lucian Nami could do it. But then once the Adam outplay and topside happened, I was like, there's nothing for you to do. This Adam has gotten too big. This Gnar is now a problem, and you have no solutions.
And what a journey BDS Academy have been on since spring. Knocked out in groups from the Amazon EU Masters back then. Now they're coming back, and they are crushing this tournament. I would call them my tournament favorites at this point. They're on a redemption arc. For
they are
players,
in the finals.
For the team, and they're into the finals now to try and cap off this whole redemption arc. They're really trying to put this to bed and reclaim this narrative around them.
I mean, it is just an incredible run from them right now, and I think it just comes from the fact that they are playing as a unit. We've seen so many times where they're giving over wards, they were giving over experience, they were giving over utilities over to everyone on the team. It didn't matter what carry you were.
I feel like what's been frustrating is that it feels like Game Ward aren't just sitting back and letting this happen. They're trying to find plays, they're trying to find places on the map to play for, they're getting advantages, they're starting stuff off, and it just never feels like enough. It must be such a frustrating loss, but I mean, BDSA were just fantastic.
I mean, they really, really are, and BDSA is our first finalist. Stay tuned for the post-show and check out the Warner Song of the Day, Try by Matsuyo and Bibian Z.
so many times, but I didn't want to. But I don't know what I mean to you. We just spent too many times discussing what's wrong, what's right, what's right. That we'd always miss the chance, giving it a try, a try. I don't want someone else by my side. Someone else by my side.
Welcome to our post show at the Amazon European Masters. BDS Academy seems just absolutely unbeatable. They are 12-0 in this tournament right now, and they are our first finalist. Will they just win the title without dropping a single game? I mean, I asked this question last split, and we all know how that went, Trouble.
Yeah, I know. Going all the way to the finals undefeated doesn't seem to pan out very well. LDOC will definitely vouch for that. But what we saw right there in this particular replay was daylight robbery. Game would start the Baron. They don't have the resources, they don't have the mana, they don't have the HP bars, and they get pretty much the game that they fought to get to this point completely taken away.
It's plain and simple, that fight was a heist, and Adam got away with the biggest cut from the entire gang.
I mean, sources told me Game Ward was playing without screens on. I mean, that's that's what I've been told.
Wow.
No, but this series, a 3-0, I think everything we expect from every single series, from quarters up to now, it always goes like the complete opposite, it seems.
I feel like, especially when it comes to something like semifinals at EU Masters, you're expecting that the teams are extremely evenly matched. Yet, that was the second seed of the LFL versus the fourth seed of the LFL, and that was for a reason. BDS Academy and LDOC seem to be on a completely different trajectory. And if we look at the PGB here as well, the team on the left is supposed to be the one scaling, and look what this Victor was able to do, shove it in wave after wave, the poke that this champion does, and the fact that it's really sad because Gamewood finally had a plan, right? They kept playing through the bot side of the map and they're like, screw the top side, put them on two scalers, we have the ornaments for later on, we'll play through Lucian Nami. Lucian Nami fell behind. It was the first time their bot lane fell behind. And also the fact that you pick blue side, but you let the Vice slip off of your hands.
That's the biggest thing to me.
I'm
It's
upset.
just the fact that they let the fight go off the track to fight for
Big
it
upset
the
too.
entire series.
I mean, let's hold our thoughts, because if you mention bot lane, we also have to mention our guest. Because let's get to our interview with the winning bot lane, who already won European Masters once and will now again play in the final. Crowny, how are you doing, man?
I mean, I'm doing good. I mean, I think I'm a bit disappointed with my play, like the last game, because it was a bit too disrespectful. Because I was in a very good spot on bot. I think it was like 26 to 12 CS. I was one potion up, and I played a bit too aggressive, and then I gave them a bit too many openings, because we knew, like, before today, if we just play like we're supposed to, we should be able to win all the games. So I think today overall we're dropping a bit too many kills, and the last game obviously it's like mostly me. So I'm not really happy with that, but overall we are in finals, so still stuff to be happy about, of course.
I mean, sometimes a little bit of dopamine gaming can be okay, so it's fine.
It's true. It's like if I do my combo correctly, I trade 1 for 1. It's okay, But all jokes aside, like they were checkmated on bot, right? Like, and if I manage to force Wukong to show without losing something, like the first game, if you remember when they map split, he was like constantly being spotted on vision. While we are not losing anything, and they are. It's obviously very good, but obviously it was a bit too aggressive. And also, like the first game, I think we took stuff for granted a bit. Like on bot lane, we just assumed they base when they were like going around and cheesing, and like they like to fish a lot for kills, which we knew, but we didn't like adapt to it, I guess, in game. Obviously, we're the better team and better individually, so we can still win. But I need to play better if we want to win finals. So yeah.
Of course, coming as the second seed, LDLC you might be waiting, actually, for LDLC in the finals for a remake of the LFL finals, if you will. Now, what was the main takeaway from this particular series versus Game World?
I mean, as I said, I think we're just a bit too disrespectful. Like even this last game, like we went for fights where like Nari split pushing, we could just play slower and like just choke them out slowly, but we tried to go for like outplays. Even like the first or second game, we're like trying to outplay 2v3, 2v4, 2v like I don't know, 3v4, like always with man disadvantage while we're getting something on the other side of the map. And I'm sure if we're playing a better team, would be like more disciplined. But I would say that's the main takeaway. And other than that, yeah, it's just a bit. Other stuff is pretty standard. I think we are very confident that if we don't like fall behind heavily, we should pretty much win every game if we don't fall behind early.
So I heard you talking about Akabana, about his jungle performance, but I think it's even more worth mentioning your own jungle performance, because Shio, he had an insane series, but also in the quarterfinals, that man is unstoppable, it seems.
Yeah, I mean, I think all of my teammates' levels right now are very, very high. Obviously, it took us some time. Like we made a support change in the middle of the split, and then had to like pretty much rebuild synergy that was there in spring, like with Misha and their daughter. And then we just started winning more and more. And I think the final against FDLC, the loss was a bit of a bad day and a bit of a bad meta read, I would say. I think we had the wrong priority on some champions, bot lane specifically.
Yeah.
Like we were like tunning too much on stuff like Rakan when like range supports were already very strong in the meta. But and I think we just had a bad day overall. Like I think it could have easily went to 5 games if I didn't fuck up, if I didn't mess up the 4th game. Sorry, if I didn't mess up the 4th game like on top, because we managed to make a comeback. But I think generally, I would say we are leveling up pretty much every week. Even Screams, the team that gave us the most problems by far was UOL, and they're out. I mean, we didn't really Scream LDLC much, but we know them very well because we've played them the whole year. So I think if we just respect every opponent and play as a team, I would say this title should be ours. I think everyone is eager to prove that they deserve to play, in higher leagues. Yeah.
But very short though, still about Shio, because Shio seems to be, I see a lot of Vi, I see a lot of Wukong, but Shio just seems to be playing the tanks, playing the facilitator.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's good we showed that we can play Sejuani as well, right? So teams need to worry, because I would say that the Sheo and the Adam top side with Sejuani and the Bruiser top is pretty scary for everyone to play against, right? So I think it's a very, very good thing, yeah, that we play champions like that as well. I think it kind of came into the meta, like it started being played in the Asian regions first, like they started flexing Sejuani a ton.
Yeah.
Before that, it wasn't really in jungle yet, but yeah, it's good that we added it, because the more champions enemy needs to worry about, the better for your draft, right? So
yeah. So now let's talk about the series again. First of all, let's talk about the ONE+ MVP. Jamana,
drum roll.
Surprise.
Drum roll.
Crowley, who do you think it is, brother?
It's this random top laner from France.
Yeah, see, he just knows. He just knows it's Adam.
This is.
I mean, thoughts on how he played throughout the series, right? I think your last matchup in quarters, I feel like he kind of completed a heist like he did at the Baron fight to round out your series here.
Yeah.
This time around, it feels like it was probably a little more earned. A couple words on Adam.
I mean, I would say like since he obviously has like a huge number of fans, so he gets like pretty much every MVP, and I would say like 80-90% of them are deserved, you know. But I think today he played very well. I think all of my teammates played well, but I guess you would give it to like Adam or Shao. But he had like, you know, when a player has like a super flashy play, it's just guaranteed that they're getting MVP. You know what I mean? Like when he stopped that Nashor, you know, like obviously like he would get it, but in the eyes of fans, I mean. But obviously he's like an insane player. I think from all my teams, like I've never seen someone dominate like the opposition this much, right? Obviously, I would say he's showing that he's like above this level, right? Like I think even Shigenda, who I personally thought was like one of the best top laners besides him, he couldn't, like he was getting outplayed by Adam as well. So obviously his level is very insane. And as I said, I think we're all at a very good level. Scrims are going well, and we feel like we understand the meta very well currently. So I would say like by far the biggest enemy we have this EU Masters is like ourselves and how we play. If we play too cocky, if we play too disrespectful, if we don't play as a team, if we are like lazy, I would say that's like by far the biggest issue. And I would say like that was also like against LDC it showed a bit, but I think for example this last game like I was just inting low key. Obviously not on purpose. I was just too cocky. And
you were feeling it. You were feeling it.
Bullied as well, I gotta say.
And then, yeah, like the second death, I just said, okay, I can 1v2 because I have red-white, but I should ult first to heal. But I like did Q first, and then I could not ult, and I just got bursted down by Lushanami. But I think if I actually ult and I double hit both, maybe I can outplay. But obviously, it's like very disgusting to play this way when my whole team is winning.
There's one solution: like, more solo queue games.
Yeah, I mean, obviously,
don't
like,
tell him to play solo queue more. Come on.
Yeah, obviously, it's not correct to play like this. It's a bit disrespectful to my team to go for these outplays. I mean, especially when we know if we play controlled, we'll win, right? It just shows a bit of like lack of discipline from me this game, I would say. But I would say the other two games, I was playing well. I think. I mean, there are very clear plans, like early game.
You have another series coming up to show that. So I mean. Relax.
Yeah, of course.
You have the dub now. Focus on Sunday.
Of course.
Trouble, there's something you still wanted to mention?
Yes, Sheo got robbed again. Like, please, man. This guy was a madman in his quarterfinal series. This guy was a madman in the semifinals. He's died 3 times while engaging and playing in everyone's face with Sejuani's, with Vice. He smashed quarterfinals as well. Like, please, people, this guy is LEC speedrunning any percentage right now. And it actually blows my mind because I remember SK found the guy in the winter split, last split. And after that, he just skyrocketed. He went over to BDS and he started playing like an absolute madman that he is. It's honestly really refreshing and really good to see rookies like this, and especially coming from the LFL where it's so freaking competitive. You make one mistake, you fall behind. Having a rookie like that come into a team and just mold into it so freaking well is just very refreshing to see.
And you know, it might happen again on Sunday, Jamada. If we take a look at the bracket, it might happen that we have a full LFL final, but my hopes are up for Heretics, I need to say, Jamada.
Yeah, you know, after their URL victory, it kind of does feel that the hope for the Spanish is back, you know?
For the entirety of Europe.
Okay, I'm not fully convinced.
Okay.
I've been infected by Noah's very, you know, super pessimistic view.
At least it didn't suplex you.
I didn't get suplexed at the telestrator at least. But yeah, I feel like now that Unicorns are gone, and not only that, I mean, Crowley said it word for word just now, felt like they were the only team that really gave them trouble throughout the split, perhaps behind the scenes. And maybe Heretics are above that level, but I think they haven't necessarily shown us per se that they have been. I feel like that series could have gone either way, and it's more about them actually proving themselves against LDLC now, in my opinion, as opposed to actually UOL.
So what are your thoughts, Crony, on that semifinal of tomorrow?
I mean, personally, we had absolutely zero issue with Heretics the whole split. And like my brain would say that the LDLC should win. I think they are the better team, but this EU Masters, like a lot of unexpected things happen in series. Like I don't think people expected Dusty
That's
to
one
take
way
like,
to put it, yeah.
to take 2 games of LDLC, and they didn't. I think everyone expected UL to win. I mean, at least from scrims, right? Obviously, it's a different game, but generally, I would expect LDLC to win. But I think it also depends on the day, because it can just happen that like some people are having like a bad day and you have like a wrong meta read on the day, and the enemy just has like something very interesting prepared. So I think it will be interesting to see. I think it will not end in 3 games. I'm sure like both teams will take games of each other. I would generally predict LDLC to win, just because like they've been to a lot of finals. They've played a lot of series together. Like this whole year, they've played finals, EU Masters finals. Like, so I think the experience will help them, and I think they should take it. Like I would say 3-1 maybe. That would be my prediction.
Is it going to be
another LFL final copium?
I mean, so where I wanted to go, Crowny, obviously you're the AD carry expert. You know, I've seen Exekick play, I've seen Jack Spectre play against UOL. How is that bot lane matchup going to work out? Do you have any idea of that?
I mean, for now, it seems like Heretics really like to just invest everything into bot lane. They like to gank, they like to roam, they give waves to be on bot, and they play like matchups like that. And I think LDLC has played more on top recently, but so it will be like an interesting clash of styles, because also the ADCs have the same champion pool. They both like to play Aphelios, they both play Draven, you know, Kalista, stuff like this. So it will actually be very interesting to see, like, because maybe blue side will be more important, because you can choose which ADC you first pick. Maybe red side will just trade and not care, you know. So I think it will depend, but I would say Heretics will probably just fully play for bot. I think that's how they play the whole split.
I think it's...
And I think...
yeah, I want to say, I think it's good you start talking about those sides, because LDC chose red side.
Ooh, I really like this actually. Having Ragnar top lane, you want that red side, right? Getting the counter pick.
I think it says a lot, because to me...
I mean, I think... Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, it's fine. To me, it says they're probably thinking that they can handle bot lane, and they're willing to just give Ragnar the counter pick.
Yeah.
To play, kind of in a similar way to how, when we were speaking with Rico from your quarterfinals, you guys had pretty much full confidence in Adam to deal with Sagenda, and you're just going to play through bot. I kind of get the same feel off of picking red side in this series here for LDLC.
Yeah, I mean, and what red side shows, as I said, is like generally if you go red side, you are fine with trading. Because for example, right now in the meta, there's like quite a big amount of bot lane bans. So if you go red side, it shows that you probably like don't care if enemy can choose which one they pick, right? Like, for example, you can trade Kalista Draven, you can play Sivir into Aphelios, you can play like Aphelios into Lucian. So I guess that it also, I guess it just shows confidence from LDLC that their bot lane will be able to handle being played around by the enemy, and they will probably just invest into Ragnar, because I think Ragnar and Yike have been like playing a lot together this whole tournament, like 2v2, Sejuani, all of these champs. And they've showed that obviously like they're very strong. So I understand the strategy from LDLC.
Dude, just hearing him talk about these two teams makes me want to watch tomorrow.
I mean, I think it will actually be very, very interesting, I would say.
It's going to be a good series.
I think it will be very interesting. Yeah, I would say so.
So who are you going to give the upper hand to? I'm going to start with you, Trouble. Who do you think... I mean, Crowny obviously is very LFL biased, so he said LDLC.
He's going to shill his own legal ways.
I mean, I'm not biased. I just I think it's time for us to take revenge in finals and win. You know, that's
also a very good
He's biased because he's looking for the revenge.
He wants the revenge.
It's very personal. Yeah, it's very personal. Yes.
I think, if anything, the way LDLC do like to play, I think Heretics do have a chance of upsetting the early game. And if you do upset the early game, like they did versus UOL, who was one of the most structured teams that we had over in EU Masters, if they can disrupt that early game for LDLC and then they can run over with it, I think they have very high chances of taking this series. And seeing how LDLC did struggle against Dusty, who is not necessarily a very aggressive, proactive team in the early game, Heretics shaking this up could shake up the entire series.
I mean, what's also a fact, Jamada, is the fact that LDLC will lose first game. They have done it every single series.
Yeah, I guess that's kind of true.
Well, going undefeated to the finals didn't help them in spring.
No, it didn't, Crowny.
Honestly, I agree with what Trouble said, because as you saw, like against Yoel, they focused bot side heavily, right? And even against Dusty, they had like tendency to maybe give kills early. And if they're not prepared for Heretics, like early aggression, kind of similar to today, because we were expecting them to do some things, but like the first game we went into River level 1 and died, then we died to their gank, then the second game they were playing also very aggressively early. I think if Heretics open playing like that, and they play like Kalista or Draven with like Poppy, champions like that, and they can snowball bot side before LDLC can get a big enough lead top jungle, I could see them taking games, but I'm just not sure if that's enough to take the whole series. Because, as you said, like, I think LDLC is good at adapting from game to game, and I think they're better in team fights generally. So I would say if Heretics doesn't like win the games very hard from early game, I think LDLC should take it.
Yeah, I'm very much in the same line of thinking. I actually think Heretics have a pretty solid shot here. They just have to hamstring LDLC to not be able to team fight at all. And I think, again, the URL series, the early games are super great. And I think we haven't really seen too many teams leverage that level of pressure from the bot lane in particular. So I think if they can repeat some of that into LDLC, they have a really solid chance of taking it. Maybe 3, I could probably see it going 5 games. I'm not sure it will go 4. I think it probably goes the distance. I would like to see Heretics win.
I mean, they've both gone 5 games in the quarterfinals.
Yeah.
Anything short of 5 would be a disappointment.
Yeah.
I mean, you'll be here tomorrow, right?
Yeah.
Yep.
Crowny's going to be here tomorrow. I hear Crowny talking. You should be here tomorrow. I mean, Crowny, I'm going to thank you so much for your time because your team, BDS Academy, is dominating. The LFL is dominating, and there's only one team left that can stop the French overlords. We'll see tomorrow if Team Heretics can make the miracle happen, or if LDLC and Crowny gets his redemption will just underline the French power. Should not miss that. That's it for the day. Thank you to everyone. Have a nice evening. And don't go 3-0 in your own series.
At first I loved